A small ship sailed at sea and stopped near the pier. There were 3 people on board this ship. One of these guys took out a bottle of rice wine and poured some wine into a cup for himself and his friends. He said that they caught a lot of fish today and this should be celebrated. This guy said that he has a wife and she always swears at him when he is drunk, but even if he comes back sober as a glass, she will still scold him. When the men heard this, they started laughing. This guy drank wine from his cup and said that she was going to go to the toilet for a while. He walked to the edge of the pier and stopped. He took off his pants and started defecating. But suddenly he heard that you were very strange and opened his eyes to see what that sound was. He saw in the distance a black silhouette that was in the water and assumed that this man. A black silhouette slowly approached the shore along the water. But suddenly this silhouette disappeared somewhere, and it evaporated as quickly as if it was not there. He was shocked by the sight he saw and did not understand what had happened, and at that moment his friend shouted to him and called him back. He pretended as if he had not seen anything and returned back to his friends to bask near the fire. Yes, he left near the edge of the pier. Small waves began to appear. Suddenly, without water, an ugly slippery hand appeared and grabbed the wooden beam. He went up to his friends and asked them if they had seen anything strange or suspicious here. One of these guys said that he once saw a black crab here and most likely such strange creatures are found in this area. He said that he had never seen black crabs before, but this scrub just jumped out of nowhere and appeared before his eyes. He said that it was very strange to see such creatures in this area. Suddenly this guy saw that his friends were looking behind him and decided to turn his head to see who was standing there. When he turned his head, he was scared along with his friends because they saw the body of some woman but could not see her head. They moved back as far as possible from this strange creature and continued to look at it from afar. This unfamiliar creature reached out its hands to their friend and grabbed his head. After this, the guy fell to the ground and the creature penetrated his body with its claws. They were very scared and did not understand what was happening. They asked each other what kind of creature it was, but no one could give an answer because it was the first time they had seen something like this. This monster bit off part of their friend's body and his teeth were bloody. The monster himself smiled and looked at these guys. A few seconds after this monster ate their friend, new monsters began to appear from the water and there were a huge number of them. The monsters were chasing after these 2 guys and wanted to catch up with them. But the sailors were not going to die just like that and therefore ran forward with all their might. When morning came in the village of Muljet, it was very quiet and calm. In this village people lived in small thatched houses and people in this area were close to nature. The guy coined a coin with his fingers and tried to catch it. He knew how to spin this coin in his fingers and quickly flip it. This boy's name is Oh Han Young and he was only 16 years old at that moment. He stood near the house and thought about why he had a good feeling today. His mother said that she doesn't know what kind of premonition he has today, but she knows for sure that he has a lot to do, and he must hurry up if he wants to do everything. His mother's name was Park Yun, and she was a very kind woman with a stern character. She asked her son to go to his uncle and help him with his work, and asked him not to allow himself to be deceived. Oh Han Chong went to his uncle and said before leaving that there was only dust in this closet, and he didn't understand what the point was in choosing it. Mom said that later it could be used for their graves. Oh Han ran very quickly towards the city port, and wanted to find his uncle as quickly as possible. When Oh Han approached the coast, he saw a man standing next to another man and arguing about something. At this moment, people were collecting fish that were lying on the floor. Oh Khan saw his uncle and one of these men and asked what was happening here. But these men had no time for him because they were arguing over a fish that had fallen to the ground. Oh Khan heard the dialogue between these 2 people and realized that the whole conflict lies in the fact that the fish from their ship mixed with the fish of another ship and now no one wants to make concessions. Oh Han Chong took the fish in his hands and told his uncle that if he paid him money now, then the guy would be able to deal with all this fish and resolve their conflict. The fisherman was very dissatisfied and angry, so he did not take this boy's words seriously. Oh Khan very quickly scattered the fish into different boxes and was able to sort all these fish with great effort. He found a red fish and threw it into the box on the left. He sorted the fish and carefully put them in boxes. After how many minutes of very fast work he was able to close the last box with fish and place it near the rest of the boxes. Oh Han Chong informed his uncle that he had finished sorting the fish and could report that his fish had scratches and damage. People were delighted with how quickly this guy was able to cope with this task. The fisherman was shocked when he saw this guy. He couldn't believe his eyes and couldn't believe that this guy was able to sort all the fish into the right containers so quickly. Instead of money, the fisherman paid him with fresh fish and put it in a bag. He lifted this bag up and looked at it. He felt a very strong smell of fish, and said that it would be a small but still help for his home. Oh Han-young was about to take a break when suddenly a guy appeared and hit him with his elbow. This guy put his hand on his shoulder, and said that he saw everything perfectly, and he was delighted with how smart this guy was. Oh Han-young replied that if you compare his capabilities and abilities with this guy, then he still has a lot to learn. This guy started laughing and said that this was very commendable of him, and he respects people who try so hard to please their mother or loved ones, and he first saw him when he was about 8 years old. Then Oh Han came to their village. This big guy told his friend Oh Han-young that even at that young age the guy worked tirelessly. Oh Han-young remembered a moment from his childhood when he stood near the cart and asked his mother why do they keep moving? He said he wanted to stay in one place like other people. His mother replied that they were moving to find an even safer place, and this time they needed to go to the village of Muljit. Oh Han turned his head back and looked at the mother and child and said that people live in their places and do not move anywhere, and everything is fine with them. The boy who stood next to his mother said that he was very sorry that these people were leaving on a cart for the village. The mother of this child explained that these people are leaving the village because they are beggars and cannot settle in one place. Oh Han experienced incredible shame at that moment, and it was very unpleasant for him to hear these words. Oh Han told his friend that he and his mother just wanted to have a quiet life, so they had to move here. Oh Khan asked his uncle what business he had with him, and why did he come here. The uncle replied that the boy did not listen to him at all. Uncle said that today there will be an official announcement before the boats go to sea and he couldn't miss it. Oh Han asked what announcement uncle is talking about now, and what he means. The old man sat on a large wooden box and said that everyone should know that next month the boats should return early in the evening. The fishermen were delighted when they heard these words of the old man, and realized that their working day would be several times shorter. The old man said that people shouldn't be so happy about this news because they didn't listen to it to the end. He said that lately there have been terrible rumors about some unusual creatures in the village. The old man saw the frightened faces of people and said that there are rumors that nowadays people who are near the sea in the evening are found dead in the morning. He said that all the people who are found dead have something in common. He informed everyone that when people are found dead near the shore, all the corpses are missing a liver. He said that he does not know what happens on the shore at night, but in any case they should not think about wandering near the sea after work is over and they should quickly return home. At that moment people began to panic and discussed among themselves that this was all very serious, and it was better not to go out at night. During this time, Oh Khan looked incredulously at the old man who was telling this story, and he thought that these were all ordinary scary stories for civilians. Uncle went up to Oh Han and slapped him on the back with his palm so that he would not be so serious. Uncle smiled and said in a proud voice that he had gone to sea perfectly all the past years and whoever visited him would be able to defeat everyone. Oh Han still didn't understand how to treat this story and how serious the danger was. He turned his head to the side and looked again at the old man who told them this news. He turned his head and then walked towards the ship. They, together with their uncle and the rest of the crew, went to sea early in the morning to catch fish. When evening came they were still at sea and only after sunset they were going to turn the ship around and swim to the shore and ignore the old man's order. Fishermen took fish out of the Ocean Sea and discussed the fact that they had a very good catch today. Oh Khan looked towards the shore and suddenly saw something very strange. It was a very bright light. He realized that they had very big problems, and his uncle shouted at the top of his voice and asked him to look into the distance. When the ship's crew approached Oh Khan, they all saw that their village was burning and a complete disaster was happening on the island. At this moment, most of the buildings in the village were already burning with a large fire, and this fire could hardly be put out quickly. They couldn't believe their eyes and constantly asked each other what happened on the island, but no one knew the answers. The fisherman said that their families remained on the island, and he was very afraid that something might happen to them because of this fire. He lowered his head down and looked at the water. He saw that circles were appearing in the water, and this meant that there was some kind of movement happening under the water. He called the other fishermen who were with him on the ship, and asked them to look at the water. He said that he did not understand what was happening under the water. There were circles in the water, and they became larger and larger and approached the ship. A black hand emerged from the water and broke the wooden hull of the ship with its fingers. The heads of strange creatures began to appear in the water, and these monsters dug their fingers into the floor of the ship and climbed up. The captain walked away from the ship's board and started screaming in fear. He saw that these monsters continued to approach, and suddenly one of the monsters grabbed his hand and did not let go. The guy couldn't do anything because the monsters threw him overboard with the other monsters that were now in the water. He flew down and saw that he was approaching these terrible monsters. The monsters looked at this guy who was flying towards them and saw in him food that they would now share with the rest of the monsters. The girl who climbed on board the ship looked disgusting. Her face and body were disfigured and she no longer looked much like a person. The fishermen who were on the deck of the ship at that moment were very frightened by this spectacle and did not know what they needed to do. Okan understood that if he stood still and did nothing, the monster would eat him. He saw a burning torch on the deck of the ship and thought that this torch should be used as a weapon. He threw this burning torch at the monster who was standing on the deck of the ship. I noticed such a monstrous thing that a fire torch was healing her in the head and managed to dodge in time, and therefore the torch flew past. She turned her head to the partner who threw this torch at her, and there was incredible anger in her eyes. Okan took several torches into his hands and said that these creatures look very scary, and he doesn't know what they look like, but most likely they are afraid of fire. Okan said that he made one big torch, and with the help of this big torch they won't be able to fight off the monsters altogether. The uncle looked at the boy at that moment, and shouted that they had big problems, and there was another monster behind him now. Okan was sure that with the help of a torch you would not be able to defend yourself against these monsters, and did not even notice how one day another monster appeared and grabbed his chest with his hands. The monster began to pull the guy down after him, and they both fell from the ship. Okan held 2 torches in his hands, and after he came into contact with water, these torches would be useless, and he understood this. At the moment when they fell, the remaining monsters continued to climb to the top of the ship. He fell into the water, and after that splashes appeared in the water and scattered in different directions. The sea monster grabbed him by the neck and choked him underwater to kill him. He was not prepared for the fact that he would have to confront the sea monster in the water, and so he simply exhaled the air from his lungs. He remembered the words of an old man who said that every morning people are found dead near the sea. He remembered how the old man talked about how all these people had no liver, and at that moment he finally began to understand why the old man said all this. He was drowning but still continued to hold the wooden torch in his hand. Okan understood that he now had no choice and he had to fight off this monster using what he already had. The monster felt pain in his head after he was hit with a wooden stick, and blood began to flow out of the monster's head. Ohan saw that he was able to injure this monster, and so the monster let him go. He raised his head up and saw that many such monsters surrounded his uncle's ship. He looked in the other direction and saw that there was a pier not far from him, and it was better for him to sail in that direction. He used all his energy and strength to get to the pier as quickly as possible. Okan was able to get to the surface and had enough breath to swim to the pier. He climbed out onto the wooden pier and for several minutes tried to simply catch his breath and get some air into his lungs. He turned his head back and decided to see what was happening with the ship on which his uncle now remained. But when he looked at the ship, he saw that the wooden deck was now on fire, and most likely his uncle and the rest of the fishermen had already died. Okan could not believe that his uncle and the fishermen were now on the deck of the ship along with these terrible monsters. He heard a very loud explosion behind him, and realized that there were even more problems on the island than on the ship. He turned his head back to see which part of the island the explosion had just occurred. He raised his head up and noticed that there was now a very strong fire on the top of the island, and the explosion occurred in this very place. He remembered that his mother was now at home, and this explosion occurred near her house. Okan turned his head back and saw another monster crawling out of the water. This monster smiled and looked for his teeth when he looked at the boy. He was obsessed with your blood and wanted to eat him. The face of this monster looked as disgusting as all the other monsters they had seen before. Okan understood that there was no way back and he was forced to save his mother from these monsters. He accelerated very quickly and began to run towards the top of the island in order to save his mother. In the village, the fire stopped. More and more sea monsters filled the entire village and killed all the people who caught their eye. People tried to escape from these monsters, but they did not know how to defeat them, because these monsters were very fast and strong. When Oh-han climbed to the upper part of the village, he saw the dead bodies of people and a large number of monsters, and he felt creepy from this sight. He said that these monsters destroyed almost all the people who lived in this village. He saw his small house in which he lived with his mother, and this house was also on fire. Oh-han was afraid that something terrible could also happen to his mother, but he saw a bloody trail that was on the floor, and this trail was adjacent to the barn. He turned his attention to the lock that was on the door of the barn, and saw that this lock was open so his mother could be inside the barn. He looked out of the stones and saw that on the road to the barn there was another monster, and was eating the liver of one of the villagers. Oh-han looked around him from side to side and thought that he needed to make his way very quietly and unnoticed, and then the monster would not attack him. But at that moment the large wooden wheel of the mill broke and fell. The monsters heard loud sounds and reacted to him. Oh-han at that moment realized that today was his unlucky day, and therefore he decided to simply run as fast as he could towards the damp side so that the monsters would not catch up with him. But as soon as he took a few steps, another monster attacked him from behind and threw him to the floor. Oh-han fell to the ground and saw the terrible face of this monster who held him with her hand and did not allow him to get up. Suddenly the barn door opened, and in the darkness of this small building some bright light was visible. From the barn, someone fired a weapon, and this shot immediately destroyed the monster who wanted to kill Oh-han. One shot from this weapon tore off half of the monster's body and left practically nothing left of it. Oh-han saw that the mutilated body of this monster fell to the floor next to him. Oh-han's mother came out of this small barn, and in her hands was a weapon with which she had just destroyed this monster. Park told her son to get up off the ground immediately because they don't have time to rest right now. He turned his head back and saw his mother. He was very glad that it was still alive, but he didn't understand why his mother was holding such a powerful weapon in her hands. Pak said that she will now deal with these vile creatures, and after that I will try to explain everything to my son. She reloaded her gun, and after that she shot at two monsters that stood in front of her, and with one shot she was able to destroy two monsters at once. Oh-han could not believe that his mother was the only person who was ready for the attack of these monsters, and he could not believe that she would destroy so mercilessly with her gun. Pak lowered her head down, and told her son that he constantly asked her why they were moving. She said that she constantly traveled to different cities, and changed her place of residence in order to avoid this moment. She turned her head back and told her son to get up immediately because these creatures need his liver. She said that they need to leave this village as quickly as possible. But suddenly they saw something terrible and did not understand what was happening now. The water flew up and created a water wall 10 meters long and 20 meters high, and behind the wall of water stood the silhouette of some monster. Oh-han and his mother could not believe their eyes because what was happening around them now looked like a real disaster. Another monster came out of the water above and slowly moved towards the people. This monster was not like all the other sea monsters. It looked very strong and dangerous compared to them. Oh-han was scared because he understood that they were now facing a serious enemy, and he did not know how they should defeat him. This monster held an iron spear in his hands. It was his weapon with which he killed his victims. This monster was dressed in iron armor and had spikes protruding from its body, and it resembled an intelligent creature, unlike all the other sea creatures that had attacked them before. Oh-han asked your mom what kind of monster this is and where would he come from here. She pushed him aside and said that this monster is too dangerous, and he should hide as quickly as possible. Oh-han wanted to get answers to the hundreds of questions that he had this evening, but unfortunately, all he does now is just watch from the sidelines and try to survive. The monster used strong blows, after which a powerful explosion occurred. Oh-han felt that the earth under his feet was starting to float away and explosions were throwing him aside. The monster looked at him with her black eyes and laughed. This monster rejoiced when others suffered. Oh-han flew away and hardly remained alive after this strong explosion. After a few minutes, he finally managed to climb onto a dry surface and get out of the water. He couldn't believe that he was still alive and wanted to find out what happened. Oh-han climbed out of the water and crawled along the wooden pier. When he got to the place where he stood with his mother, he saw a broken gun and a severed hand. The monster held his mother by the throat with his hand and strangled her. She was too weak to break free from his grip and resist him. Oh-han saw that this monster was now trying to kill his mother, and began to scream very loudly but did not know how to save her. The monster laughed, and was glad that these pathetic people could do absolutely nothing against him. At this moment, ordinary sea creatures slowly began to crawl out of the water. Han saw a package on the ground containing some object, and he realized that this object had been left by his mother. He began to unwrap this package and tried to understand what was inside. At that moment he felt that his legs did not want to move at all, and he had to urgently come up with some kind of plan. When he opened this package, he saw that inside there was a sharp long sword. He took this sword in his hand and thought that it could be a good weapon for defense, but he did not know how to fight with a sword. Han looked forward and saw that there were a large number of monsters in front of him, and this meant that now was the time to learn how to use this sword. He thought that now he was going crazy and all this was just happening in his imagination. He held the sword in his hand and thought that the last time he fought with a sword was when he was very young. Khan was faced with the choice of simply giving up and ending all this torment and suffering, or fighting and resisting these vile creatures. Khan remembered his uncle who always helped him with work and food, and this uncle was eaten today by these vile creatures. He recalled moments from his childhood when he constantly had to move to different villages with his mother. He remembered the words of his mother who said that they didn't just want to live a quiet life, so they had to move. He put his hand into the inner pocket of his vest and wanted to get something out. He threw a bag of gold coins right at those monsters and used those coins as a distraction. The monsters didn't understand what was happening and why this guy threw coins at them, but this technique worked to distract their attention. Han took advantage of the fact that these monsters were distracted and began to run towards them. For the first time in his entire life, he showed such incredible bravery and, with the help of the sword that was in his hand, cut a couple of monsters in half. He just wanted to get through all these monsters from Forgive Your Mother. But suddenly a hand came out of the water and scratched his leg with sharp claws. He felt pain in his chest and saw that another hand of the master had scratched his chest. He didn't pay attention as he ran through these monsters until he got closer to his mother and the main monster. Han ran towards his mother in order to protect her from this terrible monster and save her. The monster swung his spear and wanted to damage this boy and kill him. Khan was able to dodge this spear and noticed the enemy's attack in time. He deceived the monster, and after dodging this attack, he raised his sword up and made a lock in order to kill this monster. The monster didn't expect this to happen and was surprised that this guy was so smart. Khan wanted to cut the enemy's head into two halves, but the monster managed to defend himself with his sword and the sword crashed into his hand. The sword fell into the hand of this monster and got stuck in his bone. The monster saw that the damage this guy caused to him was insignificant, and because of this he began to laugh because this boy had just screwed up. Han couldn't believe that this was actually happening now, and the sword strike was his last hope that he could save his mother. The monster clenched his fist and strangled his mother in front of his eyes. Han could not believe that his mother had just been killed in such a cruel way in front of his eyes. At that moment, his sword began to glow with a bright blue light. Khan understood what was happening, but after his sword began to glow blue, some kind of sphere appeared in the air. The monster also did not understand what was happening now, and why this strange energy sphere appeared in front of his face. He raised his eyes up and saw that the energy from this sphere was spreading very quickly and scattering in different directions. The monster let go of the woman and threw her aside. Han watched his mother fall to the ground and could not believe that she was already dead. He immediately ran to her and wrapped his arms around her and prevented her from hitting her head on the ground. Han told his mother that she had lost very little blood. If she was patient, he could save her. Park was born to her son Han Chom, and asked him to listen to her carefully. She said that behind the two mountains behind the village there is a small temple. She told her son that he should go and meet her old friend then. There were large blood stains and marks from the wound on her face. Her eyes were slowly closing. She lay on his shoulder and said that she wanted to ask him for forgiveness. He didn't understand what she meant now. She told him that unfortunately she would not be able to survive, but he must definitely save himself and fulfill her request. At that moment, the same main monster came up to them from behind in order to strike. This monster hit with all his might and broke the wooden floor they were on, and the two of them dived under the water. Khan got scared and he realized that he was now underwater in the sea, but he still didn't understand how it happened. He raised his head up and saw that a large number of people seemed to be heading in one direction along some planned route. Sea monsters took the bodies of dead people with them and dragged them into the underwater world. Oh-han was able to see that in this stream of dead people there was his mother, who was now being dragged by the monsters to their lair. He saw other sea monsters approaching him and wanting to eat him. These monsters looked like black crabs only without claws and with sharp teeth in their mouth, which was located in the center of their body. On the surface the fire still continued to heat and burn the village. Suddenly there was a very strong explosion and a large splash of water in the water. Han Chong used his sword to fend off the attacks of these vile monsters, and thanks to this he was able to get to land. He saw burning broken houses and empty streets. Now there was not a single corpse in the village. He did not understand what happened here. Han Chong heard a strange sound not far from him, turned his head and saw that it was another monster crab and swung his sword to cut it. He shouted that such vile monsters must be underwater, and after cutting his body he ordered this monster to return back to his lair. Sea monsters continued to take people's corpses and send them underwater. Oh-han turned his head back and saw that another monster was approaching him, and realized that the danger had not yet passed him. The same main monster that killed his mother again appeared before his eyes and laughed, looking into his face. Han Chung remembered how this monster made a strong kick and an explosion occurred. He remembered how this monster held his mother's neck with his hand and strangled her. The last time I saw my mother was when the sea monster dragged her under the water along with the rest of the people from this village. Han Chong understood that the only way to save his mother was to stay alive and figure everything out himself, so he decided to run away from this village as quickly as possible and fulfill his mother's request. Han Chung screamed very loudly in pain but still continued to run. Han Chong was able to get out of the settlement, and remained alive towards the mountain, and did not know if he was going the right way. He stopped and saw that in front of him there was a large mountain, and on the top of this mountain there was a small house. He immediately realized that this was the same house that his mother told him about, and he needed to go in that direction. He felt pain in his chest and remembered that one of the monsters had scratched his chest with its claws. He told himself that he needed to hurry up. Han Yung put his hand to his earlier to stop the loss of blood, but suddenly he heard some strange sounds and felt a slight earthquake. Suddenly this earthquake intensified and he was barely able to stay on his feet. He saw that the earthquake had ended, but in the distance at that moment he heard a child crying. People were running towards him and screaming very loudly in fear. They were running away from someone. These people were being chased by giant tentacles with sharp teeth at the end. The girl and her child tripped while running and fell to the ground. Her leg got stuck in the gap and she needed time to pull her leg out of the gap. She had no time at all and the tentacles were getting closer and closer with every second. She realized that she would not have time to escape. When she was ready to say goodbye to her life, she saw that some stranger made a blow with his sword. She looked at the guy who had just protected her from these tentacles, and used his sword to cut these tentacles. The monster made terrible sounds and screamed very loudly in pain after being hit by this sword. Han Chong created autumn flames in front of him, and the monsters could not get through this wall of fire. Han Chong said that he is slowly starting to get used to this ball and understands how to use this weapon. When he turned to these people to get to know them, he saw that they were all seriously injured and were looking at him in fear. People were discussing how they had never seen this guy before and were shocked when they saw that he was able to take down this monster with one blow. The girl thanked this stranger for saving her and her child. Next to her stood a guy who shouted at the girl for taking the child with her and not leaving him in the village. This guy yelled at the girl because her child was crying loudly, and because of this crying the monster found them. Han Chung doesn't understand why these people were so angry with the girl because she just decided to save the child. These people were discussing the fact that this child belongs to a poor girl who lived in their village, and there are rumors that my child is seriously ill with something and it is better to leave him here. She hugged this baby and said that she would not give the child into the hands of these people. Suddenly the guy who wanted to take the child and throw him away felt a sharp sword blade at his neck. Han Yung stood between the girl and the man and threatened the man with his sword. Han Chung ordered everyone to immediately shut up and not even be able to talk about the fact that this child needs to be thrown away. He felt the blade of a sword near his neck and realized that it was better not to joke with this guy. Han Chung looked at all these people and realized that they were seriously injured. But nevertheless this is not a reason to take the child and throw him away. She held his innocent baby in her arms, and he understood that he couldn't just be left here. Han Chung exhaled and thought that now he needs to calm down a little and talk to these people. Khan asked this girl where she was going. She replied that she planned to take refuge in that house which is located in the mountains. Khan replied that he was also heading to this place. Khan said that he has a sword and she can feel safe next to him. At that moment his chest began to hurt very badly. She took the bandage of one of the wounded members of their group and said that she should transfer the wound to this warrior. But the guy took the bandage from her. She looked at this guy who asked and said that she had another bandage, and she would give this bandage to him. At that moment, all he could think about was that these tentacles that he had just driven away were too small to create an earthquake. When he lifted his shirt to bandage his friend's wound, he saw a strange thing early on his body. This guy said that the monster that attacked their village bit him on the back. He said that this monster was chasing them, creating more and more different doubles. Tor's boyfriend was the first to notice this wound and said that there was something very strange inside this wound. He took a closer look at this wound and saw sharp fangs appearing inside the body. After a few seconds it turned into a huge mouth on his back with sharp teeth, and this soon scared everyone present. They looked at this guy and didn't understand what was happening now. This guy who just had a huge mouth on me stood still and the earth began to crack next to him. A huge monster with a giant head and sharp teeth suddenly appeared from the ground. People started screaming that this was the same monster they saw in the village. New tentacles began to appear from the mouth of this monster. These tentacles moved very quickly. These tentacles approached the same guy who had a wound on his back and began to absorb his body. Han Chung couldn't believe his eyes, he thought it wasn't real. Han Chung concluded that this monster hunts using his doubles and this is how he finds his victims. He understood why I was brushing my fingers. They were chasing people and the fault was not the child's crying, but the guy with the wound on his back was to blame. Han Chung Maxim used a sword and fought off the tentacles that were approaching him and the girl and the child. Suddenly the tentacles grabbed him by the body and lifted him up. He swung his sword to fight off these tentacles. Han Chung was able to hit this tentacle right on the head, and the blue flames caused severe damage to this monster. But the guy fell to the ground. He hit himself when he fell and early on his body began to hurt even more. He felt sharp objects appearing in his chest and saw that he now had exactly the same genus as these monsters. He was sitting on his knees and was in pain, but suddenly he heard the cry of a small child. The monster grabbed the woman by the back and began to slowly devour her, and the child at that moment did not understand what was happening and just cried. Han Chung felt that a large number of gropers were approaching him. He urgently needed to come up with something in order to escape. A man stood on the top of the mountain and watched this whole situation from afar. Han Chung stuck his sword into the body of this monster. He knew that he could not die so easily and therefore was ready to fight to the last drop of blood. He managed to save a small child, despite the fact that he had to risk his life. He said that you need to test this monster a little deeper with your sword. Suddenly I noticed bright blue lighting on this monster's body, and realized that this could be its weak point. He realized that he needed to get to this monster from the white place as quickly as possible. Han Chung tried to pull his sword out of the head of this monster and throw it aside. He made a swift dash forward and headed towards a vulnerable spot. Han Chung put his sword forward and was about to make a thrust. The tentacles understood that this guy should not be allowed close to the body, and therefore grabbed his legs by the arms and did not allow him to move. When he saw that all the tentacles were now trying to restrain only him, he was sure that the place he wanted to pierce with his sword was the weak point of the monster. The monster clamped his leg with its sharp teeth and gnawed through his flesh. He felt incredibly strong pain in his leg but still continued to reach out with his sword towards the body of this monster. He remembered his mother's bloody face at that moment, and her last words before she died. He remembered the woman who had just been killed by those tentacles, and in the end he looked at the child who was now in his hand and this child could only count on him. Han Chung shouted very loudly that he would not die just like that, and this monster was coming to put a lot of effort into killing him, and after that he stretched his hand forward despite the pain and brought the monster. The blade of the sword hit the body of this monster and slowly began to pass through. He found the weak point of this monster, and when the sword came into contact with the inner sphere he began to destroy the monsters from the inside. Han Zhong fired an energy shot with his sword. He could not believe that this was even possible and that his sword was capable of such powerful blows. He watched as this monster was destroyed from the inside. The people who were still alive couldn't believe that this guy had just been able to destroy this giant monster. He looked at his chest and saw that the teeth that appeared inside his wound began to disappear. He hoped that after this battle everything would end and the monster would no longer bother them. He looked forward and saw the silhouette of a man standing in a cloud of smoke. Han Yung felt very weak in his body at this moment, and could no longer stand on his feet. He fell on his back and lost consciousness, but still held the child in his arms and did not allow him to hit himself. He was sleeping in bed and felt the sun's rays on his face. Han Chung opened his eyes and realized that he was now in some room, but he didn't know where he was now and who brought him here. There was a man sitting near the window, and he couldn't see right away and you only saw his silhouette. This man said that he was now in the temple on the top of the mountain. He said that his name was Grandma and he was an assistant to a friend of his mother. He explained that his mission now is to escort Han Yung to Mrs. Han Chung asked what is happening now with the child he tried to save. Grandmother said that this child, along with the rest of the refugees, is now on the top of the mountain. He said that this child would be completely safe here and would be looked after here so that he would grow up to be a healthy person. Han Chung put his head back on the pillow and decided to lie down a little longer. He remembered this scary girl who turned into a sea monster. Then I remembered terrible tentacles with sharp teeth that attacked him. Han Chung asked this guy near the window, "Does he know these monsters?" He wanted to know why these misfortunes befell their heads. Grandma said that these creatures are called sea creatures. He explained that monsters that devour human livers are sea creatures, and they have existed since ancient times in this world. He said that sometimes these monsters attack villages and kidnap people. Grandma said that Han Chung is not such a simple guy as it might seem at first glance because he is one of many of them and was able to stay alive after the attack of these monsters. Khan said that he actually managed to escape from these monsters, but nevertheless he lost a very important person. Khan said that these terrible creatures dragged away his mother while she was still alive. Khan said that these vile creatures took his mother from him in order to drag her to their lair and then eat her. Khan said that he is sure that his mother is still alive and can be saved. Grandma said that this guy is very insightful, everything is true, but still his mother is destined to be eaten in a few months. Grandma said that his job is that he must look for people who are able to repel these monsters and search for missing people. Grandma told him what his mom should find. It's his job and that's why Han Chung doesn't have to worry about it. He saw that this guy wanted to leave the room and blocked his way. He asked him what he was going to do. Han Chung ordered this guy to immediately move away and make way for him. He said that if his mom was still alive, he couldn't just be here quietly. Grandma asked this guy if he even knew where his mother was now. Han Chung said that if he goes to the destroyed villages, he will at some point follow their trail and he doesn't have time to waste now. The grandmother hit this guy in the chest and said that he had no choice and he had to meet with the mistress. Han Yung couldn't believe that this guy just punched him. Grandma said that now he must tie this guy with a rope so that he does not run away. He put it on his shoulder after tying it and said it was time for delivery. Han Chung couldn't believe that all this was actually happening to him now, and they also ordered it in his mouth so that he wouldn't scream. Grandmother looked out from behind the wall and told all the distinguished guests that he must leave immediately and another guide would come for them. After that, he made a rapid jerk forward and began to run towards the bridge. He ran across the suspension bridge with this guy on his shoulder. Han Chung was unhappy that this idiot grabbed him and dragged him somewhere. Han Chung asked this crazy guy why is he acting so strange. Grandmother said that his friend's mother asked him to bring him safe and sound. Grandma said that he watched a guy fight against a giant monster with tentacles and if he doesn't bring this guy to his mistress then it was a meaningless sacrifice. He said that if he does not bring him safe and sound to the lady, then after that he will not be able to look this man in the eyes. He said that Han Yung should behave well and then they would not have any conflicts or problems. But otherwise he would have to beat him. He raised his eyes up and looked at this crazy guy in surprise. Han Chung understood that now the most important thing for him was to somehow get out of these ropes, and he began to untie his hands. He quickly moved his fingers and tried to reach the sword that hung on his belt. Suddenly, the medallion on this guy's neck began to glow and flew into the air. Grandmother used this medallion as a means of communication and answered his grandmother by asking her the question what happened. The grandmother told this guy that near the cliff on the east coast there are now the same sea creatures that were in the village of Muljit. Han Chung realized that this woman was just talking about his village in which there were the same monsters that took his mother. He was able to grab his sword and with a sharp movement he cut the ropes on his hand using this sword. He smiled and asked his grandmother not to worry about it because he himself would go to that village and deal with these monsters. Han Chung took advantage of the fact that this crazy guy was distracted by the conversation, and cut his ropes that were holding him down, and jumped down from the bridge. Grandma started swinging his rope and using it like a lasso. He threw the rope down to catch this guy and not let him fall. Han Chung turned around in the air and realized that he needed to cut this rope so that it would not grab him. He made several strokes with his sword and cut the rope. After that, he looked down and saw that the water was already very close and soon he would dive into it. Han Chung did not have time to regroup before diving into the water and just diving into it. Grandma looked down and saw that the river current was very strong. This guy could just drown. The water flowed very quickly along the side and at some point it broke off and a waterfall began. Suddenly, blue explosions and splashes were visible in the water, and this meant that Han Chung was still alive. Suddenly there was a very strong explosion in the water, and the water scattered in different directions. Han Chung dispersed the water in different directions, and stood near the corpses of sea monsters. He said he was very lucky because he was now right next to the east coast. Among a large pile of corpses lay his mother. She was unconscious and monsters constantly climbed near her body. Han Chung said that he is now convinced that only by destroying all the monsters can a peaceful life be achieved. His mother slowly opened her eyes and this meant that she was still alive and could be saved. Han Chung cut the body of another sea monster, and said that he would do everything possible to save his mother. The weather got worse and worse and the cave was so beautiful to go into. She was very mysterious, and had different adventures. The guy rushed off as fast as he could to come running faster to save his mother who was frozen by the monster so that she could try when the supplies ran out. He took him into the cave, and didn't even understand where he ended up. He hoped that this was the place where his mother was because it was very strange. And then, as he turned around again, he saw another specimen of this species that he had to kill earlier in order to escape. He easily began to deal with them with the help of his blade, which he had been handed only recently. He learned to handle it masterfully. She understood that he was in the right place, and everything he wanted was about to come true. His eyes showed the pain and emotions he felt. The cave kept beckoning him forward to follow, but he understood that there could be huge problems there and began to think. He realized that he had really already been able to get to the place where his mother was. He hoped about this because this was his main goal. The guy tried to find her and wanted to shout to his mother to find her. But suddenly he saw something that began to worry him very much. He noticed how a huge monster ate people with the help of its huge fangs that were the size of sword blades. He held a weapon in his hand, which was the size of a car, but it was all just a huge sword with which he cut off his head. The guy understood that he was about to notice him. In theory, this monster eats people whenever it wants at the snap of a finger. Some man shouted for him to wait, and understood that he wanted to kill him, but he tried with all his might to restrain the monster who was already attacking. He sent this guy with his hand to all the monsters who had been waiting to eat for a long time. After all, they wanted his liver. The man tried with all his might to break free and shouted for them to stop because he wanted to live while they completely enveloped him in their arms. It was impossible to observe all this. After all, you see how these monsters tore a person completely to pieces into small pieces. But then the guy realized that this was some kind of walking soul that looked very dangerous, and it was necessary to act. He pushed off from the ground and realized that he had been noticed, so he had to move away so that he could survive. He tried to break through this monster, which had already begun to swing at him, but he felt some kind of weakness that haunted him for several minutes. The guy noticed how the mountains began to turn into the caves in which he was, which means that he would hardly be able to get out of there. The huge monster was already very glad that now he could feast on a person who himself had fallen into his hands, especially alive, and not frozen. But suddenly he didn't like something. The monster continued to scream at the top of his voice because he wanted to eat. And the guy ran away. He activated his sword using the energy of this blade and tried to break through to the top where he could feel normal. After all, they are only underwater creatures. But not everything was as simple as he thought, and he was unable to break through the path he wanted because it was the shortest road. He felt how his wound began to hurt more because he felt that his relatives were nearby and began that he could develop further and grow in scale. He charged through these monsters with his blade to cut through their heads along the way. The guy was able to cut very hard and break through. He thought that was all and he could win. He was able to make a huge hole in this cave and break through to the top. But next to him was a huge blade that was bloody. Some stranger held him by the throat because of his mouth so that he could not say anything and grabbed him by the waist. The stranger told him to stop resisting, and even if he calmly approached, the beast would still just pass by. The guy didn't understand who he was and why he was helping him. It was his friend with the help of whom he worked on the ship. He was glad that his friend was still able to survive. Oh Han Chong looked at him as if it was some kind of heavenly miracle. He realized that his uncle was able to survive. He asked the elder how he ended up here, and he replied that he was dragged along with all the residents from other villages. Fortunately, he managed to hide here. The sloping monster was distracted by people on the other side and he suffered a little. The man also didn't understand what the sudden sound he made was and how he could explode upward. He had a lot of questions. The main one was about the sword. He said that his mother gave it to him. Then the guy remembered why he came here in the first place, and asked if his uncle had seen his mother, whom he had been hunting for a very long time. The man said that unfortunately he did not see her, but in this case she could be at the bottom of this cave. The guy shouted that he didn't care if his mother was there, then he had to save her at the cost of his life. But he shouted to him to wait. The man said that the villagers were dragged down a long time ago, so it's unlikely that this will end with something good, and they have already died a long time ago. The man told him not to rock the boat, and it would be better to go upstairs with him, and so the two of them could escape. Then he turned around to look at the uncle who had helped him for many years in this village, and realized that he still needed to save his mother. They heard someone start screaming very loudly and noticed scary things ahead of them. The uncle looked forward and did not take his eyes off. It was the same monster who heard that same man holding his leg in pieces, which was bleeding. This is a terrible sight. This monster extended his sword to cut off new victims, and was already sure that he was about to receive a bonus. But the guy was easily able to cut off his hand with the help of his blade, which he wonderfully wielded. It's as if he was created for him. The man was bleeding and didn't know what to do, and the uncle watched this in shock. They were all very scared. Oh Han Chung said that if I had to go down in any case, he still had to kill this bastard. But then the man who was bleeding and had no legs started asking the guy why he did it. The young man did not understand what we were talking about. The man said that the uncle told him that he had found a way out, and just recently disappeared in the middle of the path. This really happened to them, uncle. I remember how it was all from my own experience, because it's a one-way path. If he hadn't been able to get to the top, they would have killed not only them and him. The man said that they used bait like this, and the guy with you is very uncomfortable for his friend whom he loved very much and knew that he would never betray. The uncle sulked that he saw a way out and told the guy to forgive, but it was obvious that they couldn't go together and ran forward in joy. Maybe he said that when he was dragged from the ship, he realized very important things that helped him stay alive, unlike the others. The man knew that it was very difficult to survive with just courage, and you had to betray in order to be saved. These are the rules of life. Then the guy started screaming and told the guy to be more careful. These monsters will hit him, and he will die. He flew less than this monster, which the guy neutralized for several times because he wanted to attack them earlier. This monster was about to strike, but he failed because he managed to block it with his strength. The guy continued to fight with this stuffed animal, beat it. It haunted him and wanted to feast on absolutely everyone. The guy already insisted on defending himself with his sword and noticed how this big guy had the same spot on him as the monster he killed by piercing his blue dot. He was able to take a closer look at it and realize that this was exactly the place that needed to be hit. Otherwise he would not be able to survive later and, most importantly, his mother would also die. At first, the same thoughts came to him from the moment he fought against this monster earlier, and it finally dawned on him what the problem with the whole story was. The guy was bleeding and barely breathing, that no one else could do anything but him, and he had to act through enormous pain, otherwise everything was in vain. The guy shouted that he would not turn his back and held out his blade to pierce that very blue dot that wanted it so badly. But then the guy flew back and could not control himself normally because a huge amount of blood began to knock him off his feet. They didn't understand how he was able to do this. After all, previously only his blade could do it. There was a strange feeling in his eyes. He was able to pierce this monster, and the energy from his blade began to move in huge spiral turns. Everything around began to collapse, and the man who wanted to escape, namely the uncle whom he valued. I saw how there were huge parts of the cave above his head that were about to fall on him. The guy was able to break through the cave and everyone screamed. There were simply amazing things in his power that cannot be explained. The guy suffered very badly and asked here this place where he should have followed his mother, when suddenly he noticed that the very monsters who were there, like prisoners in prison, began to crawl out to him. He noticed that among those people who were held by these creatures was his mother, who needed to be saved because she sacrificed herself to save him. He cried out to his mother because he wanted to save her, and could not contain his emotions because he finally saw her alive. The guy can be understood because no one expected such events. But the monsters did not stop attacking him and noticed how new activity was happening near them, so they very quickly climbed out to attack him. The guy quickly repelled every attack of these monsters, and knew that he could do it if he wanted with all his might. Yes, he would suffer, but there was simply no other choice. The guy shouted for them to get out quickly, hinting that now he would cut each of them into guts and throw them away into the depths of the sea from which they had climbed out. The guy continued to quickly attack them with the blade, and he did it very well. Each creature tried to fly away from him unnoticed. The stream of water hit absolutely any monster, and no one could endure the consequences it did to them. But unfortunately, there was simply no end to this monster, and he could not cope with them alone, because at this rate he would get his mother only when she began to decompose. But he continued to fight with all his might. Unfortunately, he couldn't stand it all and started coughing up blood. He also had a wound that continued to make him weaker. He noticed that his mother also did not feel better, and she also suffered from such problems. He understood that the monster was about to eat her, and he would not be able to save her. But also in the guy's head sent memories of how a monster dragged her into the water, and he watched mercilessly, and did nothing about it. He got angry and said that this time he will not back down, and will fight until the end of his life to save her like she saved him. He continued to fight as soon as he wanted and beat these monsters who thought that they could easily kill him. After all, he was alone and there were many of them. Oh Han Chong held his blade near his head and was very scared because he saw it. These were terrible phenomena that anyone could not stand. Then some cyborg passed by and threw them all away, and no one could stand on their feet with such power that he possessed. He didn't understand who it was and how he was able to throw it back so much because the energy from his sword was much stronger, and he was able to resist just a little. He stood right in front of him and looked at the mutant who looked like a huge monster that had pumped up and was many times larger than the others. He realized that they were all identical, and that he was the same. Therefore, he would have to fight the same way. This is a plus and another minus because they are almost endless. He realized that this was another bastard who needed to be killed. But this time he underestimated him because his fangs were much larger. The monster opened its mouth and screamed because it felt that its brothers-in-arms had been killed. Here it was no longer a matter of food, but of taking revenge. The guy didn't know that, in any case, their abilities should also be very similar, and he was no longer very happy because they didn't end and his energy was fading away. But suddenly he leaves that the monster had a very strange palm and similar energy emanated from it, like from those monsters' backs. He didn't understand what it was, and that monster pierced another guy who stood in his way and prevented him from moving. He held his liver and squeezed it tighter and tighter. He fed off her energy and laughed at everyone. His palms were around and he wanted to quickly feast on her. The fangs just wanted to chew her into small pieces. He squeezed it in a second and received a huge charge of energy which provided him with more and more strength with which he could compete. Energy poured into his body like through the veins, and he became stronger by one dose, which he took as soon as he wanted. His fangs screamed even more and began to cause horror to everyone who was in these places. People could barely hold on. Oh Han Chong understood that he could not defeat such a monster. After all, it was he who dragged away his mother, and did not let him end it. He simply looked like a huge monster that was soaked from head to toe with human liver. He shouted with joy that he had eaten it. The guy didn't understand what to do because he couldn't cope with a monster of that size, because he hadn't tried it yet. That guy began to think something and understand one pattern that did not please him, namely that he ate liver and became bigger. Of course, he wanted to deal with this, but first he needed to get rid of his right hand, which was already flying to kill the guy. He was able to cut through it, but he also paid for his cunning plan because he pierced it with his stinger, which was on his tail. The guy started bleeding and realized that he had screwed up. This was not the best turn of events that could have happened. The guy flopped to the ground after such a blow that the monster dealt him because it was simply impossible to withstand it. He screamed because he understood that he would not see his mother again. And this upset him very much. After all, he had come a long way for this. The guy knew that he saw his attack, but his body was still very weak and he did not have time to react to it in order to defend himself. He noticed how the monster cut out his liver and he could not move further. He lay there and did not move because it was a terrible feeling, and the monster began to move towards him. To eat this liver, cutting it out was not enough, he also had to eat it very tasty, which is how they loved to do it. The guy understood that she was bleeding and even the fact that he failed was already a miracle. He spent all his strength to hold the weapon that the monster would stumble upon, but suddenly he fell because someone stepped on him. He understood that this was the end and that there was no other choice but to die. He screamed because he felt like the monster was eating away his liver, and this is tantamount to just being stabbed from the inside with knives. He couldn't control himself and continue. His body was covered in blood and he thought he was about to die, with the help of which he usually played with victims who came to his hand. Life was very boring due to the fact that you live underwater. The monster was holding the boy by the leg and was about to pierce him with its bat or sharp fangs that were all around his body. He began to growl and make terrible sounds. The guy thought that was all and that there was simply no other choice because he could no longer hold on to his sword and did not control the situation that happened. His blade simply fell out of his hands. He said that he could no longer endure this, and it would be better for him to die than to continue to die from painful injuries. He didn't know whether he had lost the battle or whether he would die. After all, he was already without an organ and knew that he would no longer be able to feel normal. The monster abandoned him because he got what he wanted, namely the liver, which he loved very much, and the pleasure of playing with the body of a living person. The guy knew that his mother was right in front of his nose, but he could not save her because he was very confident in himself, and thought that this was all he was capable of. He understood that this was just the end and continued to lie bleeding because his body could not function normally due to the absence of a liver. The monster was already swinging his bat to finish him off, because he liked the way the body shattered into small pieces. The guy seriously wondered if this was really the end, but suddenly he remembered the words of his mother that he must survive because she believed in him. He lay on the floor dead and thought that there was simply no way out, so he would not resist and would die his share, which God had long prescribed. The monster struck with its blade then the place where they were and it looked as if this was the end. But suddenly something amazing happened. The guy was able to block the blow of such a big guy with the help of his blade and the energy that it gave when it was in his hands. The guy understood that he couldn't stand it for long and knew that something had to be done. Otherwise, he would really die, which was not in his plans. He knew that his mother saved him by risking her life, so he could not give up. The guy got motivated and decided to finish this matter. Then he noticed the liver, which was lying on the floor and began to emit energy very strongly, like his entire body. She moved into him and began to emit very strong energy fields with the help of which everything resumed and he continued to gain energy and fight. He was able to cut through the monster with this energy that he gained that he simply could not stand it, and began to scream because he had never experienced such pain and this was the first one who fought back. The guy was able to cut through it because the power of the blade that was in his hands was much stronger, because it was not for nothing that Mom told him that it was he who should use it. He realized that all his organs began to worsen, and he began to become much stronger thanks to the fact that he believed in it. His hand began to feel perfect and all the problems that had previously attacked him disappeared in an instant. The monster began to die because the guy found a way to use his energy and cut right through it. People watched all this without understanding how this could happen. Among these people there were also monsters who were holding his mother. The guy sparkled with energy, and said that these vile fish should wait for him, and he would deal with everyone who wanted to kill his people. He said that he would end everything now. Meanwhile, the dealer came back and told the granny that this was the very place where the guy disappeared from the very beginning when he began to carry him to her. The dealer was very surprised that the same strange boy who escaped from his hands came here. The grandmother asked the guy how much time he estimated had passed since he came in. The dealer said that give or take 4 or 5 hours. Granny understood that they had to hurry because that monster would not just give up and the guy would continue to fight for his loved ones whom he lost on that judgment day. The monster did not want to give up and continued their battle, in which the monster received a good answer after he wanted to get his liver. The guy realized what he had done, so that the monster felt furious, and therefore he would have to be patient now because he would want to give him an answer. There was a strong push between two fighters who did not want to give up just like that, and fought to the end for their freedom. The guy was already carrying his sword in his hand, and the monster was holding a bat with which he wanted to play with the guy, and even more so to feast on him. But suddenly the battle broke down, and the monster continued to feel stronger and stronger because he stupidly squeezed her to such a size that she could not stand it. The monster was still able to hit her because he felt much stronger after the attack that he withstood from the guy. He held the end of the bat with his hand and wanted to throw the guy into the wall with the help of this weapon. Also, if it hit, it would pierce it right through and there would be very sharp thorns. He was already very close, but the guy was able to reach out with his sword and cut through it. After all, he was not the last either. From such a blow, the monster screamed because he cut his hand for the umpteenth time, and he only became angry for the guy's action. The guy shouted that he was not the only one who was angry here. Therefore, he would have to work hard to kill him. After all, he would not give up just like that. The smart thing to do would have been to just give him his mom and be done with it all. But the two deer kept fighting each other to see who was stronger. The guy didn't want to give up after doing such a great job and decided to continue to act while he had the moment to do so. The monster had already swung and was flying at a boy who was 300 times smaller in size than him. It was like Thumbelina and a man. The guy knew that his life was just like this, and that's why I couldn't get anything easily for him, just like every person. He lay on the floor and did not understand what was happening. It was impossible to forget that he was in the territory of this monster, so everyone who was nearby obeyed him. These monsters dragged the guy away and he was absolutely powerless, because they controlled all his movements. The guy realized that they were all trying to grab him or act with the help of his sword, which had unusual energy. For him, it was as easy as shelling pears, and he calmly held it out to fend off their attacks that they wanted to inflict on him. The guy pierced the hand of the head of the monsters, who thought that he could easily kill him with the help of his charges and his strength. But no such luck. The guy calmly threw it away with the help of his sword energy, and the monster's hand dissolved into small pieces before everyone's eyes. The monster began to feel even weaker. After all, he did not expect such strong gusts of energy, and felt worse with his limbs. The guy pointed at him with a sword and said that such tricks would not work with him, and that he was not the easiest fighter to play against like that. But the guy still saw that his mother was with a huge number of monsters that he had to kill to get there, and my mother was in a terrible state. After all, it was one monster who held her and pursued her all the time, not letting her go even one step. It looked very suspicious. The guy realized that now maybe everything was over because he saw that his mother was already very close, and he was able to kill the head of these monsters, which means he can kill them all. But then he began to feel enormous pain in his liver, which was tearing apart his energy, as if he had been hit by a charge of 300 volts. He didn't understand what was happening because he only felt worse, and such a powerful discharge began to attack him. This pain simply did not leave him, and he did not understand how it happened. After all, his entire skin was covered with energy, and he felt very hot. He noticed how I had his back. The monster was holding onto his hand and barely controlled it because there was a very important part that was destroyed by the guy. It finally dawned on him, and he realized that he might not have damaged the most important vital parts of the monster. He noticed how these monsters did not stop giving up and began to move strangely towards him without attacking. These monsters began to take people away from this territory in which they lived. Most likely the head shouted that he needed to get out because he would simply kill them all. They began to crawl out of there faster and faster to save that catch. And you really looked like they were staging an escape from their own house. The guy shouted for them to stop because he urgently needed to pick up his mother, because of whom he had come all this way, and he was not ready to just give up. In order to survive, he needed his mother alive. Our main monster continued to do some nonsense, and grabbed his bat with which he attacked and broke everything around. He realized that she, too, no longer needed to fight to the end. After all, if he started doing this, he would lose all his monster friends, so he decided to kill himself so that they could be saved. The monster began to destroy everything around in order to build up this place where they were, because otherwise this guy would be able to get out and follow them, which would be a problem for his people. Everything around began to collapse and he began to suspect something, because absolutely everyone had fled except him, and he began to break everything here. The guy held his sword and realized that this crazy idiot was thinking that they would die together. The monster wanted to sacrifice himself. The guy wanted to make another attack, but suddenly he began to bleed completely and was unable to activate it. He threw away the weapon and began to feel even worse and completely vomited blood, because he could not control it. He wanted to take his sword because he understood that his mother would die if he didn't hurry to save her, because only he could do it. But he already saw how they ran away and everything around began to collapse, and the exit from this cave was blocked thanks to the main monster. He again missed the opportunity to save his mother because it was very close, and he could have done it any minute now. He didn't understand how this could happen. His hands simply couldn't move because it was bloody and all saturated with energy that didn't allow him to do anything. The guy was very angry. After all, he was already able to get to this place where his mother was, so that it was quite difficult. He shouted "Mom" and noticed how the monster continued to pull her far, far from these places where he fought with the main monster. The son shouted for her to forgive him for not being able to save her once again, although he really wanted to do it. His mother was still alive and understood that her son was not so mediocre, and he could do it. She just needed to wait a little to buy him time. The guy also knew that everything depended only on time, because soon the monsters would start eating you. She just had to wait. The guy shouted that he could definitely find her as soon as he dealt with this monster. The pain in her eyes never stopped growing. Absolutely everything was covered with stones, and the guy was left alone with this monster who wanted to kill him along with him. The guy thought this was the end. He was completely exhausted and could not move. He only looked forward and did not understand what was there. This monster wanted to continue killing him and stretched out its hand to snatch some organ from him besides the liver. The guy did not let himself be offended and took his blade to immediately end this. Otherwise he would not be able to escape. He shouted at him to back off and cut through the red thing he was holding in his hand and end this monster. The monster began to scream and evaporate right before his eyes. After all, that very place was the most painful for him, and he hit the nail on the head. Finally, he finished with him and realized that the last task that remained for him was to get out of this place, because the monster had destroyed everything with the help of his huge hands. He realized that he no longer wanted to die and he needed to get out of here. But suddenly some kind of explosion occurred right in front of him. Oh Han Chong didn't understand what it was and was very afraid because he definitely didn't want to experience new adventures after such a battle, since he was left barely alive. He looked with his eyes and said that this was not what he was thinking about, because otherwise the pace of his search would slow down much. And finally, the same old woman landed in front of him, and shouted that he could be found and was glad that he was still alive. Granny landed and the guy didn't understand who she was and why such a bright yellow light was coming from her that he had never seen before. Then Grandma finally saw his sword and realized that it was he who was Han Chan, whom his mother asked him to look after if she, God forbid, died. Granny said that looking at his appearance, she could tell that he had a hard time, and now it's time to leave this terrible place. Granny began to sparkle all over and the guy was very surprised that she landed on the ground like that, not sparing her old legs. The guy asked how Grandma felt after such a landing, because he didn't expect her to be so dexterous and dangerous. She took him together, and said that she was a friend of his mother, a guardian who kills sea creatures that he managed to notice. She hugged him and said that they call her Yuran. Grandmother sparkled all over with the help of her energy that enveloped her. Grandmother began to say that in this case, before she could continue the phrase, huge stones began to fall on them. The guy shouted for her to move carefully because he was very scared to fly in search of new adventures through huge stones. She wanted to get out of there, and held him upstairs and said that they would talk later when they were in a good environment. The dealer asked why they were stuck there for a long time or something else. He was very interested in this because she had to pay him. He was worried that these creatures were able to eat them, and they would not be able to get out anytime soon. At that moment, a huge orange arrow of energy flew out in front of him like a bullet, and the blood of these creatures scattered into different parts. The guy was shocked that Grandma could fly so much at her age and could control so much energy. Fortunately, they were able to get out of there before the place completely collapsed with stones and a little more, and they would not have survived. The grandmother flew to the top with a guy who was the son of a friend whom she loves very much and appreciates for the things she did. The dealer said that they were hot, and the guy still didn't understand how she was able to fly up with him. The guy didn't understand what kind of power a woman has in such years. And then he saw the dealer who was carrying him tied up. He introduced himself to him again, and said that he was the one who arranged the voice acting for you, and said with a mockery that he was very glad to see him. Granny hugged the guy and told him to stop talking and extended his hand and talked to him normally. Granny said that you are the child of everything that happened to him. He needs a lot of time to rest. But the guy couldn't stand it all. I didn't know that his mother was still in danger. He needed to save her before he died. Why did he behave like that? And then realize that it was all because of the loss of his mother, whom he loved more than anything in the world. Granny realized that everything was more serious than she even asked the dealer to take him to a place where he could rest. She also asked him what about his mother. The guy began to remember those moments when his mother was stolen, and he was getting worse and worse with every second, realizing that he might not see her again at all. He saw how she suffered in the hands of these creatures who dragged her under the water a few hours ago when she was living normally in everyday life. Then the guy woke up and screamed, and next to him sat his grandmother who was able to take care of him in such a difficult situation. Then the guy was surprised that he saw her nearby and asked where she asked him to just call her Grandma Yuran. Granny said that the guy is quite strong because he fell and only lay there for a week and has fully recovered. The guy woke up and didn't understand what was the use of this, because he was able to do it only a week later, and his mother was already 100% killed. He complained that he missed his mother again, and now he doesn't even know where she is or how to look for her. This task was not an easy one. Granny said that someone can and knows that the sixth sense can help her and save her mother who needs it. The guy realized something. The guy was asked if he knew what sea creatures eat, and he said that they eat the liver of people they really like. She explained that, to be more precise, it does not feed on the energy that is released by the liver. It is like life force for us. The strongest among the sea reptiles use their overwhelming power to force people to obey him and kidnap people. Collect them for several months, and then he eats them. Because he knew that the more fear the victim experiences, the more energy is produced by the liver and the stronger he becomes. The guy realized that the one who attacked his mother was the strongest among the sea creatures. Grandmother knew that if this bastard was looking for a cave where he could keep people locked up, then he would have to choose it. The temple is counting underwater caves. So she thinks that in this place there is a clue and they can safely find his mother. The guy grabbed his ball and understood that he needed to act quickly because otherwise they would waste a lot of time while he recovered. He said that he could try to save his mother again, and his grandmother said that it was too difficult for him, even though he was a very brave guy. This haunted him, and he asked why he couldn't address her as Granny, and she told him to call her Granny Yuran because immediately it was very principled. Grandma said that he keeps people locked up for 3 months, which gives them time frame with which they can act very intelligently. She explained that they did not have enough time to teach him to fight them because it would take a very long time. Grandmother said that she would intercede for him with a sheep and he would suddenly live in another village. He said that he did not want such handouts from her, and that he wanted to fight. He said that he missed his mother when she was very close and did not want to repeat it again because otherwise he would go crazy. He didn't want to retreat because victory really was almost in his pocket. Therefore, he was ready for all the difficulties that might come his way. He said that 1 month for training would be quite enough and was ready to train day after day to become better. He said that he doesn't want to lose again to this year that eats people's livers and is ready to take revenge on him day after day. The rest of the monsters fed on the energy he gave and they ate and survived from it. It was a terrible vision. He remembered absolutely everything and what a mouth that monster had, how it devoured absolutely everyone who fell into those teeth. The power in his hands was much greater than he could even imagine, and he had no idea who he wanted to fight with. He remembered how he cut through his hand and saw that the accumulation of energy in that place was much greater than he could even imagine. And this then confused him because he calmly cut through the rest of the monsters. The head of these miracles was much stronger than all of them, and yet he generated their energy through himself. After all, It was he who ate people's livers and tried to use its energy. He understood that exactly the same thing would happen to his mother, and could not allow it to happen so that it would not cost him, because his mother's life was the most important. Meanwhile, she was lying among a bunch of corpses who were also ready to say goodbye to their lives due to the fact that sea monsters attacked them at such an unfortunate time. He controlled absolutely everyone, and this monster had a huge amount of human liver in a cauldron that did not move. The main monster was glad that he had such an amount of energy that he would soon absorb and become much stronger. He screamed because he knew that everyone would obey him and controlled the needles he was holding. The monster opened some kind of portal with a huge hole in which something could be seen. Most likely it was a connection with another world. When he opened the portal, he saw his reflection and that someone was with him, as if in the mirror. It was as if his double was next to him. They began to sway to each other, and said in their own language that everything was under control and one would submit to the other because he was weaker in rank. The guy progressed very much and was able to make an excellent energy shot that he would have had to train for years if he were an ordinary boy. Granny said that the guy was great, and to be honest, she didn't think that even in a month they would be able to overcome it. But the guy was able to cope with all this even in 2 weeks and did not experience absolutely any consequences for his body because he knew that his mother was more important. She asked if he would regret it because there would definitely be no turning back. It was a one-way road, and if he lost, he would no longer be able to see absolutely no one, and not just his mother. The guy very bravely said that he would not regret anything about saving his mother, and he would hunt these sea creatures so that it would not cost him. The guy knew that in order to save his mother, he would hunt these marine personnel even until the moment when he could not feel his hands. Grandma knew that she was not going to be with him directly in just 2 weeks. She turned out to be quite a stubborn child. The guy is beautiful. I hope she doesn't think that his training was a waste of time, and remembered his mother. She said that it's not enough at all, and now he needs to move on to the next aspect that he needs to master. She said that they would go to the temple that guards the sea, and that it was there that there was a map of the Sea Kingdom on which all the underwater caves were recorded. Granny also said that the sea monks who guard him are very strong people who have been preparing for this for a long time, and therefore they will have to protect him like this. She knew that they would have to convince them to get all the benefits of this temple, otherwise they would not be able to save his mother. They started to move and suddenly stopped in front of some building that scared them very much, and each of them felt small goosebumps. The guy looked ahead and thought that this was the very place that said that there was a map where his mother could be. As they arrived, they noticed that the building was completely ruined and the defenses had been broken through. Looks like someone has already been here. Suddenly they noticed how some kind of monster was getting out from behind one of the boards of this building. It looked like some kind of reptilid creature was breaking free. It was those guys who prepared for this that were eaten by these creatures entirely thanks to their enemies who were sharpened like a scalpel blade. Granny began to do something and threw one orange-yellow thing into the sky, and a hard break began, which was very bright. Granny threw some strange substances on top. They mixed with black, yellow and orange colors and formed a small loop. Granny asked him if he could hear, because she wanted to find out what happened here during such a terrible period of time that they spent here until they were visited here. Grandma began to look at what happened to that guy and noticed how he was missing half of his body, which meant that it would be almost impossible to contact him. The guy noticed this and was very scared and disgusted to look at it. Indeed, the man was bloodied out of anger during this period of time. The man said with all his might that inside this building there were evil spirits. It was those bastards who did things to them that were incomprehensible to him. The guy realized that they could also steal the cards so that they would not be found on the trail, and that scared him very much. After all, this way he would not be able to find his mother. The guy with the granny rushed forward from the dealer, who was standing on the chauffeur so that if anything would control the whole situation that was happening in this damn world. The guy is getting faster and faster because he urgently needed to find a map with which he could save his mother. After all, that way he would recognize the cave. Granny told him that the guy should listen to her and listen carefully because at present what they had to do was very difficult. Namely, they must find out who leads the sea evil spirits and help the sea monks protect the map that was stolen during the campaign. The guy said that he had no problems with it and thought about seeing something strange ahead, and after all, they had to find this card and it didn't fall out of his head all the time. But how they approached the door and didn't notice that now everything was different. and this building was repelled by poisonous ones that were found only with sea evil spirits. The guy said that he would come in from the left, and very hesitantly took his blade and ours to act, because time was running out, and it was impossible to let these courtyards escape. Grandma said that his idea was good enough, but if something happens, he needs to urgently run and save his skin, despite all the problems. Grandmother told him that if something happens, he should send her signals to quickly get out of there, and not sacrifice himself in order to find the map and save his mother. The guy said that he understood everything and began to take action, cutting these centipedes one after another, clearing themselves and the path without getting into their poisonous thorns. These creatures just wanted to row him out, and he was the one who was interesting. They ate absolutely everything they could, and people were much tastier to them than fish. They continued to attack the young man who had to learn to repel attacks, but still he was able to do it, and put him up against them. During this time of training, the guy understood something very well, namely that in rare cases, people who have special energy in the liver can improve their physical abilities. He pushed off the ground to attack them from an unexpected point. After all, this way they would not expect him and would get a worse position. And he was also able to learn a special weapon like fiery energy that can only be used in the most difficult situations in life. This should have been used to create a crushing explosion here that no one could resist. He was able to make a huge hole with this explosion, and all the scolopendras scattered into small pieces before his eyes. After all, they were not so dexterous to repel it. The guy covered himself with his hand because after the explosion there was a lot of dust that prevented him from breathing normally. He understood that if he needed to go to where the map was, it meant that he had to go all the way down to the very depths. It was very strange for him. After all, I heard that people here are very strong, and it is unlikely that they could lose to some centipedes. He didn't understand why this happened so suddenly. Because of her back, a huge scolopendra the size of a car was walking. But then they told him to turn around because she started attacking from behind him, which became a very good lesson for the guy to always play to the end. She was already very close to his body, and he did not expect such an attack from behind that could be the final one in his life. But fortunately, he was able to repel this blow and cut through this evil spirits with the help of his blade and the energy that he has in his liver. He said a huge thank you and did not understand who suggested this to him. After all, it made its name from him for the first time. It was some guy in a scuba suit who was sitting on the floor and looked very small. The strange man said that he was Dong Cha Sung, and he was very scared that he was hiding. The guy did not understand what kind of small child was with him. The guy told him that he could get out of here if he went there first. He asked him to tell him where the map was. At that moment, he managed to take the sword from his hands, and the guy was very surprised because he had just saved his life and he was treating him like that. The guy didn't understand what was happening here and what he was doing, but the little one said that if he was going to find a map, then in that case he asked him to take him with him. The guy told him to stop talking nonsense and gave him the sword slowly, but he said that if he didn't take it with him, he would never give it to him. He said that the monks said that he was too small to fight, so he had to run away, but he couldn't leaving the monks here to die. Therefore, this weirdo stood on the floor and asked him to take him with him, when suddenly there were two huge monsters behind him who were already eager to kill him. When suddenly the monster grabbed him along with the sword and began to eat him away from all sides. The baby is clearly unlucky and will die. The guy was tired of all this. He understood that he needed to immediately move his feet and jumped up, realizing that this was some kind of curse. This weirdo continued to be swallowed up by the monster, and he died with huge screams asking the guy to help him because he was suffering so much. This creature was able to kill him by completely twisting his blood vessels and killing him, despite the fact that he was small and merciless. But suddenly at that moment he was able to kick these monsters and get out a little higher than them, which gave him a short break between fights. Fortunately, the guy returned for this young man and held his sword of moving all the parts of this monster into small pieces. Together with you, the person he saved, he was able to destroy, and in general some of them scattered into nice little pieces throughout the cave inside. His energy became stronger and stronger every day. He was finally able to get out of there, and was carrying a baby who had fallen into very unpleasant circumstances. The guy knew that a little more and something irreparable would have happened to him, and that he shouldn't have behaved like that from the very beginning. He simply agreed with all this and knew that he felt very bad. But suddenly he saw something ahead that made him stop and look at it from a different angle. He was very intrigued. The same granny stood in front of them, and she saw what happened to them and was very scared for them because it was very risky. She didn't understand why these creatures climbed endlessly. Most likely this was their lair from which they multiplied, but this did not give her joy. She was able to kill a huge number of these creatures, but they continued to attack her more and more every second. He realized that this was an additional part of the main body that needed to be killed. And then they would not have come out completely, and would simply rot. The guy finally realized that all these years had been crawling out of just one body, and suddenly the little assistant shouted that he had seen monks. She immediately noticed that this was the same map that everyone was hunting for. Everyone needed it to find all the secrets of this underwater world. The guy began to rush there. After all, it was with this map that he would be able to find his mother, whom he very absurdly lost due to the fact that he was not as trained as he should be. He rushed there to save this card and all the time kept with him this little friend whom he accidentally received from fate. He shouted to him to hold on tight because now they are starting a very interesting expedition in which everyone will have a lot of fun. The kid remembered how he asked the senior monk to come up to him because he had already trained a lot with a harpoon and could fight normally. He asked him to allow him, like all the other monks, to read a map and not books. After all, he was already able to read almost all of them that he had. The monk simply pulled him back and told him to stop doing this, showing it with just one movement that disappointed the boy. The head said that he forbids him to do this because protecting the map is not a toy for him. He must take this seriously because he could die at the hands of sea wickedness. The man told him not to go where he shouldn't, and it would be better if he focused on his studies so that he could stand up for himself later. Such words better not upset the guy because he tried his best to become much better and protect the map with everyone. After all, they were one in his opinion. Meanwhile, the guy cut down absolutely all the evil spirits that were in their way. He was able to cut it into tiny pieces so that you could not be reborn. He did this with great desire. After all, he wanted more and more to save his mother, who would get a lot. The kid was very afraid because he watched all this and couldn't do anything because he didn't really know how to protect the map because he was always reading books on the orders of his elders. The little one shouted the monks and saw them in the distance, because they were also stolen here and they became one with this monster that attacked them. The guy understood that this was just some kind of curse and he couldn't save all the monks because the number of monsters was much greater, and he was purely physically unable to do it. He also understood that the spread was becoming more and more difficult for him to control. But still, now he must figure everything out alone, because otherwise he will not be able to save his mother and gain experience to protect her, which he did not have enough last time. Suddenly the girl who was hanging on the pillar began to smile and something very, very strange began to happen. She became darker and darker and made me smile more and more. She seemed to come to life in the moment. The guy stood in shock and didn't understand what to do. After all, this is just some kind of hell, because he could barely cope with these monsters that surrounded him. And then there was another batch of nits. This girl began to fall in love with the same monster he had seen earlier, namely the one with white hair who looked like a wolf. He screamed and released new demons that were the remnants of the people they kidnapped, namely those who protected the map. The guy tried to fight back with all his might. It was hard for him to control it. He tried to cut these monsters that turned out from ordinary people. He couldn't look at it with his own eyes, he could barely stay afloat because it put a lot of pressure on his psyche, and he didn't know what to do. They began to understand that this freak began to attack them and prevent them from moving normally, which meant huge problems for their future. They noticed how one of these people began to behave very strangely, and did not control his body, and simply fly above them. Then the baby realized that this was the same person whom he needed to save, because otherwise he would have died, because he had no one left except the baby. This was the same senior monk whom the kid really valued, so he jumped after him to save him and the guy could not hold him back. After all, he was very eager to save the monk. He was faced with a very difficult choice, which included a card with which she would go to her mother and be able to calmly deal with this problem. Or he could save the guy who flew down in order to save the monk who was already dead due to the fact that his liver and all other organs were drained. The kid shouted to find him there because he really needed to follow the map in order to save his mother later because only he could do it. The kid tried to take off his spacesuit and shouted for the senior monk to get up quickly, but he didn't understand how he ended up here because he thought that everyone was dead. They saw that they could not lose a second, but this monster had already begun to attack them because they noticed movement on its territory, which meant new prey. The guy broke through with his energy to save them, because he understood that in people's lives, some card is much more valuable, because he could find it much later. He flew down and was already a meter away from protecting them, and created a very strong gust of wind that could do something for that monster. The guy felt very exhausted or unsteady. He felt uncomfortable being there and barely felt alive. The kid didn't understand what happened, and why he landed down instead of picking up the card and saving his mother, for whom he came down here in the first place. The guy grabbed him and started asking what he was doing now because he grabbed him with great force because he couldn't take the card. He yelled at him and asked what he was doing now because of him he lost the fattest catch he could ever get. The guy told him that bastard was trying to stun them on purpose. If he was distracted by this, he would no doubt die because he was letting in the most valuable people they were looking for. The guy said that he was very sorry and he didn't want to bring so much inconvenience to him. After all, this monk was a very important aspect of life for him, and he knew that if the eldest monk who raised him died, he would be completely alone, and no one would be able to teach him anything new. The guy understood that he had no friends, everyone underestimated him. Therefore, he said that he would first get up and then they would deal with these problems that had been organized. The guy said that we urgently need to get up because no one can be saved. After all, they are here and if they die from this, guessing will begin in the world. Then the elder said something, namely that instead of breaking through from the front, you need to do something else. He indicated that it would be better for them to go under the bridge located next to the map, and then they would not be able to get anything sensible. He also continued to say that most of the barriers were broken so the male evil spirits could easily destroy the walls and escape. The protection from the card has still survived and it will be easy for me to destroy it because he himself knows how difficult this task is. After all, he was the one who created it. He said that they would have to move in exactly that direction, and this is all the information that he could provide them. But the guy said that even this would be quite enough. He rushed with all his might to save his mother as quickly as possible. The monk told him very secrets that could not be told under the law of the state. The monster continued to play with them because it was fun for him to watch how the little people were trying to do something but nothing could be changed. The guy rushed like lightning and flew as if and he had no fear of dying or anything like that. He had a goal and he was moving towards it. The guy knew that his body was not quite ready for increased stress in unforeseen situations before he was finally exhausted. He had to figure it out. He continued to move forward using his energy, which was already running low. This was a rather difficult task that could not be solved by anyone who came along. The kid shouted to him to be careful because there are very scary places there, and the monsters are some of the worst in the area. The guy moved as best he could, and he was followed by a huge number of monsters who stretched out their paws to him to touch him and instill their beacon. He knew that all the creatures were attacking him at the same time and this was a very bad bonus card, because this way he would not be able to move normally and deal with everyone. The guy began to fight with all the monsters that immediately attacked him, and he became worse and worse, and two small ones watched this whole miracle. The baby screamed his name, and he realized that the guy had become dear to him in such a short period of time, although they had not really communicated before. But then, from the number of all the monsters, some powerful light began to emanate, emitting energy, and not everyone understood what it was. The guy was instantly able to cut through absolutely all the monsters and escape thanks to the training that his grandmother organized for him in such a short period of time. The guy was left alone with this main monster who controlled the entire situation but could not expect that the kid would be able to deal with his subordinates like that. The guy was very motivated and didn't care about anything in this life except how to save absolutely all his loved ones from these devils. The monster felt a really good opponent, and understood that he would have to sweat a lot in order to survive normally and continue to carry out his plan with a huge amount of liver. Thanks to his energy, he began to feel something and understood that the guy had very good strength that not everyone could control. The guy did not know that up to this moment he had to sacrifice a lot. No one else understood how difficult it was, and not everyone could lose as many people as the creature kills in such a short period in order to feast on energy. The guy extended his blade upward and pointed out that now the strongest confrontation in his life that he had ever felt would begin. He knew that now it was his turn. These two monks began to observe how the monster felt much worse because the guy was able to use his energy in the right direction. They watched it as if it were the northern lights that every living person wanted to watch, because it really looked like some kind of miracle of the planet. Malloy did not understand what was happening, because he had not yet seen anything in this world except how to read the books that the head himself showed him. Some kind of junction occurred and no one understood what happened because it looked very scary at the moment, and everyone began to worry about the guy who went into battle. She was not able to stand up for himself and stayed alive with the help of his sword and did not feel the very heavy force that began to disturb him. He felt pain. He also became stronger, and I realized that the key to victory was very close. He held his blade in his hand, which was completely filled with energy, and he knew that this was the last chance to end it all and no longer lose strength to save his mother. He stood on the very map that needed to be found to save his mother. After all, it was on this map that the places where the caves were located were drawn. The guy knew that a little more and he would have suffered a sad fate because of which he would simply die and be unable to move on. But thanks to the fire energy technique, it became easier to collect and release the chi energy that had accumulated in it after a large amount of time. The guy knew that the explosions were also strong and he feels that he has grown significantly. Perhaps if he does something wrong, he will be thrown out of his body. The monks looked at him and began to rejoice that the guy still remained alive. After such a fight with the same boss that absolutely everyone was afraid of, because meeting him face to face was equal to death, the guy said that everything was fine and he would soon come down to them thanks to his sword as soon as he accumulated energy. But suddenly something very strange began to happen to the monster that absolutely everyone alive who was there began to feel sad. He didn't understand that this happened, and after all, he did a lot to put an end to this monster. This is the third time he was able to kill it, but it just won't die. He didn't understand how he could still live and to see. He meant that the main body was already dead and after all, he was drinking it in front of everyone right now, pierced with his blade. He looked back and saw another huge monster who also wanted to attack him and get in because of his brothers, whom he killed one after another despite their size. The guy was asked if he knew about the weak points of the sea evil spirits that attacked them. The guy celebrated himself very uncertainly. As it turned out, they themselves do not have a liver and they drop this energy that they ate in their body. As it turned out, sea evil spirits have two ways to obtain the very energy with which they live. Namely, take a human liver or something bad. He meant to use the liver obtained from the sea reptile that leads them. This was the worst possible scenario. The guy stood on this map and in front of him was a huge monster from which came an even greater charge of energy than he could only imagine. This didn't even happen in the movies. The guy covered his face and was very scared that he would have to fight an even bigger monster for which most likely he was not yet ready. The two monks began to worry about the future and thought that they were already dead since they could not do anything even with an ordinary monster. They do not talk about their boss. And his liver was very amazing and it had purple energy, which was very different from all those that had come before. This monster was much larger than the others. And the guy was afraid to do anything. It was larger than the size of the house, which had plus or minus 16 floors. This monster called on some kind of force that could help him kill the boy who killed his deputy who found new victims for him. He started yelling and tried to pull in the guy who was standing on the very map on which caves were drawn in which there could be corpses of people. The guy didn't know what to do. After all, he was already a little wounded, but he was holding his sword from which energy no longer emanated, which frightened him. Meanwhile, these monsters killed the senior monk, and the little one watched as they ate his delicious liver, with the help of which I did not gain strength. Paulina's earphone. This is the end of the campaign because he used almost all his energy to kill his deputy, who was several times smaller than the boss. This meant only one thing, that he would end his life at the hands of the most powerful monster of these waters. He was already waiting for him to finish him off for the death of his deputy. They tried to snatch the card on which the guy was, because he stood on it very confidently and thought that he could win this war, but he only won the battle. And then at the moment, unfortunately, the chain was able to break, which meant inevitable consequences that would harm the whole world. The monster held this card and was glad that with its help he could do one important thing that he had wanted to do for several centuries. The guy understood that he needed to return the card. But the problem was that he had neither the power nor any plan to do this. The only option he had was to rely on his own strength. He knew that he couldn't allow them to take the card with which everything would be lost. After all, then he would have no chance to save his mother, and so he rushed into battle to get a map on which there were points of the caves. The kid screamed very loudly because he was offended that the senior monk was killed in front of everyone, and he could not do anything because he was a little one. They killed him in front of everyone. The rest of the monks were also killed. They were tied with chains. They were all covered in blood and also died from such strong monster attacks. This interested the guy very much, and he could not understand what he wanted to do and what he was trying to take away with the help of this case. He held the cards and wanted to take her, but the guy knew that he would never give up here and had traveled a path that not everyone could survive. The guy began to attack him, but the monster immediately reacted because the map was very important for him because it was the basis for the evil spirits of the depths. The monster continued to scream. He understood that the louder he got dirty, the more he would scare away the people who were trying to stop him from becoming stronger. The guy saw that the same kid was behind the controls and pulled some kind of lever that was able to pull off the card and lower the huge pins into the monster. The kid knew that there was still a powerful security device with which they could catch him once and for all. The baby was special in this topic because he was not allowed to develop. The guy shouted for him to stop because if this is so, then they will pay a lot for this at the cost of their own lives. The guy shouted to him that he was in danger because the main monster would not stand doing nothing and feel pain with the help of what was attacking him. The guy stood with a sword and saw how he didn't have time to do anything, and the monster was able to pierce the baby in the stomach and blood loss became inevitable. And the stranger shouted at him to immediately release the lever, otherwise he might die and end it all. After all, he was ordered to do this by himself, who knew everything about this topic better than anyone else, and so he could give up all the problems. The kid knew that if he didn't want to lose something, he had to fight for it with all his might, even though this would be his last minutes of life. The guy knew that she was actually more than cards. He loved only one thing, which one he hid for many years, but in fact, he just wanted to be with the senior monk in the next world. After all, it was he who taught him all the ideas and jokes. But the granny will not let her children be offended and flew to their aid, grabbing the baby by the scruff of the neck to remove him from the hands of the very monster that attacked him. Granny said that she passed across the road, which shocked the guy because he didn't think that she would come to his aid at such an important time for him. She knew that this cook was definitely too tough, that she needed to fight cooperatively to defeat them, because that's the only way they could do it. Granny said that she could help him and hit the water with her staff where these creatures were and an orange loop formed, which began to grow larger and larger and absorb the new lands. The monsters began to burn because Grandma completely set everything on fire, and they could not tolerate such a painful topic as fire. They hated him more than anything in the world. After all, it was he who made them vulnerable. But this was even very logical, because these monsters were underwater and the fire could not come into contact with the water. The guy noticed that the grandmother began to do stupid things and sacrifices to herself, and shouted her name. What they began to do could never be repeated. Granny told the guy to get ready because he also had to help them so that everything would work out. The kid didn't understand who she was and why she was helping them. His grandmother told him that he must not show his back to the enemy, otherwise he will remain dead, which is one of the main rules of battle. But the guy wanted to say that he only did this in order to lure his opponent into a worse position, and he did this on purpose to take a little break from all this nonsense, and activated his sword, with which he chopped absolutely any bones of these monsters. She began to scream in pain. After all, they all united together, and the granny with her strength, the guy with her blade, and the kid, with very powerful technologies, attacked one monster to neutralize it. Another charge of energy began to drain from the guy, although it was unclear where he was getting it from because he said that it was completely running out. The monster got worse and worse. He screamed in pain because fire was the most painful topic for him, and he could not control it. Also, the monsters tied with chains thanked the very security system that the monks made a few years ago to anticipate such situations. The grandmother told the baby not to worry about him, and to leave him alone because this is not a situation in which he will hesitate. The guy was holding a very brave sword and knew that he was about to be able to cut absolutely the entire monster into pieces and melt it in the base to the devil who was already waiting for him. He was able to calmly carry it through blow after blow, and did not stop for a second even though he had little energy. The monsters got worse and worse because he crawled through him into small pieces, and he could not connect in such a short period of time that he was given for this. He gathered everything into one hole and generally burst in everyone's eyes, because after this, the monster simply could not withstand the kind of energy that the guy had. The three of them stood there and everything happened as if nothing had happened. The baby continued to hold on to the lever, thinking that this energy would still be able to completely kill. The guy began to feel relief and understood that soon he would be able to save his mother, who he needed at such a difficult moment for support. He raised his head up and felt much better, knowing that the worst was over and he could finish this shit. He calmly exhaled and saw that the card was in such a familiar place, and the monster was destroyed right before his eyes. Good weather came and the birds began to sing after such problems that happened in this world. The monks began to feel much better, and everyone began to escape after such wretched conditions that the sea evil spirits had organized for them. The guy said that everything really happened exactly as it happened, because he hoped that he would be able to get the same card that was already provided to him. He noticed that this was the same map that he needed to get in order to find out where those caves were in which his mother could be hidden while still alive. The head monk explained to him that he was thinking everything correctly, and that the redrawn map of the Sea Kingdom was exactly like that. He explained that under the caves there are many cities that sank in the distant past, and since it is unknown where sea evil spirits may appear, a map of the Sea Kingdom was compiled and saved. It will be very difficult to examine her, especially all the smallest details that needed to be taken into account if he wants to carefully save his mother. And although he greets him a little late, it was necessary to do this, because the guy was able to do what he had not been able to do for several decades. He expressed his gratitude to them for the help he provided in the very same time they killed the sea evil spirits that swallowed up absolutely all the monks except one baby. He explained that thanks to the two of them, many monks survived, for which he is very grateful and does not even know how to thank him. But the most important thing was exactly what happened, and they had a baby who could not be lost at any cost. This baby was kept by them for a very long time, and they had been hoping for it for many years. After all, it was he who was able to inform them that the monks needed to be saved. He is very glad that he will be able to see this child who is doing absolutely everything to become a much better and qualified participant in this project. The head monk said that he was very grateful to him, and that Mrs. Iran would go and see because she said that she would help with the broken security devices. The guy felt like he had become a hero, but in fact he was able to save a huge number of people with the help of one grandmother, although he only started running after he thought about his mother. It was indeed a strange pattern, but very true. He understood that this was not so bad. After all, this way he could find those very places on this map and save her. Then the same dealer was behind him and asked if he was excited after such events that happened very recently. The guy was very scared because he silently hit everything behind his back and said that he was a real pervert who gave him goosebumps. But he said that he was not a pervert, but Manhwa. The guy asked him what business he had already come to him for, and he said that he should not get overexcited and that he had a small business. He told him that that's why the guy hadn't even started doing everything properly, and that he needed to choose a completely different method for this matter. The guy didn't understand and was afraid of what kind of unexpected nonsense he had created in front of everyone, and he said that he was stating the facts. He explained that this was a creature with which he had only dealt with an average level and that he had not yet fought the most important boss. Such words shocked him like everyone else. He explained that sea evil spirits are divided into three main classes. The deeper he is absorbed into the sea, the stronger his opponent turns out to be. He explained that Chongsam are the youngest creatures that live in the shallowest areas of the sea and at approximately 60 m. There is also another species called Hongi, which has already eaten several hundred people and creates Red Sea water around it, which is approximately 200 m away. There is also Hoikil, who always walks alone in the darkest depths of the sea, which is approximately 2 kilometers underwater. He explained to him that until this moment his opponents were only the weakest and below average, or even those creatures that had no level. The latter species uses the liver as bait, exploiting these creatures which they use for very casual actions. He saw how many people died because of only one topic, the liver. With the help of the liver they gain energy and become stronger. Many people have already been left hanging on the branches of these creatures, because they are waiting for the most opportune moment to feast on them. He explained that there are a huge number of victims who could not survive themselves. The dealer began to go to him and asked one very tricky question. Did he know one very important thing that had concerned him for many years? I started telling him to think about it, because a child who ignores dangers will not just get in the way of grandma. But the guy shouted no, which shocked the dealer, and he realized that he was not yet ready to accept such serious information. The guy said that he is not going to stop as long as his mother is alive. He will fight for her until he loses his pulse, until the strongest monster eats him. And even if he has to destroy all evil spirits, he will do it. The dealer said that if he was so confident in himself, then let him do it, and tried to wrap his red thread around him again. But this time he said that even if it gets worse than now, nothing will change, and the dealer was ready to use his cable car on him. But the guy was already experienced, and knew that he would just want to tell him a lesson, so he knew how to act, and used his sword for its intended purpose. He held it in his hand, knowing that he would now throw this thread on him, and he would easily cut through it without any problems. While the guys began to fight with each other with their glances, the same little monk called them and said that their grandmother ordered them to come to her. Red smiled and realized that there was a smell of a very clean situation here, which made him very happy. The dealer knew that grandma was treating this guy so well for a reason. He told Hong Chong that he would look after him while he was on his territory so that it wouldn't cost him, and patted him on the shoulder. The guy said that he didn't need that kind of worry because now there were only 2.5 months left to save his mother. He understood that right now he had to start preparing for the next battle, otherwise he would regret it. Meanwhile, the guys were very surprised that he would have to organize a memorial service after they found out how many people died in these territories. Granny said that their job is also to honor the memory of the dead who could not endure the sea evil spirits, and sometimes they have to postpone things for a while. She said that lanterns are lit here in memory of the dead, and survivors are obliged to replace those who died fighting sea evil. The guy said that he had never done this, but the kid was very mischievous, and said that he would explain everything to him, and it would be as simple as shelling pears. What name should be written to read on the lantern when they launched them up in order to remember the dead? Grandmother told them to light a fire inside and release the lanterns so that they would fly up and follow their destiny. Kid asked him if there is a name that he would really like to write to remember his loved one who unfortunately died from evil spirits. Then he began to remember those people with whom he was on board that ship in those years when it was hard for him. They always supported him, and now they are sitting below under the depths. The guy said that at least he really has someone to write in this case, and he is not the first, and not the last to do this. He took a brush to paint exactly the same guy who was able to protect him while passing on the ship. He also wrote to other people who were able to earn him not a lot of money due to the fact that they worked all together hand in hand. The guy began to set his lantern on fire in order to launch it upward, and so that all wishes would come true, and these people would live in better worlds. The guy was holding a lantern and was already thinking about how it would fly up, and wrote on it only those people he knew, those with whom he spent quite a lot of time during the period while he was in that village. He took and released the flashlight upward. I understand that these people will never return to this world, and he calmly remembered them in parts of the feats that they accomplished. Many yellow lanterns rose up, and on each of them were written the names of people whom the monks and all the other people who were nearby were very fond of. They lined up beautiful figures at the top, and people began to remember all the good moments that they spent with those people whom they wrote on these lanterns. It was very hard for them to realize that they would never see them on this earth again, because the last years of their lives that were not spent with them were some of the best. The guy also stood and remembered those people who were with him in the Navy. After all, they absolutely helped him, and knew that he didn't have much money to live normally. He knew that from his village only one survived. He was all of them. Absolutely all the people who were like relatives died to each other. He didn't know if he could be called lucky, but this was obviously some kind of bonus for the efforts he put in. The grandmother said that no one could know this. But the guy asked the grandmother, and it really seemed strange that he was the only one who survived. But the grandmother interrupted him and said that now these thoughts simply don't matter because there are people whom they must save if they love them. She knew that since this year's attempt to take the card had failed, they would become much angrier to attack them next time. After all, the more failures you get, the more valuable the very prize that you would like to receive at the cost of your life becomes worth to you. He knew that his mother was still in those places where people simply did not choose to live. It would be a miracle if she survived. Granny knew that this monster was able to send stronger evil spirits with which I would not be able to defeat them. Grandmother knew that from now on she would need to add this child to them, who was very smart and knew everything about these things. Meanwhile, the monsters were dying one after another because they were simply not given rest. Someone decided to also hunt for these killers, because the guy and his granny would already be in a different place. The monsters flew off after another in the summer, as if they were seeds. It was like a warm-up before some serious fight. People began to be afraid and did not understand what was happening and who was able to do all this and kill all these evil spirits that began to attack them. People were afraid of what kind of monster was among these creatures who could scatter absolutely everyone into the corners of this room. It was some unknown person who was contacted by the same dealer using the call that his grandmother gave him. The stranger asked him why he was there, and he replied that a newcomer had appeared. The guy continued to train, his strength becoming greater every second because his granny trained him very sweetly. The dealer asked the granny at night if she wanted anything more than that. After all, this also surprised him, because such power could not be kept within himself. Granny said that he should be able to hold out without her. He also has to deal with this alone because she can't follow him all the time. The dealer said that it was getting very hot, and the grandmother suggested that they stand at a distance because otherwise the guy might hurt her, even though they are his close ones. Well, except for the dealer. He began to remember how the dealer would monitor him, and he felt no one after listening to such instructions. He was wondering how quickly the guy would go crazy and some kind of conflict arose between them, despite the fact that the guy behaved very adequately. This conversation made the guy very upset, and he didn't understand whether he had to beat around the bush because it only hindered his development. There were road navigators sitting on the mountain who were watching the guy train, and one of them told him to listen because they could provide them with good help. The guy didn't know what to even say, because he could have used help, which would not have been superfluous in this situation, because he had to fight his opponents right away. The guy knew that according to the map, the nearest deepest cave is in this area and there is a very high probability that his mother is there. He knew that it would be very difficult to get through the entrance to the cliff where sea demons live, and even if it took a long time, he would have to go around the passage. He did not understand what was happening ahead and who was fighting against the demon. He was very interested in the sound that had been coming from there for a long time. Very strange things happened there, only with a different force. This confused the guy very much, and he even got scared. Intelligence was very angry. After all, they told him not to go there until they completely checked everything, but the guy rushed despite the rule. Meanwhile, some guy was below and was surrounded by evil spirits who were about to cut him into small pieces, because it turns out that this was where the entrance to the cave was. The guy asked the monsters to wait, and was afraid that they were about to cut through him. After all, they had to protect these territories and not lose the prey they received. He shouted with all his might so that I wouldn't stop. The monsters didn't care, and they were already swinging their huge pickaxes to hit him. But fortunately, the guy didn't have time to cut through his weapon with his sword and was able to save the man who was just getting out of the cave, and came across these monsters who didn't care at all. The man was in shock. He didn't understand how the guy had such powerful energy, and how he knew how to dress him with it, because this was not destined for everyone. Moreover, he would not have done anything if he had not appeared. The guy jumped off the ground and began to continue beating these monsters, killing them just zero, as if they were some kind of punching bags for him. The guy approached him and said that he was in danger, and that's why he should raise his hand up because the guy was very hurt. The guy looked indestructible and stood watching as these monsters decomposed behind him. It was his powerful energies that tormented the man, but these were not the remains of the monster, but new descendants of which the guy wanted to cut with the help of his blade and swung his hand to do this. But suddenly a dealer appeared who came to his aid and wanted to make it better for everyone and kill that monster alone. He shouted at him to get out of the way and not get in his way because he could deal with these monsters himself, and it was not the best idea to go without permission. At the moment Vera hit the floor, his emotions shattered into small pieces and his blood flew completely over the entire cave. The man was shocked and the guy didn't understand how this was happening because he didn't know that the dealer had such abilities as his. But it was a week, and this person was able to have such cheerful energy as a guy that haunted absolutely everyone. The stranger was able to turn this monster into pieces and show all his energy. This newcomer asked him whether he was here without his grandmother or not, because he had been looking for him for a long time due to the fact that the dealer told him this, but he did not reveal it. The girl asked if he knew where his grandmother was. Her name was Duma, and she was 15 years old. She looked like another master who has your energy. The guy asked who she was and why did I need information about my grandmother, because few people knew about her, and they did not disclose such things. But suddenly he began to understand that this was the guardian that his grandmother was talking about, and he also thought that he was his age, but the power was much greater. He told him to already post where they would or would speak to him differently, but suddenly he heard some terrible smell from afar. Yes, the guy didn't understand what stock she was talking about, and what was going on in her life. She knew that she urgently needed to get information about her grandmother or she couldn't lose this opportunity, and swung her hand to hit the guy. He shouted to Kia and there was a good explosion that could cause good consequences due to which a lot could fall on his head. The stranger could extend his peg to him, which had enormous energy to inflict serious scratches on the guy, and he would tell him where the granny was, but the guy was able to hold on to such power with the help of his sword. I didn't understand how at 15 years old you could have it, especially if she was younger than him. The guy tried to hold back his attack, shouting what he was doing because a fight between his own was the stupidest idea I've had in the last year, and then he began to look into his eyes and understood something. Perhaps the baby did not know where Grandma was, because he is still very weak in this topic. The guy was screaming and in pain, saying that he had gone crazy and she would have finished him off. It was a terrible sight that didn't cost you money. He said that he judges by smell and knows that civilians smell of sweat, and he smells of burnt liver, which is very suspicious in times like these. But he told him that he had mixed everything up and didn't understand what it all meant because he looked like an ordinary citizen who was already fighting with him. He shouted that he didn't know and began to attack him. Then he would need information about his grandmother. He would need to check. Granny began to watch all this together with her dealer, who was happy and knew that good things were happening there. The dealer said that since the guardian came, he would guide her through and he said to leave it alone, and she would know how to act. She said that everything was fine and smiled very suspiciously, and perhaps this was some kind of test for the guy. She told him to tell her everything, because these two energies were almost equal and fought one-on-one as if this was the most important match in life. The guy shouted that he didn't know where she was and asked him to stop doing this because otherwise they would fight for a very long time. Stranger asked him who is the guy next to you and he said that he is covered in blood and also doesn't know anything. But he continued to fight and said that he believed his nose, which emitted a very good smell, that the guys were very familiar with sea creatures and knew how to act with the energy of the liver. He was worried about one fact. After all, this guy had a very good talent, and it was a very important strength that he lacked. He didn't understand why the young man was so fast and how, having just learned this fight, he was able to dodge his techniques many times. Hong Chong felt absolutely every blow because it had very painful consequences. And he thought that at this rate he would not be able to complete his mission. Suddenly, a stranger who had experience in this area was able to hit him on the neck, and he realized that such blows were simply unbearable for him. He knew that absolutely every blow that he would hit would be fatal for him, because even after one he began to spit blood. The stranger was able to send his wall with a crushing blow. This feeling that he was getting worse and worse because completely different numbers of stones with different masses were falling on him. They didn't get to know each other, didn't understand what was so bad about it, and continued to beat him. After all, this way he felt stronger, and hoped that he would get information about his grandmother. And even if he is a Real Guard, what will this give him, and how can he get valuable information from this in a nutshell? The stranger told the man to get up from here because he didn't need him. But he already said that there was this child there who was injured. But suddenly he heard the guy say no, and such a strong statement put him in an awkward position because he thought that he had killed the young man. The guy shouted that he didn't need to say anything and flew at him to finish him off for all the things the stranger had done to him. He was able to break through the spot of a huge number of stones with his energy, and send the man and the stranger down to pay for their deeds. The dealer's friend didn't understand what was happening, and how the guy could survive because he thought that so many stones could easily kill him. Hong Chong said that there was no point in this and held out his blade, realizing that he had to act decisively otherwise he would die. The stranger understood to me that this suddenly happened and where he got so much energy from because, according to his calculations, the guy should have died even after his blow. But suddenly he noticed that the energy did not stop becoming weaker, but on the contrary, it was gaining more and more strength. The guy said that he tried to be good but he crossed the line, and so he will have to punish him with one little sin. He will kill him at any cost so that it doesn't cost him, because he could hurt his honor, which has no price and no justification. The guy continued to fight with him because it would be your life too, because he found himself an opponent on equal terms, and who also has such strength as him. The stranger did not understand what kind of strength the guy had, because he thought that he was much weaker, but he had just acquired the full taste of this topic in which he was training. He didn't understand why the guy had such a strong smell because he thought that he was just some newbie according to the dealer who lied to him, although he didn't know it. The guy was already behind and wanted to turn his head and he wanted to kill him because of this. Revenge must be doubly painful. But the stranger was also quite strong and knew how to act in such situations and therefore blocked his blow with his fist. Touched nothing, a very strong battle of two energies began, which was not worth the consequences they would cause. The stronger energy still began to dominate because of this. The stranger simply flew away from him in a matter of seconds. He barely survived after such an attack that the guy provided his wife and he was completely shell-shocked because the energy, and which he had was not enough. The guy didn't want to give up and continued to deal damage to him because he almost hit him with his attacks at the very beginning. This battle lasted for quite a long time and everyone did not leave there as a winner in the summer and wanted to lose their honor and dignity for the title of the best. The guy realized that this kid is strong enough, but he has never met such good opponents except the granny who trained him. He didn't understand how he became so strong because just now he was very weak and now he became much stronger. He noticed how the boy's speed continued to increase every time he fought with him. This haunted him, and he was afraid that he would lose this battle. He felt that he needed to fight to the end, but he understood that he did not have as much energy as the guy received after each good attack. But this only angered him, and he said that he was a stinking brat who did not deserve to live with him and fight against the sea evil spirits. He shouted at him so that he wouldn't be arrogant, use his power, which is being copied, for quite a long time while he fought off the attacks of the guy who was just gaining energy. Hong Chong did not expect that he would start fighting against him like that because he knew that the guy was not as strong as he initially saw him. The struggle was very strong and everyone did not want to retreat, which did not give any advantage in the given situation that had developed. They flew into each other to finish this once and for all. After all, so much struggle was simply stupidly wasted. The guy didn't know if he could repel this attack and became very serious because he was preparing to repel it. He had already swung his blade to hit it directly at his vodka, which he was planning to hit. He presented his sword to his hand and there was just an incredible explosion of chi energy that each of them had in very good condition. As soon as they touched each other, very strange things began to happen with the sword and such a large charge began to emanate from these places. The guy was able to cut his hand with his sword and his blood began to flow, which each of them did not expect, because the guy thought that he would simply block the attack. The stranger said that he even fought very well, but he thought that the guy was completely frail and that he would not be able to kill him. Hong Chong told him not to even hope because he was ready to fight back and punish him for the things he did to him. He knew that he couldn't afford to lose any more and was ready to punish him with death for you. The tricks he pulled. He also had to save his mother to win. Granny was able to scatter them and said that this was enough and each of them flew to the sides, not expecting that Granny would intervene. She was very happy and said that she would consider this as their greeting to each other. Each of them began to feel pain after the grandmother hit them. They started arguing with each other that this boy tried to hit him and the other said that it was self-defense. They screamed like little children, Granny said that this child is really an explorer. His smell must have mixed with many others. A lot has happened recently. And the dealer did not understand what happened. The guy didn't like the fact that she would accompany them because a lot of conflicts could arise because of this. And meanwhile the dealer began to hug her and try to calm her down. But she sent him off in 3 letters. Granny knew that this girl would be able to help them because she loves to fight, and also spends the night not only with sea creatures, but also what paths need to be chosen in order to go correctly. Granny said that her help in finding his mother would not be available to Cinema, and this information made the guy very tense. After all, they almost killed each other seconds earlier. Granny said that from now on this girl joins them so that they can normally follow all the paths that she knows. The guy didn't really like this, but he knew that it was better this way and therefore did not become indignant. Granny continued that now they have something to do. An hour passed and they started talking to each other, and the girl said that if it weren't for Grandma, he would have been dead a long time ago. Hong Chong said that she grumbles like a new child. But she almost lost to him because his energy was just gaining. They didn't like it, and she wanted to fight him again because he started talking to her like that. They started calling each other names and said that if they started fighting each other again, he would lose. An hour ago, Granny told them to split into 2 groups with the help of which they could find something, namely caves in which those same creatures could be located. So it was implied that you didn't know that the cave with the creatures was already somewhere close, and they would be looking for how to enter it because there was a small entrance there. She knew that since everything here is very complicated and confusing, you'll simply forget yourself and won't be able to get up. Divided into 2 groups, the guys and the girl who almost killed each other were left on one side so that they could make peace. This was Grandma's plan. They started arguing with each other because they didn't like the fact that they would be together. After all, before that they were the main enemies and almost killed each other. The grandmother explained that with her abilities they would be much safer and together they would be able to find much more information. The grandmother told her that this boy was really a person and the grandmother reminded her how researchers should behave. Because of such words, the girl was upset and she understood that she would have to obey the order of her grandmother, because otherwise she would scold her very much, because that order of the researchers was the law. She knew that there was only one law, to kill the wickedness of the sea and help people who needed it. In the end, everything worked out so that the guy had to force out, but I'm sure that this will not end well because he knows his character. Then the girl sniffed something and was unable to obtain very important information about this place where they were. She started sniffing and the guy asked why she was doing this because the uncle told her to go there, and he was much more experienced and more skillful than her. Then she was able to break through something and used her power, which was lightning purple. She needed to know something. He shouted at her to stop doing nonsense, and didn't understand why she was doing it, but she showed the hole that had formed. She said that this wall was only a few days old and there was a strange smell coming from there that had been bothering her all this time. The guy realized that her capabilities were actually high class and that she was capable of a lot. This will be very useful for them on the road. The researchers did not understand why there were only corpses here and began to dodge from there because this smell was killing them from the inside. And the investigator said that it seemed to him that he should stay as far away from this place as possible because it smelled very strongly. Suddenly he noticed something and was very scared because what he saw next simply sent him into shock. For some reason, his hand began to bleed and it was as if he had lost it in an instant. His palm felt separate, and he did not understand what was happening. His left arm completely fell off, and he screamed because he felt pain from how his arm was simply cut through. The guy and the girl did not understand what was happening and began to get very worried. After all, this could be the reason why they could not find this lair. They started screaming and didn't understand what was happening to this, and the investigator who lost his arm because it looked like some kind of nightmare. At that moment they started to run away because they were about to be kidnapped. They understood that they had to save their asses or else pay for it with their lives. The guy and the girl each took one researcher and began to climb up, realizing that there was danger waiting there from which they had to avoid. The guy shouted for the uncle to get ready, but he couldn't do it because his hand had just been cut off. And finally they were able to climb up and felt that the problem was about to disappear. But it was not to be. The guy and the girl noticed very scary things that sent them into a not very good position. They understood that there was no one here except them. Suddenly, in a moment, they saw that everything began to bleed. It was the same black evil spirits that killed people in order to get liver energy. These monsters began to rise higher and higher, making themselves one huge scarecrow that wanted to kill them. They had to act as a team because otherwise they would not have been saved. In front of them stood a huge monster made from small parts. The guy said that he had never seen anything like this, and the girl said that it was the first time she smelled such a smell, so they would have a hard time and they would act with it for the first time. They did not understand the main thing, whether it was the body of the monster or something else against which different tactics were needed. The guy said that in any case, we need to fight and figure it out, because otherwise they will die and he will not save his mother. The guy and the girl understood that they urgently needed to act against such a monster. But usually the researchers couldn't do anything about it because one rewound the other's hand. The guy asked the girl if she had ever seen such a monster, is it evil or not? She said that you have a possible video of such a monster in appearance, but she has never heard its smell. The guy realized that first he would need to be tested very strongly. After all, they had never seen such a monster before, and this would be the first time for them. The guy decided to check it out, and waved his blade and tried to chop off some part of this monster that attacked them. The monster felt more and began to scream to see the guy cut through it with his blade, but this creature did not want to give up on this. She got this one, it became smaller. But then she immediately slid you back into one hole and formed after the guy's attack. He didn't understand what the hell was going on, because usually when he killed a monster, he fell into pieces and calmly evaporated. But then the monster was able to hit him in the face. I felt that I lost here because I used the wrong type. People began to scream because these monsters continued to attack them with their very unusual techniques that they had not yet heard of. The girl was angry at this monster, and he was much stronger than they thought. The girl had already begun to swear because she could not contain her emotions. She shouted at him and hit him with her fists, which she had incomprehensible but very effective energy. Hong Chong did not give up because he understood that no one except him could save his mother, because of whom he got into these problems in the first place. The monster did not want to stop its attacks and began to kill the researchers who were simply escorting these two super teens. Some strange movements were happening in this place, and the girl's energy could not kill the monster, but on the contrary, made it stronger. The monster just wanted to kill them because that was his main goal. It was because of this that he was put in this post. Suddenly, in a moment, the monster fell together and began to move straight towards you into the cave that they needed to get into. They didn't understand why the monster was leaving, and the girl decided to contact Grandma. After all, that's how they would have understood, because Grandma was more experienced. The guy told her to take care of the others and jump down after this monster to find that same cave and deal with this evil spirit himself. He knew that he had no more than a month and a half left to save his mother, and this would not be enough if they measurably combed this place. He knew that if he followed the path used by sea monsters, he could get to his mother in the shortest possible time. The guy moved at speed down to get to the place where the monster fell and did not let go of his trail for a second. But suddenly he felt some obstacles in front of him, and stopped for a while. Although he could not do this, he fell and felt pain. The monster was able to notice him and began to attack so that he would not pursue the very den in which his mother was hiding. The monsters decided not to give up and, on the contrary, attacked him in order to kill the surveillance behind their back, which they valued very much. The guy realized that this was such an expected move, but at such a distance he could calmly deal with them. Suddenly he noticed that the monsters from above began to attack the girls, and she jumped with him to help find his mother. The monster was surrounded on several sides. The guy shouted for her to get out of here because she could get hit, and then he would get a lot of problems from his grandmother. But she told him to fall down, and continued to attack the monster because now they were one team that had to help each other in any situation. She shouted that he was ignoring Grandma's order to stick together and do whatever he wanted, so she jumped with him. The monster began to get back from warriors like them, because they had the freshest energy that could be obtained. The monster began to feel much worse and could barely hold on after the girl was able to attack him, but he did not waste time and was able to attack again. They began to squeeze the monster with all their strength, and he did not know how to get out from this side because he was squeezed from both sides. The girl got angry and said that she couldn't look at this while he was attacking and killing the evil spirits himself, and it was as if they had reunited to kill the monster. She said that she couldn't just sit and look at this. I didn't squeeze this creature from both sides with the help of my energy, which my grandmother was able to train them. The monster simply turned into splinters of spruce and remained as something to exist at all after it was squeezed like a tin can. He could not control himself and plopped down where he was exploring to bring new information about his evil spirits, for which he fought. Finally, they couldn't fall down and they barely survived such a fall. Moreover, after such a fight where they used a lot of their energy, the guy said that they were already quite deep, but she got angry and didn't understand. Why the hell was it so sudden to jump out here? After all, they could die, despite the fact that there were two of me. The guy said that in any case he could stand up for himself, but he also asked what happened to the others. The girl said that because of him they had to hide him in another cave, and the connection with Grandma was also interrupted. Suddenly, this concert jar that these two made began to go somewhere and move along the stream of water that was next to them. The guy said that he thought that she was heading towards her main body, and she was surprised that this animal had not died yet. He said that he remembered part of the map, and somewhere here there was a separate large cave that he remembered very well. He understood that if she was heading towards the main body, they would be able to find his mother, who was right in those places. He knew that they would be able to track this thing while at the same time finding a screaming way to get to them. They understood that they could kill the bird's friend with one stone. 30 minutes ago, when Grandma was moving with the dealer, he said that he had a small question. Can I tell him to ask it and not drag it out? He asked why she combined these two. Because he said that he wanted to look after the guy so that he wouldn't do any trouble. Granny said that everything would be done if only one thing was done, which was very banal but obviously working. She said that after a guy survived alone, he tends to trust only himself and no one else. But there is another option that can change everything. Namely, if he wants to save someone, he will have to teach him how to work, and then he can become much stronger thanks to the team that he has. She would like him to have a feeling with which he could work together with everyone in this world. Namely, she wanted him to have the feeling that he could trust someone to cover his back and fight this evil spirit himself. She also understood that she was waiting for me. I need you. Some kind of contact occurred with the help of which they began to feel much better. She had one very good guess, but she couldn't explain it in words or thought about the consequences. The grandmother noticed how in front of her there was a huge quarry with the help of which she could see all the evil spirits that were hiding in these caves. The guy and the girl looked up and realized that they were in a very bad time. I was in a good place, because what stood before their eyes was terrible. They saw how a huge number of corpses were hidden in these rocks and people were simply cloned and hidden in these caves that were completely stuffed with blood. There were a huge number of them, and the guy and the girl didn't understand what it was and how they were even able to stuff them there. There was only one answer, that they were grown in these caves. Ordinary people shouted for help. After all, they were dying from being burned and turned into sea evil spirits that attacked people and ate them. They began to melt into pieces, and all they had left was their liver, and the rest of their body became evil spirits. This phenomenon scared these two very much, and they did not know what to do. After all, they found themselves in very terrible places where they could commit suicide. But they didn't notice how small pieces of liver fell into the hands of one monster whose finger was the size of a car. It was a huge monster that ate them. He was wearing a hat, and a very strange appearance that scared the teenagers. He began to remember about the bowstrings that the dealer had told him and realized that this was the same guy. This monster began to make some strange body movements that caused discomfort and consequences for the teenagers. The guy realized that he needed to act, and this creature began to block the exits so that they could not get out of this cave somewhere. The girl took his hand and they began to move as a team, with the help of which they combined their strengths and began to work even harder. They shouted fish stink and began to kill these reptiles who killed their relatives and, in general, the village in which ordinary people lived. But the girl couldn't let him attack normally, and he asked what she was doing. After all, he had already attacked him, but she told him to like him. She noticed that the stone began to melt, and that they were about to fall into the water from which they would have no chance because there were very dangerous chemicals there. She told him that before the connection was lost she wanted to tell him something. It seems like the information she knew would be better if she used it before going there. Granny told her something using a walkie-talkie on which they communicated and always wore an object on their head to transmit data. The grandmother told her that she thought that one sea monster had made several sea nests in different places, and only one monster could be capable of this. She understood that this was the same miracle that was at the very bottom and had the title of the last blue class, which everyone called the upper class. Surely it was. She told her that if the two of them encounter him, they must do everything to escape from there, otherwise they will pay with their lives, because no one has ever managed to kill such a monster. The guy understood that he needed to act very bravely after this information that the girl told him. He had no desire to do anything at all. This monster feels even angrier because his child was killed right before his eyes because he saw right through this entire cave. This monster wanted to control everything himself, and he was ready to kill these children who broke into his territory without his permission. Absolutely all the cells of his charges began to gather into something more than an ordinary monster. The guy knew that the escape route was blocked. The girl couldn't contain her emotions and stupidly cursed because the consequences that would haunt them for many years were irreparable. She spent the night realizing that this was really very terrible, and remembered the time she was kept in a prison for teenagers. She screamed that this was just complete crap from which it would be impossible to get out and that their life ended at the stupidest moment. The guy calmed down and knew that first he had to find a way to return and tell everything to his granny. But the girl said that he was completely crazy. What kind of nonsense did he start talking about? The girl said that if Grandma was right, then the entire nearby territory is the domain of this monster, and is almost certainly in them during the passage that they have been looking for a long time. The guy realized that this meant very big problems because the monster was approaching them faster and faster every second to finish them off, and he began to control the situation, but not completely, because there were many more of these creatures and he was only one. He knew that they had to kill him, otherwise they wouldn't get where they needed to go. If they didn't do this, then his whole life would be meaningless. She said that for the first time in her life, his idea might actually be correct. And she began to put her fists together to attack these creatures. She called him a fish, and the two of them attacked these monsters that did not stop growing in number. There were a lot of them. But for the third species, this was not the last toy, and he decided to finish off these small teenagers who were able to kill already a large number of evil spirits that he had generated. The power of ordinary people began to gradually fall into him, and he became stronger because he knew that he could not survive the battle against such energy that they had together. The monster began to absorb their powers, and the people he absorbed became weaker every second, and he became more and more powerful. These creatures decided to finally kill the guy because he killed their brother who went on reconnaissance because there are some strange things in the cave. The guy realized that this monster uses recycled pipes to spread the foam from which the evil spirits were formed. But he knew that despite his high class this is very obvious, and this is a rather difficult enemy, but with which he can cope. These monsters began to attack him and did not stop, becoming more sluggish. After all, he already knew how to end this without making much effort. But suddenly he began to see his mother, who might have been among these corpses in which there was only foam. And the guy didn't do anything, but the girl was afraid that he was about to die and decided to help him and protect him from behind. She was able to repel this from the blow, and I could not hold back the guy who had already distracted the moment that his mother may have already become foam. The girl asked him what he was distracted by, because he could have died if she had not been there, and moreover, he would never have saved his relatives. The girl asked what kind of wound he had, and she said that they should have left earlier before he got hurt. But the guy said that this creature knows a lot. He said that she has a lot of information about him with which she can control his mind. He knew that this was a mismatch, and the monster was aiming at him right away. The guy began to imply how it all happened and why it all coincided at this very moment. He seems to know that they are here. The guy realized that for some reason he didn't want to kill them right away and was enjoying playing with them. The guy began to have visions and he felt it. He understood that he simply would not allow things to go according to his scenario and took his sword to fight to the end, because this was not his style. The girl looked at him and understood that now she would also risk her life if she did not choose the right option and what to do. The guy said that he shouldn't allow everything to be the way he wants it, and to distract this bastard, he needs something more than she can think. He needed her help, and he asked her very unexpectedly that she became stupefied and did not know how to proceed. She began to have some strange feeling, and she did not understand if he had any kind of plan at all, but she asked him about it. The guy began to assume something and told her to dry it off. After all, he had one very bad theory. They began to whisper in her ear, and the guy began to explain to her some very interesting strategies while the monster was approaching them. He asked her if she understood all his instructions that he gave her, and she replied that it seemed to be completely. The guy said that then he would have to start first to show how it was done because he was much older than her by a whole year. He flew up to show her how to properly beat up this evil spirit, with the help of which he could go to the mat to fight the main boss. This grandfather began to fight off his attacks, but he barely understood that this guy had really given him a threat that could harm him. The guy rushed forward to kill this creature as quickly as possible and get up to tell everything to his granny, who already knew a lot about the situation that had happened. He was able to fight this monster very bravely and cut its limbs into a net so that it could not harm him. He could barely fight because he was bleeding, but still he had to cut off parts of the monster and fight until the last drop of blood. He took his sword and tried to do absolutely everything in his power using the energy that came from this weapon, but everything seemed to work out for him, and the plan he came up with the girl was coming true, but he still felt in great danger. After all, he had never spent so much energy at once. He understood that with such persistence, nothing would work out anyway. After all, the monster was a head taller than him, and this did not mean that he was taller than him, but higher in the power of other techniques. But he understood that there was still very little left, and he needed to do only the smallest thing that would affect the result. What if he shouted, "Now I activated some kind of technique," while he was training? His monsters began to burst and bleed. After all, they did not expect that the guy would be able to carry out such a cunning and skillful trick behind his back. The monster didn't like this very much, and he began to show his dissatisfaction, realizing that now he was about to lose to some teenager at least as far as the last level, not counting the chapter. He understood that these fools decided to mock him by coming up with such an adventure in which he takes part in the role of a sucker. These monsters turned into his mother and began to attack him. After all, he knew that this was his weak point that he needed to put pressure on while he was given the opportunity. Another explosion occurred due to such strong energy, and it was unclear who won this war. After all, everyone had the strength to win. The guy began to think for a very long time and lost a lot of time because of which he could have lost, but the girl came to his aid and repelled the attack that was organized by a level 3 monster. The girl said that since these faces were not familiar to her, they would not bother her. Taking off from the ground, she decided to finish him off completely. The guy also did not waste time and decided to kill this evil spirits with the help of his blade. I understand that his mother is just an invention of this monster to confuse him. He held out his sword to cut through the heads of this creature, and was ready to do absolutely anything to save his loved ones. The teenagers fully used their powers without regretting the fact that they would have to rest and activated powerful techniques that they had not used before. And therefore this was a first for them. The monster was getting worse and worse every second, and the teenagers were able to bring this moment almost to the end and hope that they would be able to kill this creature. The guy said that smashing the ground while dodging the monster's attacks and adding his attacks there would be stupid. In addition, focusing only on the guy, he weakened his attention. And the guy was able to send the girl into flight, who already felt very much like herself. And there the girl was rushing from top to bottom with her energy, which was visible from a great distance even though it was very dark in the cave. She was able to enter the monster who thought that he could win this battle, but he underestimated his opponent, which is why he paid with his own life. The girl flew up to kill this damned third-level monster which they should not have touched at all if they saw it. The monster felt pain and he felt worse and worse every second, because he knew that these children were not exactly such children that they could deliver such a good blow. He noticed how there were traces of blood on his hand and he felt that he was becoming weaker after such violent attacks from these kids. The monster began to get very angry and go all cow-like because he was completely compressed by the energy of this girl who was able to pounce on him. The guy said that most of the work had already been done and that the monster could not attack them, which meant that almost the main task was completed. He knew that the weakness of this type of sea evil was called Ongdam, with the help of which it was possible to destroy all the infection from the inside, but he did not understand where it was located in this type. But suddenly he noticed that in the middle of this monster's body was the very thing that he needed to destroy. When the girl attacked him, she was very surprised and didn't understand what was happening to him. The veteran didn't have this with the sea evil spirits, but she also fought with a maximum level of 2. The monster began to feel pain, and its main organ began to break into small pieces, and its body became more red. The girl did not understand what was happening because a huge number of red mollies began to crumble near her, which looked like the death of an enemy. The guy shouted her name and understood that very bad things would happen to her because he saw it from a bird's eye view and noticed that the girl was in a very bad situation. When suddenly there was a strong explosion of energy for the umpteenth time, and someone was able to kill or maim another thanks to their powers. The guy took his sword to protect the girl who protected him earlier, thereby showing that she became a piece of friendship for him despite the battle that took place when they met. The guy managed to block the blow of the monster who wanted to kill the very girl who almost killed him, thereby taking revenge. The guy had a huge amount of unreleased energy and remembers that battle with the girl. You can understand that his energy became stronger and stronger. The guy was very surprised when he saw what he started happening around. Even though he slept with the girl, the danger was not over, and the monster began to throw away his body parts, which fell into small pieces and all bled because he was crippled. He began to do this consciously along the way in order to attack these little people who wanted to kill him with greater frequency. The monster completely wrapped himself in a cocoon to do some kind of nonsense with the help of which he would either feel much better or he would fight to the end and die. The girl didn't understand what he was doing, but the guy realized that this creature was trying to heal itself using a technique that he learned about from books. Unfortunately, this technique involved the absorption of people, which was very sad to realizing that some father or son was dying before their eyes. Each person had a family. The monsters didn't care, and they absorbed them regardless of who they were and what they did in life. Someone did not begin to remember the two most important people in this life, and they were enveloped in panic, with the help of which they became stupor. The guy tried to stop but couldn't, and the girl screamed for him to stop because it was just an illusion, but the smell was really the same as that of those people they needed. The girl tried to restrain her powers, which she held in her fists, but she barely succeeded because she wanted to see the person who was in those cocoons again. The girls became worse and she began to become much weaker in every possible way, having lost all her powerful capabilities. The guy didn't know what to do, because he stood and just watched all this, realizing that he was completely powerless here because he didn't have the same capabilities as those creatures. Her hands continued to bleed and produce a huge amount of blood because those cuts could not be healed in seconds. The guy realized that the wounds were drunkenness that was able to absorb them during such a painful period of time that they had experienced. Then it dawned on him that at the moment when the girl came under that attack, he was able to protect her and therefore she did not receive any consequences. It dawned on him that they were able to do the worst thing he could not hope for, because this is simply blasphemy. They were able to simply wrap people in a cocoon with people they had not met and feed on their powers, which is why the monster became stronger. He remembered those people who were with him then. It was because of them that he then stopped and did not continue his search. He began to remember those moments when people were killed by these creatures and they ate to save themselves, although they knew that they would then die of hunger. He realized that it was those monsters who attacked these people who were not guilty of anything, except that the monster had already been able to capture them. And it only dawned on him now, and he realized that he was using these strangers as bait. The guy began to say that it was all his fault, and the people were taken away and the girl was injured, and it was only because of his recklessness, and the thought that he could win such a boss. The guy shouted that it was his fault, and that it was all because of him. But the girl could not restrain herself and shouted bitch. The girl said that they had to stick together, and now what she was most afraid of happened because losing her hand would be the worst option for her because she could fight because of her hand. She said that in the end it put everyone in danger and began to say that before she had the same person who could make her happy. She recalled how the guy saved her from that monster who took absolutely everything from the children, and he managed to get her out of the place where they were killed. While they were not running along the road, she tripped, but the guy managed to look back to understand whether she could continue moving with him. These monsters already wanted to eat her, and she was in a hopeless situation from which there was no chance of survival at all because she was very small. Such memories made her very sad, but she said that they could not allow them to remain in this state, and they needed to end it. The guy saw that the girl really intended to do this, and began to have no doubt that she would succeed with a partner like him. The guy understood that if she could not blame him, then everything would be different, and he stood thoughtfully wondering what to do in such a clumsy victory, as they thought. The guy understood that the fire does not come out of this, and now the girl is only capable of slaps in the face, and otherwise she will simply die. The guy grabbed his sword, knowing that he was the one who was ready to save the life of this girl and also his own, because without a partner he would not be able to kill a third-level monster who was famous for his strength. He looked forward and understood that the most terrible moments in his life that he could only experience would await him. There was simply no other way out, and he knew that now was not the time. He began to move forward and left the girl alone, knowing that she could handle it herself, and in the meantime he would put an end to the monster that was haunting him. The girl asked what he was up to and said that he was far from okay and asked him to stop. The guy told her that he was ready to take full responsibility and asked her to let him do it. Such words left the girl in shock. She did not understand what he meant, because the worst moments were planned for the campaign. The guy rushed forward to kill the monster and sacrifice himself for the good of the girl who had to survive because of him they followed down. He knew that the monster would begin to attack him after he had recovered from the cocoon in which he had curled up before. The monster launched many attacks at him, and the guy tried with all his might to repel them, but so far it was just a dream for him. He seemed to be able to do it, and everyone they created flew from his blade to great distances. He fought despite the consequences of his body. Absolutely every monster was cut into small pieces and sent to die in the corners of these caves that are not worth people getting into. The girl understood what he was doing, and the guy was definitely breaking only the foam. But this was not the whole key to success. The girl was very inexperienced and did not understand why the guy did not use his energy, which he was very famous for thanks to the battle in which she experienced it. The guy was able to stand near this monster and pushed off from the ground to finish off this monster and get to the place where his mother was hidden. Such an explosion had never happened before. And along the way, the guy made a donation himself to save the rest of the people who were there. He began to fight with this creature, and the two energies fought with each other, which meant that one of them would objectively die, and perhaps even everyone. The guy knew that he needed to get ready because no one could do it for him, and he had already pulled back his blade to attack first. He needed to hit this scum very precisely because he wouldn't have another chance to call the girl from this cave. He began to strike at him, which soon turned out to be the best decision he could ever make. He broke through the foam in which this monster consisted and moved towards the organ that needed to be eliminated due to the fact that it was the center of all problems. And the monster screamed, and a huge amount of blood began to spill right into the guy's face because this evil spirit was more than some huge building of 30 floors. The girl watched all this and could not watch how the fisherman she called that was about to sacrifice himself for her life. The guy began to feel the enormous energy that he developed thanks to the fact that he fought with this monster. After all, he had such a vein with which he was able to make energy stronger. He remembered that same battle with the girl in which he was able to find out something that at the present moment had become very important to him. He was also able to do something in that battle and swung his sword at that monster just to cut it into pieces. The monster began to feel pain, and the girl did not understand what was happening, and her eyes simply popped out from such events that she sees live. The guy was finally able to understand that a large amount of condensed energy, when it finds itself in a dangerous situation, explodes much stronger. The guy asked if the monster was surprised by what he knew and swung his blade to cut him in half. The monster said thank you, and he cut it into 2 parts with the help of his katana, which his mother gave him. His energy was simply amazing, and no one had ever seen such power. The guy knew that now it would be much easier for him to cut this creature apart. The grandmother asked the dealer if everything was ready for such a maneuver that she wanted to organize thanks to her strength. He said that everything was already assembled and pulled out people who were swallowed up by this evil spirit, and they were miraculously saved, which was very unexpected. Granny began to twirl the staff she was holding in her hands and began to say something, realizing that she urgently needed to act, because saving people was not the last mission she needed to do. Grandmother told him to finish because she had already managed to do a lot of work, which she was very tired of. She understood that it would be difficult to maintain the fight with her energy for a long time, especially since they still needed to help the guy who had disappeared very deeply into the depths. Meanwhile, the guy fought with all his might to escape from that monster, and finally he managed to do everything. He was able to gently land himself and the girl down thanks to the soul of the sea, which he activated with the help of his energy, which was already low. The people whom he began to save began to choke on water, and how they survived. After all, they already thought that the monster would devour them. They were barely able to spit out the water they had swallowed while the guy was saving their souls after such events that he saw before his own eyes. The guy noticed that his energy was flowing and that he was about to be useless, and because of which it would be better to leave him at the top because he would simply bring problems. The girl approached him and asked what the suicide wanted. After all, he had a huge hole in his stomach that formed after the battle. The guy looked at himself and noticed that he was really missing one part that he urgently needed to replace, because otherwise he could have suffered very badly. He didn't understand why she wasn't even sick, but at least it was an option that if he thought about it, when he was attacked, he felt as if someone was entering him. The girl and the guy watched as the monster sent and the whole hole began to be patched up before their eyes, and they closed that same hole. It began to drip and flow copper. They could not allow the monsters to give way to the large cave in which there were people. The hole was huge and they were able to do it, and kill the very monster that brought a huge amount of trouble. They looked at this hole and didn't understand what happened this time. But the guy had some idea that maybe they could achieve something. Namely, he meant that they had to find an entrance that is connected to the next cave, and which is many times larger than these. The guy thought about it, and realized that along the way this portal was the entrance to further caves, but it was dangerous to go there himself. The guy told her to contact Grandma. She told him not to shut up and not interfere with her, because she's already doing this. The guy asked her to tell her grandmother that they had found the solution to a problem that had tormented them for many hours of their lives. The guy lowered his leg and wanted to relax because he was very tired and all his energy would run out, but suddenly this scarecrow began to pull him in again. He did not understand that this was happening to him and was scared, but everything happened very quickly and he could not react correctly, and cut off these threads. They were able to drag him down and the girl screamed for him to stay because she also did not expect that this could happen to him. He already thought that this creature could suck him in with itself and die, and the guy had no prospects for how to survive, but she came to his aid. He was flying and didn't understand what kind of curse this was and what kind of crap could still happen to him, and most likely this is his life. This monster was not like everyone else and began to pull him into a heap that would then simply be able to crush him with its scale. But he understood that he had some other feeling and realized that his body was not moving at all. There was clearly something wrong here. Luckily, the girl was able to grab his hand while he was flying and caught him. This gives them the opportunity not to die together, and after all, if the guy died, she would also die. She could barely hold on to the rocks with one hand that were about to collapse. Despite the fact that she had held out for several centuries, the load was very large and therefore anything could happen. The guy was glad that he saw her, but she was also scared because she could die with him, but she told him to close his mouth. And she is trying to concentrate. She didn't understand that with this place, the energy continued to dry up and she couldn't hold on to this edge at all, but she was ready for anything and could never let her friend go. After all, she is far from like everyone else and is ready to do anything for the sake of her friends. She began to remember how she was very little and remembered that the most terrible things happened to her. She was very small and was in some kind of cave from which there was absolutely no way to get out and continue to live alone in some comfort. She was little and she was an orphan who had no parents, which is why she had a lot of complexes and suffered because these creatures locked her up and said that she was just an orphan and that she was only bringing trouble. The girl suffered and cried out of nowhere, and it was very painful for her, and this whole topic was not for a child's consciousness. But fortunately she was not the only one and there were many children who suffered from the fact that they did not have banal things like parents, and her friend said that she was also hurt and asked her to come to her. After all, she was ready to provide the love that these features had taken from her. She knew that it was very dangerous to be together who was similar to this alone, because otherwise you would not be able to stand up for yourself, and you would be an ordinary bait for enemies. They saw all sorts of fruits and berries growing at the top, which made them at least some kind of plus. This is exactly what they tried to do all their lives while they were locked up. They began to rewind her head and everyone tried to make sure that everyone who was without parents would have a good time. The older orphans looked after her and did not give her offense when it was really necessary, because lending one's strong shoulder in a difficult situation was the best solution for a person. But she began to remember the moment when they were running away from the monsters and that she thought that she was about to die because those creatures who considered them orphans and left them to die there. While the girl was running, she tripped and they could not run away together because she felt much worse and she lost momentum, for which she could not run. These monsters pulled her in and wanted to eat her. Because they ate absolutely everything, they didn't care if you were a person or an animal. The main thing was that you had the energy that they absorbed. She couldn't remember those moments without tears, and she held it back knowing that because of her, many people died. And being very little, she watched all these and noticed how this creature ate her friend, who helped her a lot in those days. Fortunately, her granny came to her then and was able to save her, but did not have time to save her friend who tripped while running from the monster. The grandmother stroked the child and said that everything was fine and provided her with the love of her mother, which the girl really needed because she had been locked up all these years. Unfortunately, the grandmother could not save the other children besides her, and only she managed to be the lucky one who was able to survive. She remembered how her best friend was dead and she was very sorry that she could not help her in any way, because she gave herself completely and saved her in difficult moments. The girl continued to be in such a difficult situation and understood that if she had been able to squeeze her hand tighter that time, and if she had been strong enough, this would not have happened. She continued to hold on to the pebble that was about to slide off, but she felt a surge of strength that could help. But unfortunately, she had already let go of the pebble and understood that she was about to die, and knowing that her friend was no longer in this world and had nothing to lose. But fortunately the dealer managed to throw his legendary red cable car. The granny's assistant was able to knock them down, and the girl was happy when she saw them. After all, he was the very savior in their lives. He was easily able to pull them out, and Grandma was very close and watched how these two were able to kill the monster but almost died from a stupid mistake. The grandmother was very happy that she was lucky to get there in time. After all, if they had arrived even a second later, the guy and the girl would not have survived. Grandmother asked if they fought with the upper class, and if so, then these kids do not value the life they were given at all. Grandmother said that it must have been very difficult for them to cope with him because one mistake and they would have wasted energy and died. But fortunately, they were able to achieve what she really wanted. After all, this was the key to success that they were able to achieve. The grandmother noticed that the guy was very cut and felt much worse. His shoulder was covered in blood, which meant help from the first case. But the girl also suffered because her hand was completely cut up due to the moment when she was attacked in an unexpected situation, and a little more, and she would have lost her hands. Grandmother was very happy, and it was very good that they were both able to live. And this was a great relief for her. After all, they were like her children. She looked up and saw that these two were able to get the most important thing they needed to get in this battle. They were able to get the key to a portal that sucked into another cave in which there was a little more dishonesty, and the third class was not alone there. Grandma took the beer and noticed that the monster began to attack her, which was very proportional, meaning that it was a trap. The grandmother stood in front of this monster and did not try to retreat, holding her foot very confidently, as if she had already gone through this in her life. She asked the monster if he planned to capture them all and felt very confident, as if she knew that this evil spirit would retreat. Granny told the little one to rest a little. After all, they worked very hard, thanks to which they were able to get such a valuable treasure. Grandmother knew that it was too dangerous to approach this place in such a state, and that they needed to rest because all the energy had been wasted. Grandma knew that she needed to understand the state of their body and similar things that were waiting for them very soon. After all, they had one bonus. They had another guy who specialized in this very well and handled it quite skillfully. It was a new person who said over that same receiver that they would soon be there and help them. The guy also asked who his patient would be because he wanted to know who he would be dealing with in order to better heal him, or her. He was very interested in who his patient would be, and the guy was lying barely alive on the floor without one organ that he was missing due to the fact that he had a fight with a higher level. The guy knew that until now he had experienced a lot of suffering because of which he sacrificed himself, namely time and his health, which was the most important aspect of his life. He knew that such pain would make him stronger, but he did not want to go through with it because he knew how risky it was. Indeed, his entire back was burned with needles, because the same person began to save him after he defeated the system with a monster, and received so much damage. But he already knew that this was too much and could not control the energy that emanated from him because he became more and more painful after each needle. Absolutely every piece of metal equipment gave him an electric shock and he felt much more painful than before. He couldn't stand it, and his entire skin immediately began to beat him from the inside. He felt the greatest pain that could not stop. The doctor told him not to worry because he knows what he is doing and he needs to wait a little longer to completely heal him in a short time. The doctor knew that he was helping only at the request of the granny herself, who had previously helped him a lot. Because of this, he would repay her in kind. The doctor said that if they don't even cope with this trifle, what awaits them next can simply be shocking. The guy and the girl could barely hold on from these pains. The doctor looked at them because he understood that the rest would simply be devoured and they would not be able to withstand it since they could not bear such pain. Meanwhile, a huge number of people were saved because that monster could not eat them and did not take it into the soul to become stronger. Because the guy and the girl were able to kill him, they continued to wrap themselves in copes because they suffered from the actions that the monster carried out. But fortunately it was the best thing that could happen to them. They tried to save their loved ones. After all, they were able to climb out of that world into the real one a split second before death. The doctor began to treat absolutely everyone because the grandmother herself, with whom he had a very good relationship, asked him to do so. He asked one of the men to give him his hand and he barely extended it, and he began to sew together the pieces of meat that he had lost. The doctor, with his needles, was able to stick them in very competently so that the fallen part of the arm would grow back together with him, and she would feel as before. Thanks to his strength, he was able to stitch these wounds without using special equipment, but only by holding his hand with his hand, because he, too, was not an ordinary person. He told the next one to come up, and the guy was surprised how in a second they could sew 2 pieces of meat into one whole, especially with very good intentions for recovery. He was able to return his severed hand and the girl said that he uses energy like they do, but for other purposes. The guy said that he had not seen him before and did not know who he was. And the girl asked who he was talking about. If he was talking about a bespectacled man, then he had a story. The girl said that he is a doctor who works under the supervision of research, and he knows Grandma much more than she does. The doctor's name was Manhwa. The guy doesn't why annoys her so much, and she said that she just doesn't like the smell of medicine, and then the guy understood everything. The doctor said that even if you think about it, he didn't introduce himself, and it looked very uncultured on his part. The guy stood in shock and didn't understand what he was going to tell him now because he had never met such masters before. The doctor said that his name is Munka and that he was very pleased to meet you, and he had not seen Dume for a long time. Manhwa told him to wait a little and when he was finished with the others he could help him. The doctor said that soon he would finish and everything would start as before. His body would feel like new even though he was missing enough organs. But suddenly something started to happen and the doctor was outraged. He didn't understand what was happening now because it seemed very strange. That very place began to distort very strange results that gave absolutely no peace to anyone. The doctor approached the very place where there was a portal to a huge cave in which the most important character of this evil spirit lived. Grandma said that this place was really familiar to him. The doctor said in a very smart language that this place was called the Blight, and that's how they talk about it in his social circles. He said that when the corpses of evil people merge together, they become something that begins to do terrible things. Namely, they become something that absorbs everything around, which is very dangerous for anyone who steps in front of him because he will pay with his life. But unfortunately, he has never met so many huge specimens, and it seems he even has his own ability and will. The doctor said that now he even understands why they turned to him, because he was the same person who understood this very well. The grandmother very sadly said that she was ready for this situation and therefore turned to him so that he could complete his mission. Namely, she asked that he could take care of those who had just taken the path that would lead them in battles against evil spirits. The doctor began to do some strange machinations and touch these teenagers by the tips of their heads, and some problems began to happen to them. They didn't understand why he did it, and the doctor said that they were now neutralized and could not move until he let them go. The doctor said that the 2 of them now have very unstable energy, especially the guy's. This is really dangerous for his body, because it is energy that has very good qualities. The most important thing is that energy is the flow of life itself, and special energy from that place is the force for survival. He said that this energy could be used in the battles they won when they fought against the monster itself. This energy could also be used to cure someone who was very ill, as the doctor himself does. He explained that due to external influences it was very distorted and the guy felt much worse because he fought with his last strength, and that they cannot do with supplies. He explained that if this continues, they will simply die and will not be able to control their body, and the energy will tear them apart. The doctor explained that they should successfully endure it, but it will take approximately a huge number of days, namely 3. From such words, the guy and the girl were very scared, because it was simply unbearable to endure these pains for 3 days, especially when you are on such an important mission in which every day is very important. The guy felt very bad. He could barely hold on because these needles started beating him all over and he turned red. He felt like he was about to faint, and he couldn't do anything about it because all the strength he had used was thrown away. He explained that the body seemed to be splitting into small particles and was about to explode, because it really was unbearable pain. The guy would like to just pass out, but he knew that he had to endure it, because if he lost the opportunity to have force, then he would not be able to protect the most important person in his life. Namely, he kept thinking about his mother who suffered that day and because of whom he even made all this nonsense. He knew that he simply had to endure it, but otherwise everything would be in vain and his entire meaning in life would fall away before his eyes. The doctor began to examine what was going on with this guy, because he really was very weak after that battle, and the doctor began to think very carefully about what to do about it. He told his grandmother that he thought that everything would happen to the guy much worse, but it turned out much differently, and the grandmother said that this guy's determination is very incredible, and there are no problems in drawing up a plan. The doctor said that he had something to ask Granny because this had interested him very much for a long time, and he could not find the answer. He did not understand who did such evil deeds and killed absolutely anyone who stood in the way. He was very interested in who the owner of this place was and how everything worked here, because it was very unclear but at the same time interesting. This was all controlled by only one creature, which was the most powerful demon of sea evil that has ever existed on these lands. He watched and liked how the guy fought because he felt that his energy was much stronger than he still thought. He was interested in getting absolutely everyone who fought in his territories, and so he would become much stronger, and he knew that he had everything under control. He took it and brought it with one finger to lift someone who this guy needed more than ever. The monsters knew that his mother was the most important aspect of the guy's life, and that's why he went through the forest into these depths to get her. The monster needed the liver of those powerful people, and therefore he controlled it separately. He knew that she would be the key to the success of even this guy. It would add much more effort. His mother was completely beaten, wrapped in sea evil from which almost no one got out of that world because it was simply impossible because the number was many times greater. He was able to pull her deep into his domain, which he had thanks to the power of the sea demons, that he trained day after day. He liked it because he knew that soon he would get the most treasured liver of people that could be obtained. After all, they could kill 100 evil spirits and stay alive. Meanwhile, the guy began to train his abilities with the girl and they controlled the water that was in the very depths through which the sea evil spirits lived. They were very surprised and the children did not think that they would be able to train so hard, much less bring quite good results. The guy said that it was simply incredible. His body no longer hurt at all. And the girl confirmed the wind. She also felt how she was getting better. The doctor said that he only assumed that it was really 3 days for him, but he didn't think that it would happen as he wanted according to the scenario. The doctor knew that the guys would have to train a lot more and recovery would take much longer than he could have imagined. The guy said that when he was attacked, he felt something penetrate inside him, and he didn't know that it could affect him, so he asked the doctor. The doctor repeated his phrase and became very thoughtful because this meant bad consequences that could happen. Meanwhile, Grandma came up to them and asked if everyone was dressed. If everyone got dressed, then she didn't want to waste a second, because she had to act quickly and she took her staff to do it. Grandma said that she would tell them about the place that they were able to uncover, because what was inside them was just a parasite. She explained that these things were getting crazier, and the doctor was able to observe this and make sure that this was indeed the case. Depending on the amount of energy that their target has, that is, the weaker you are, the weaker the monster will be, but the stronger you are, the stronger the monster will be. The grandmother said that while the doctor was following the cave, he found out that a huge number of people were absorbed in this cave. They realized that they had been kidnapped by more than 1,000 people whom they had to save because this was their mission. Grandma said that they must have dumped everyone here and kept them there for many, many years so that if you go down recklessly, you will die. After all, this creature will simply tear your bodies into pieces and you will not be able to do anything about it because the strength of this monster is a little greater because it was a guard in the main cave. The guy was very upset and asked if there was another way, because he wanted to get there faster and save his mother, but his grandmother said that she didn't think so. Grandma knew that for the elections they had only 2 options that needed to be used, but they needed to decide which one would be correct. They said that even if it takes you much longer, they can read and find another way, but there is no guarantee that there will not be such a creature there. But they can also go to a place where they will not be able to get out at all and may finally die here. The guy asked why there was no way for me to be torn apart. After all, he wanted with all his might to get there through even such problems. Grandmother said that we could try to do something for this. She said that they would need the power that the doctor possesses. After all, it is he who can save them and lead them further through such difficult conditions. The doctor held his games and said that this would be the opposite of what he did with them before. They simply didn't have another option, so they had to agree. The guy held back his fist and understood that it would not be easy because he knows what these creatures are and how very dangerous they are. They understood that the choice would depend only on how much time they had, which was not the best option in this situation because otherwise they might simply not have time. But the guy didn't know that he just didn't have time. After all, they had already spent a lot of invaluable resources on him learning to fight against these monsters. The guy knew that he had to do everything in his power and held back his fist, realizing that the solution was very close and he could save his mother. The doctor said that he would block their energy for a while so that they would not resist very much with this monster. Won't they die from this? After all, before that, he said that just when they lose their energy, then they will die. But the doctor said that they will not die. He said that to be precise, the flow of energy will simply stop and the evil will not be able to detect their energy, with the help of which they will calmly make their way like normal people. The doctor said that he tested this method for 3 days and he was able to achieve very good results that can be expected to bear fruit. He was able to verify for sure that the effectiveness of this technique was very high. After all, it was this monster that reacted to the kind of energy that these 4 had. Over the course of 2 hours, it will be necessary to destroy the center of all this filth, just so they will be able to let the rest through. But if they don't have time, they will become part of all this and the filth will suck them in mercilessly, and they will remain there until the end of their days. The guy and the girl were very worried. After all, they only had 2 hours, but Granny said that this was their chance, which they needed to take advantage of. Otherwise nothing would succeed at all. And Grandma understood that most likely this creature was now busy processing the liver, which it would soon eat, and therefore it would have no time for them. I shouldn't be focused on protecting him. So they won't be here for a while and they'll have a much better chance of surviving. The grandmother told him that they only had 1 month left, and they couldn't wait that long. After all, they didn't know what would await them on the way to the very demon who was holding his mother. But the girl said that if they couldn't do it in 2 hours, they would simply die. But the guy didn't let her speak normally and said that he simply had to do it despite the risk. The guy said that it was impossible to waste so much time and held on to the blade so that he was about to lose his power and penetrate the monster. He knew that if they stood and wondered whether they would be able to do it or not, they would not just waste time. Therefore, it was necessary to act. The grandmother said well and smiled, realizing what a strong fighter he was growing up and that losing him would be quite painful. Grandmother said that then only the 4 of them will go because no one else present here can bear it. Because they have no energy. The doctor said that then he would be here and continue to fulfill his duties because he still needed to cure many people. The guy wondered if the doctor would be waiting for him outside because he wasn't sure of his reliability. But his grandmother asked him something and the guy didn't understand what she meant. She approached him and said that he should work well with the other participants, because this is the only way they can unite into one team and become stronger. And even if your relationship is not the best, then you need to try on this struggle not to prove that you are better, and save his mother first, and then find out on land who was right and who was wrong. The guy agreed to all her requests. It was better not to contradict her, but he didn't understand why she asked about it because he already understood everything. The doctor watched all this and they began to feel anxiety in their bodies because they understood that they would have to fight to the end. And he would become even more scared because he would have to watch this. The guy began to remember the most touching moments in his life and knew that this was the best decision that could not be changed, because otherwise he would not save his mother, who used to be with him and raised the baby. But someone very well remembered the moment when one woman held a small child with great energy. The doctor said that at first he did not recognize him and then felt his powers. The doctor said that we need to get started and not waste time. He said that he would wait for them here, and the grandmother was already prepared to lose her powers. She knew that this would not last long, because the doctor never set him up. The dealer also understood what he was signing up for and knew that it would not be easy. Therefore, he had to put all his efforts into one moment for 2 hours. The girls were also scared and she didn't know if she could survive after this. But she simply had no choice because she had already agreed to this adventure and had come a long way. So she was not ready to stop. The guy held his sword very bravely and stood there, understanding that this might be the last battle in which he would take part at all. But it was worth it. The doctor said that they should try to return alive. After all, they are very dear to him, especially his grandmother with whom he had a lot of contact. They were finally able to get to that very place and Grandma took her first steps, but this creature continued to sense them. Grandmother told them to watch their step very carefully, because one wrong move would not completely kill me, because the monsters were still evil. The guy didn't understand why they had already been here for 20 minutes, but nothing was happening. The doctor was really able to perform some kind of miracle. Suddenly they took another step and the guy almost stepped on the monster without noticing it, and the dealer managed to catch him and help him in difficult times. He told him to be careful because Granny said so a second ago, so he needed to listen. The guy agreed with him. The grandmother again explained to them that he had actually mastered their energy. But there was another problem that needed to be solved in only one way. They will really like this method because those stems, spread out like a network, were very difficult to cover the very place where they needed to get. The grandmother explained that because of them it can be difficult to finish everything. After all, they will become an obstacle that can kill them at any moment. The grandmother decided to make a very wise decision that only a very brave person could make, and said that she would be that person. She looked ahead and was worried, because she, too, had in life understood that this was not very risky, but they simply had no other option, because people's lives were more important. She looked ahead and noticed that the monster was becoming more dangerous for them because the energy was not very easy and therefore its stems were already ready to kill them. Grandma realized that she needed to release some energy and become bait. After all, this is how the monster will exclusively react to them and open its networks. She began to reveal her energy with which she could do something and a small ball with yellow-orange power formed. The monster began to react to this and its stems spread out. In order to quickly drag this granny in because her liver was not the same as everyone else's but with a different energy. The monster continued to move more actively and sharply because he understood that in this way he would bring his owner the most necessary things that he could, because in just a month he was supposed to make an improvement. The grandmother stood and used her energy. It looked very dangerous for her life, but she did not resist at all, but on the contrary, the effort of strength made the monster reveal her things more. Each of the others began to worry about her. After all, if they don't have time to do this, Grandma will die, because the monster was already approaching them at incredible speed along the right path. The grandmother said that while she was distracting their attention, they should find and kill him as soon as possible so that it wouldn't cost them, because otherwise they would lose one player. The grandmother continued to reveal her power, and the monster reacted, but these three stood like idols and did nothing. But this was very understandable because they were scared and they were just teenagers who had not seen anything in this life except school. And the guy asked if she was sure she would be okay and someone asked him why he was worried. They are the granny herself who can kill at least the main one of this evil spirits. He explained to her that this granny has been surviving in the fight against monsters for more than 30 years. So without thinking about too much, she just needs to do her job. The center of this thing should be something like a human liver, which will also need to be neutralized like the rest of the monsters. The dealer said that since this is the place where all the energy is collected, the liver needs to be located in a completely different place because it would be stupid to display it. The dealer said that he needed to find this area as soon as possible, but the girl did not understand why he was so happy. Hong Chong said that he doesn't even want to think about it, but is just ready to do the job. The guy didn't understand what happened. After all, before this guy simply hated him, but now he talks so calmly and even saved him. Before that, he said that he only bothers grandma and sometimes she treats him very well, which was strange for human behavior. He didn't understand this guy at all, and the dealer was staring at something that started to really frighten and worry him, and they didn't understand what lay ahead of them. The dealer recalled how the guy was able to bring a huge number of people who were able to survive in such bad conditions. Earlier, he asked his granny if these people were saved by this boy's group, and she told him that it was so. The grandmother explained that he was doing an excellent job as a researcher, and that he seemed to be doing well with the girl too. Previously, he rushed towards the breach alone, but now everything is different, and this is a huge help in their work. Now he has learned to turn his attention to the environment with the help of which he works normally. Grandma told him not to worry about the guy anymore, but the dealer was still not entirely sure of him, and said that there were things that he would like to check himself first. While they were walking, he didn't understand why it was so hot here, and the girl said that she was about to melt from such heat. The dealer said that they were like inside this body, and it melted more than 1,000 people, and started laughing from that. He was truly different. The dealer told him to be careful, you could run into anything here, but the guy didn't understand why he communicated with him so well. He also told him that something could suddenly jump out, and he should always be on alert, and not sleep under any circumstances, because Granny is now fighting for them. Then, from behind the guy's back, the very person who was very dear to him appeared. After all, it was he who was able to find him a job and gave him great confidence when he worked. The guy didn't understand how the uncle ended up here, because he thought that he had died long ago and could not take care of himself because of the sea evil spirits. The uncle said that he was talking nonsense and everything was fine. They go about their business as usual and live normal lives. He showed that his worker was doing his job as usual. He was talking all sorts of nonsense that he shouldn't have said. The uncle told him that they should immediately go fishing. That's where they received coins with which they survived. The guy didn't understand what was happening, and why he was seeing them. Anything is possible due to the fact that he was in that very cave, but he knew that he needed to pull himself together. The uncle asked what the boy was doing and where he was looking, and behind him stood the guy's mother who was looking somewhere for a very long time. The uncle clarified to him that he said that he wanted to live with his happy mother, whom he loved very much all his life. Meanwhile, the monsters began to suck her in, and she barely fought them off because it was a nightmare that she couldn't even wish on her enemy. The guy felt like those same monsters were already behind him, but he didn't know what to do because he saw as if his mother was very close. His energy began to scare away these monsters that were approaching him because this place wanted him to show his energy. Monsters were already coming towards him to kill him and his mother, but his energy scared them off with every attempt as they approached. The guy shouted that he had no right to say such things about him, much less about his loved ones, namely his mother, who suffered greatly. The guy knew that this monster was trying to deceive him, and wanted to get his power thanks to the fact that the guy couldn't stand it. But in a moment the girl was able to take him by the back and grab him, because he was purposefully moving somewhere after them. It was some kind of miracle and happiness that he was on the team. He didn't understand what happened and how he stayed here because he thought that he was about to kill that guy who said such things about him and his loved ones. The guy didn't understand why she grabbed him, but she said that she didn't understand where he was suddenly heading, and he just wanted to die. The guy didn't understand what she was talking about and looked at what was happening in front of him because it was complete chaos, which could not be described in words. The guy noticed how these monsters sucked out his people, who ended up in these places and killed absolutely everyone who stood in their way. These monsters just wanted to kill this boy who was eager to help his mother, and that uncle who was dear to him. It was a huge number of monsters that were going to the huge liver that was in the center of this place where he had to come to destroy it, and save his grandmother. Thanks to this madman, they were able to find this very place, and on the contrary, this was some kind of plus. Perhaps this monster brought them here on purpose. The dealer recalled the situation that was discussed with Grandma. Namely, that there are things that first of all he would like to check himself. Granny asked him what he meant, and he replied that she herself knew everything about these two. He meant that this guy and girl have not yet matured. They have to do a lot to gain the very experience with which they can become stronger. He meant that the girl lacks experience in fighting alone, and as for the guy, he lost his village and family, and sometimes behaves irrationally. Before you meet the monsters, there are things down there that can become an obstacle for this, and will need to be gotten rid of. He understood that these two would be finished if they could become much more mature and more experienced in these battles. He asked his grandmother to let him deal with this because it was the most necessary thing that could only give them strength in these battles. Granny's assistant said that he would just force them to grow up, because otherwise they would pay with their lives, so he took them and threw them down. The guy and the girl didn't understand what was happening, but it was a pretty smart move. After all, this way he could train them in a very unpleasant environment. They would feel uncomfortable there. They squished down and the dealer stood and watched all this, looking at them from above, and the monsters were already approaching them to kill them and take over their minds. The guy and the girl didn't understand what he was doing and said that he was crazy, but he said that their goal was to restore order here. He explained that these are illusions created by mixed energy, and he saw this when he worked with his grandmother, so it was vital. To catch victims who are hiding their energy, they create a fog that penetrates your head and consumes your mind. They are trying to crush your spirit in order to devour you. Because that is exactly what they need. After all, energy was the most important thing in this world. He explained that they should keep their heads clear and fight back because otherwise they would have to die against their will. The girl said that she would just bury him and was angry with him. But the guy said that she needed to concentrate because that was the only way they could kill these monsters. The guy knew that this should not happen again, and he would have to use his energy again to distract himself from the moment he was almost raked by those same workers. The guy began to use his power, and something big landed, as if he had called upon absolutely all his power. He understood that he just had to figure it all out quickly, because this was just some kind of test that crazy guy upstairs gave them. He began to kill the monsters one by one, but his reserves were not enough to kill them all. Therefore, he had to think with his head. But the guy did not know about this and continued to kill them one by one, piercing their bodies right up to the dog bone. Heads who lived in his village and watched him and made him feel very weak began to pursue him. He understood that this was all an illusion, but it was still very difficult to fight it off because he had to do it for the first time consciously, because then the fog began to affect him. The guy didn't understand what was happening and why he felt even worse. It seemed like some kind of hell that was impossible to get through. But the girl was able to fight off this monster in a moment, and the guy managed to survive, although he was already in very bad conditions because of which he could have died. He did not understand what was happening here and felt very carefree, which gave him a huge minus because of which he could even die. When the girl killed them, they simply disappeared. And the guy didn't understand how she could do it, because for him it turned out to be the biggest fear in the world. She said that it also infuriates her that her head is filled with memories and how this could be explained. The girl just said that she promised herself that she would never forget those things that happened to her in a past life. Then something dawned on the guy, and he realized that this was really very strange. But in the moment everything turned upside down, and the picture became completely different. He realized that in order to clearly see the path in front of him, he needed completely different actions than those he did initially. At first he thought that you just need to move forward no matter what problems await you and fight until the end until you die. But he realized that Grandma was really right, and what she told him earlier came true, namely that he had to work together with the other participants. The guy looked forward and began to think very hard about something. You realized that there was very little time left before him, but he still did not move. The girl asked what was happening. She was scared for him. After all, he had not done anything for a long time, but simply stood in place without moving. The guy went forward and began to act very stupidly again because he could not restrain himself from the words that his grandmother told him that he had to act as a team. He took a few steps forward and these monsters began to be afraid of him and stopped hugging him, which was very strange. These monsters could not touch him and simply fell into pieces when they approached him, because the power that came from him was very great. The girl did not understand what was happening and how he was able to achieve such success, because he had just been almost eaten by these monsters a few seconds ago. The guy took step after step and the monsters parted as they walked, as if they were fluff that had just fallen from the trees. The monsters couldn't do anything to him at all, and even when they grabbed large parts of his body, like a hand, they couldn't do anything. The guy realized that since then he had been constantly trying to escape from the feeling of guilt that overtook him every second he just started thinking about it. But now he can accept it, and control it normally because he has become much stronger and more powerful, understanding all the consequences. The dealer and the girl could not believe their eyes that the guy was able to reach the peak that his assistant Granny wanted to flog. The dealer realized that it finally dawned on this guy and he was able to properly control the power that he possessed. Here, behind him, a hand could be seen, which clasped him very tenderly, barely touching his strange body. A woman grabbed the dealer from behind and he realized that now he would not swear as much as before. The guy realized that he was almost there, and he had to act because there was just a little bit left. They wouldn't be able to finish off this monster, and the granny would survive. He understood that he just needed to destroy that big crap that emitted such a strong charge and fed all these monsters. They were already approaching her. They were already a few meters away from piercing her right through and removing this very portal that passed from one world to another. The power became much greater and the girl did not understand what they would do this time, or it became more and more difficult to approach her. He could barely move and then at that moment someone stopped him, and the guy could not take the next step as planned. The guy and the girl started screaming that they should tighten her up, but fortunately they had the same Granny's assistant who would come to their aid and he threw his rope at them. He took them or pulled them out of there. After all, just a little more and you were completely sucked in by this creature because she just wanted to feast on their energy. The dealer asked if they had finished warming up and was glad that he saw them more mature, and each of them began to understand that their strength would only be good in a team. The assistant would have said that since the illusions have disappeared, we need to immediately get out of there because these were no longer jokes. They realized that this would make no difference to looking for them personally. They would have to fight against her with any forces they had. The assistant said that they needed to get together because now they had to fight against this monster personally, and he could not help them in any way, because it was their business. They understood that they needed to do this before Grandma's time ran out, and the girl was very scared and looked forward because she understood that now it would be very difficult. The guy also felt that it would not be sweet because this monster was approaching them at breakneck speed and he had a split second to make a decision. The monster began to take off from the ground and accelerate because he would need to protect this portal and no one should have broken it without the permission of the head. The monster stopped more and more every second and approached them to protect these places. They understood that they would need to deal with this right now. The three of them stood and didn't know what to do. After all, the monster was approaching and there was no time to think about it. The girl asked if this was the main body, because this crap was some kind of huge and it was not clear how it moved. The guy shouted that these are their chances. They must kill him while he is in front of them because otherwise they will regret it that they lost such a great opportunity. The monster began to develop a very strong force that emitted rays of light in the cave, which was unusual, but before there was only darkness here. These three watched all this and were afraid that they were about to be torn apart. After all, they do not understand what is happening to this monster, and why it began to behave so strangely. The guy didn't understand what had happened and whether it was possible that this monster simply decided to disappear because he understood that such a large creature could not just retreat. Granny's assistant said that this thing is a combination of sea creatures and people. Of course, it won't be easy enough, so you can't relax. He said that since the illusions disappeared, he must be planning another way to devour them and take care of his safety. He said that she was following him and would send a signal. After all, this is exactly how they won't be able to get at least some information about this monster. But moving alone was dangerous. The dealer didn't understand whether they could hold out until this moment, until he came. The very thing they needed to finish off this world in the cave. The guy and the girl were very surprised and didn't know what to do. After all, they had not done a task of this magnitude, and therefore it would be very difficult for them. The guy told him to stop wasting time and go, and do what his friends and relatives were counting on, and for whom he came here in the first place, for the sake of his granny. The girl said that he continued to treat her like a small child, which was not permissible on his part. The dealer liked that they were quarreling so much. He watched it as if he were watching some scene in a Hollywood series in which teenagers cannot divide the task. He told Ladushki, and the two of them turned around to understand what he had already started, because this decision was very crazy. The monster continued to attack and made its strength more and more. After all, he felt that these people could seriously damage his limbs. The guy began to worry, because the closer he came to the monster, the scarier it became, because this creature could simply suck them in and kill them in an instant. The girl flew down with him and felt that this would not end well, but they simply did not have the choice and time to come up with something. This monster began to consume them more and more, and therefore they knew that they would have to fight very hard for their lives and for the lives for which they were going there. The guy was sucked in even more, but he tried to stand on his own 2 feet, although he didn't do it well. Granny's assistant realized that this energy had been stabilized and the monster had become much stronger than he could have imagined, because that energy was more powerful than the rest. He said that in any case, it's even very funny because these kids are already acting very bravely and are ready to give their lives for others. The same girl who was an illusion continued to communicate with the guy and said that he was also very brave, like those kids. She said that quite a lot of time had passed, and began to hug him to kiss him because he felt very comfortable being with her. She stroked him and said that he was used to following her, even if he always complained and even when she helped Grandma. The girl who was an illusion asked why he was stealing her place, otherwise he would turn into monsters that were about to bite his throat. She started squeezing him harder and said that the guy didn't like doing it anyway, and it would be stupid if he continued to develop it. The guy was finally able to unwind and the girl understood that he took on the role of the rope maker instead of her, although she coped with it very well. She asked him did he really think that his guilt would evaporate like that in a second and nothing else would happen. Dumay began to feel much worse than before because this monster continued to surround them and fool their minds, making it difficult for them to stand on their feet from the right point of thinking. The guy also hardly held on, but he understood that he needed to resist, because otherwise they would not be able to control normally and would die together, which would be a fatal mistake from which there would be no benefit. The guy knew that everything was in order just recently, and it is trying to show them everything at once and in order to fool their minds and completely kill them. They shouted that hundreds of people regretted that they were sucked in by these monsters and they were about to be unable to save them, so that would be very ugly on their part. The monsters shouted that they wanted to return home, thereby provoking them that they seemed to be to blame for their death, which happened quite recently due to the fact that the monster sucked them in. The monsters continued to shout that they wanted to go home, and that they were all the same ordinary people who lived their lives and did not bother anyone. Thus, they confused the guy. He stopped feeling uneasy, because after such words he didn't want to be there at all and listen to people cry. Hong Chong felt that this monster was much stronger, and when I saw him, I understood in advance that these were his Hunger Games that he decided to play. The monsters continued to scream that they had just been eaten, and the head looked at them very beautifully. With a look you understand that these people will no longer survive. They continued to attack the guy and shouted that they had been eaten, claiming that they could not help them and simply did not care about their safety, although they should have. The same monsters began to surround the girl and say some nonsense about how they could eat her in return for the fact that they died. They continued to squeeze these children, saying that their liver would be the most pleasant bonus for so many years. But suddenly the guy grabbed the very hands that were reaching out from those monsters and very bravely was able to hold her, despite the fact that this monster could kill him. The guy said that they are the same as these people will never be able to return to their home again, and therefore there is no need to blame all the problems on them. Meanwhile, the granny's assistant, who was enveloped by some strange girl, was able to get back from him because he held her hand and did not let her do whatever she wanted with him. He said that she looked down on him because the illusion was able to work in her opinion, but everything was not like that. He asked the monster how she could come so close to him if he had not deliberately played the role of bait. Granny's assistant said that she must have simply reacted to his fear and thought that everything was in chocolate, but he was able to beat her with just one move by playing along with her. He told her that she probably didn't understand and that he was deliberately a bait that could lure her to a very bad place. The power dealer asked if she knew one thing that made him very, very happy all this time while he was communicating with her so closely. He explained to her that he had not recalled his old memories for a very long time and therefore he did not care at all about what she said. The guy and the girl could barely hold on and began to cough, realizing that the monster had begun to leave and the whole problem was about to end and they had to be patient a little longer. The guy was holding his sword and didn't understand what was happening, looking back in one direction and seeing something that I could make him happy inside. The girl also used her power, realizing that she would need to repel an attack that she did not expect to see. Granny continued to fight, and she was getting worse because the monster was able to recognize her weakness and took control of the situation. It enveloped the granny who sacrificed herself for the sake of teenagers who did not know that she felt bad and she could no longer hold the defense. The monster became covered in energy and began to evaporate. This phenomenon was not the most pleasant for the human eye. They could not understand whether the monster was able to detect the very thing that they had in reserve. It turns out that ropers are talented people with outstanding physical capabilities and excellent eyesight. This is a group of people who can help researchers. These people are able to cope with the undead sea evil spirits, which are about to resume and will be able to attack people again. These miracle people are able to find the right route for the explorers who were with them. But she said that it was just mutual assistance. In fact, it was not at all like that. And it was a one-way game. The guy knew that it was just complete nonsense that was used in order to use these people as good helper dogs. Meanwhile, as if distorted, he seemed to freeze above and began to feel a new surge of energy. But for some reason he did nothing. The guy was very surprised that the monster did not move and stood still because he was simply losing momentum, and they could have chosen the best option. He didn't understand if it was all over because the monster felt much worse and he had an advantage that he had to take advantage of. But it was dangerous to approach a short distance. The monster began to wriggle out as best he could and he began to show some very unacceptable things, as if he was being simultaneously beaten from all sides. The guy was very surprised and did not understand what was happening because he felt that this would not end with good consequences for him. Granny's assistant also looked very scared because he had never fought such strong monsters that surpassed the third highest class before. The girl could barely stand on her feet and was ready to fall, but she understood that such a strong gust of wind could greatly hinder her. The monster was able to come into contact with the floor, and then something happened that absolutely no one expected. The monster began to wriggle out as best it could and fasten all its parts of an incomprehensible body into one hole which began to spin. He tried to attack the girl who was scared because she didn't understand what was happening to the monster just like everyone else. The guy couldn't understand, because maybe that creature simply missed and couldn't hit them correctly at that moment, while they were standing. The guy realized that it was possible at the moment when he attacked him. He began to do very cunning things that were not for the weak-minded. Hong Chong then swung his blade and seemed to hit it as he thought for the first time, despite what happened then. The guy finally realized that the creature was able to dodge with the help of illusions, which it could use very competently in such situations. The guy understood that he had messed up and all this was due to the fact that in recent days he had been on the perimeter too often, which is why he was unable to assess his opponent 100%. The girl understood that she was about to get caught, and that her life would end so stupidly in the arms of some monster that they could win despite the moments that they lost. Then something happened and perhaps this monster was simply able to kill them by dealing with them in a split second, while they understood what the catch was in the situation. But fortunately, the granny's assistant was able to come running to them and tied this monster with his ropes. Well, it's true that there are several parts, but this can protect the guy and the girl from his attacks. He shouted that this was only temporary. But the guy didn't understand what had happened, but unfortunately in such a situation you had to think outside the box and act much faster because your life is in the balance. He shouted that they were holding up so well only thanks to Grandma, who was able to keep the defense at the top, despite the fact that she was already almost covered in blood. The granny's assistant knew that he simply had no choice and he had to do it because the granny relied on him, especially since he had helped her all these years. He shouted for these kids to save their energy because it will be very useful to them because they will definitely need to kill this monster and save their granny. The guy shouted what the elder was going to do. After all, it was very dangerous for him and he was worried about him, because he had learned to act as a team and not to give a damn about others. He shouted that they would come up with something and everything would be top, because you can't take that much risk, but it ends up. He knew that he would have to do this because this was his job, which he simply had to cope with because he had taken an oath. The girl began to remember why her job was so difficult, and why he just couldn't help but do it. Well, she said that even if you have great talent, you can still die because you are just a person. Dane didn't understand why this grandmother could be helped in such a way. The assistant would have been asked a long time ago whether he was worried about Nuna, the very woman he saw in his subconscious. He said it was nothing like that. He was told that if others had not intervened, they would have had to leave their home because they could not survive on their own. The assistant's mother, Granny, said a long time ago that he could take care of himself even when Nuna, who was very dear to him, was not with him. Granny's assistant knew that he had to take care of himself very well because he promised this to his mother. His mother knew that he would grow up big and strong, and at that time he continued to fight against this monster, approaching him. He went into battle with him knowing that he could take care of those who were next to him and could prove to everyone that he was not simple. Assistant Granny knew that he could also take care of his younger ones who needed it, and so he began to tie up that same big monster. Here Hong Chong has a different understanding of what this fool is trying to do, because it initially seemed like suicide. These one against such a monster is very brave. The guy understood that he was trying to get to that center, but the monster managed to recover, which did not allow them to somehow get to that very place. The teenager didn't know what to do. After all, he had to help him, but at the same time, he was still so inexperienced that he didn't know how to act in such situations. The guy shouted to Duma so that she could react to him, and to Campaign he wanted to ask her for something so that she could fulfill his request. Granny's assistant continued to tie up this monster, and understood that this was very risky for his life. There was simply no other chance. It was extremely difficult for him to control all this. Granny's assistant knew that the monster was getting weaker and weaker as he wounded up, and it turned out that they were in the same position for everyone. He continued to tie him up to get to that cherished place. After all, this is how he could guarantee the safety of the granny who was barely alive. Grandma's assistant asked him whether he was going to play tug of war or the monster, because he loved this game very much and was simply a pro at it. He knew that the teenagers were looking at him, and he liked it because he understood that in their eyes he was becoming a very brave warrior who would need to be respected after the victory. He knew that he couldn't afford to lose face because his reputation, which he valued very much, especially in front of the guy, was at stake. He continued to pull the rope to strangle this monster and stood, but some kind of blue energy continued to emanate around him. The granny's assistant was in a very unclear state, and could barely control the situation, although it was no longer under the control of his entire rope. It was the same guy who came to his aid and said that they could still move and therefore would help him in this current situation. He said that he should not take all the responsibility on himself, and need to fight together. After all, this way they will be a team with the help of which they can kill everyone and win. He really liked that he was finally able to work in a team and came to his aid when he really needed it. Apparently he was even in a position worse than a monster. The assistant would have continued to wind up the rope and said that he could rely on them, but this is not even surprising. After all, the guy had a lot of determination, which is why he was a very brave warrior. He continued to tie the monster with a block and could no longer stand it because there were so many layers it was almost impossible to break, especially since he had an unusual rope. Suddenly the monster began to evaporate and felt weaker. After all, the rope tied his limbs very tightly, and he could not control himself. The granny's assistant was still able to bandage him very tightly. And the guy and the girl watched this and helped him a little to clear the territory so that it would be more convenient for him to throw the rope. Assistant Granny said that they were very determined and were able to become good researchers for their age. The granny's assistant threw the Canadian one after another in order to quickly tie up the entire monster, and could not kill it by hitting the very place that was in the center. The girl could barely hold on, and controlled the monster only by some parts of his body, because he was quite fast and could not shake her nerves with his movements. Hong Chong understood that they were not in a very good situation, and even though they were the second, they could not hold back against such a monster 100%. They noticed that there was some kind of powerful explosion ahead that was about to blow everything here into small pieces. The monster was able to break through the ropes and break them, but these three did not understand how this could happen because Granny's assistant tied them up very tightly. The guy was already happy and thought that finally this creature was able to escape and was afraid of them and that they could completely kill her. Granny's assistant did not understand what could be happening here, because he felt that his cable car began to collapse and he could not control his body, although he was able to do this very normally before. He felt his leg begin to slide and he was simply dragged down because this monster needed at least some kind of sacrifice. It was not in vain that he fought this whole battle. Hong Chong shouted that this is just terrible and he needs to immediately run to save him and drink. He took a risk before to save them, and they should repay him in kind. But suddenly a girl came running to their aid and was able to grab the two of them and save them from the fact that the monster could drag them along with them to the bottom where it went. She was able to use her energy because absolutely everything began to collapse and the monster continued to pull in. But they lifted up, realizing that it was very unsafe. She didn't understand where was the way out. After all the smells were mixed together, and she simply couldn't understand where to go. After all, before she was guided only by smell. Granny's assistant smiled and remembered that there really is one option. How to get out of here does not know the exact path. He told her that she needed to go where there was less smell of blood and that they could get out in that direction by pointing their finger forward. The guy shouted that they still had to find the granny because they couldn't just leave her here to die, and after all, she asked them to take care of her when they deal with their affairs. But Granny's assistant said that at the moment they are his priorities. They'll just have to leave Granny because she told him to do this if this happens. He knew that he couldn't let them die in such a place. Then he began to remember his ancient stories that happened to him before, how he squished to the ground with great force during one of the training sessions. With his ropes, he was able to barely kill one member of the Sea Evil Spirits, which he had long planned while he was training. The assistant was able to do this at a young age and was very happy and exhaled and realized that he was still capable of something. The boy was glad that he could do it alone, without the help of his very valuable friend Nuna, whom he loved very much. Fortunately, he managed to disassemble a couple of ropes from the village that were lying around no one needed, and he was able to pick them up. People in the village said that because of this grandmother they were becoming much weaker, and that they needed to get rid of her. They were also interested in where the baby went. The kid wanted to prove that he was strong enough without his grandmother, and therefore he did not need her help, and the whole village would develop. He thought that Nuna might agree with him, but he did not expect that behind his back was the very monster who wanted to swallow him alive because he had damaged one of the monsters. As soon as he turned around, he was very scared because he noticed how, just centimeters away, the monster almost touched him and almost killed him. Although he could have done it in no time. But fortunately, he managed to dodge and jumped away from the place where the creature was that was about to kill him. He took a fighting pose and knew that there was another one, but in fact he was already practically without a rope because he didn't have it in reserve. And his eye began to smoke and he felt pain because of which he lost it, because the monster was able to deliver a very tactical and accurate blow to the eye. He began to scream from this pain, because losing one eye was very painful and he understood that in the future he would not be able to see anything at all, and with one eye it would be very bad. He didn't understand why it hurt so much, although he had a guess that it was poison that could get into his body. Suddenly he looked around and saw something that began to worry him very much because he had never seen such a size at that age. He saw how a huge monster appeared in front of him, and he understood that he simply physically could not win it. After all, he was still very small and without a rope at all. He understood that he had absolutely no options on how to act and stood looking as the monster began to attack him. He understood that the sharp hooks of the monsters were about to approach his face, and he understood that now he was about to end his story and not write it. But fortunately, she appeared who was able to solve absolutely all the problems and grabbed this guy on the verge of his death. He thought that he was already completely dead, but fortunately the girl was somehow able to save him, giving him another chance. When he saw her hand, he was very happy that it was the same Nuna who had not forgotten about him and came to the rescue at the most important moment, because he would have died if she had not appeared. This girl was able to tie herself up with a rope and, taking the guy from those monsters, she got out of that depth. Finally she was able to step up and was relieved. She decided to talk about something with the guy, but he took such a risk without permission. As soon as they reached Stalin's ground, the girl felt severe pain and he shouted her name. I don't understand why she began to suffer. Unfortunately, she injured her leg very badly, causing it to bleed a lot. It was as if she had cut right through her leg. The girl said that she warned the others before coming here. so he should get out of here immediately. But in fact, he already thought that he was able to survive when the very monster who was very dangerous for him appeared behind him because he underestimated him. She stroked his face, but he didn't understand why everything was so tragic and why draw such hasty conclusions. Fortunately, that same granny was able to come running to them and, with the help of her energy, she was able to repel the attacks of this monster who was about to kill them. She could barely hold the guy and was very afraid, feeling that all the responsibility lay with her, although she had just come to save him. It was a granny with people who were able to bring a lot of help. Finally they were able to be found. People shouted for them to help them quickly. A little time passed. They were brought in for a medical examination and the doctor said that most likely it would be difficult for her to work as a rope maker because she had seriously injured her leg. The doctor said that now she would be able to walk. Her bone was very badly damaged, so she could no longer count on it. Grandmother walked forward with such sad news, realizing that one of the best fighters had been lost for a long time, and perhaps forever. The kid ran up to her and tugged at her long suit because he wanted to ask her something about the girl who had an accident because of him. He said that he would be a replacement for Nuna's leg and he would run for her until the end. He was ready to sacrifice everything to fight for that girl, but Granny said that he should stay close to his Nuna. After all, they were on very good terms together, but the guy didn't know that he would only disturb her. I don't understand that they had no way out at all and Duma didn't understand where to go because the smell was completely different. He understood that even if it was small assignments, he would do anything, because he owed Nuna absolutely everything. He managed to throw his noose onto the stone with the last of the strength he had, because the rope was also running out and there was absolutely no time to solve this problem. He wanted to do absolutely everything to be useful and the girl was able to more or less navigate because he sent her to a slightly more advantageous position. But that was not the case because the smell did not change again. It became much more difficult for them to control where to move next because there was only one way out. They didn't realize that it was now in a small fissure that led to the next cave, and so they had to search for the place with the smell of salt. The girl said that if this is so, then they have only one option where to move because her nose never failed. She noticed how stones began to fall ahead again and that they urgently needed to get up, otherwise they would have died from the rubble of these stones. She understood that the monsters would do this specifically to play with them because there was simply no other explanation for this. But suddenly the guy wanted to tell her something. He took his ball in his hands and told her to just run. After all, they had no way to survive except to leave. They were able to get to the place where there was only water and absolutely all the evil spirits disappeared because they couldn't land on the trace, so that would be a good bonus. They all fell into the water together due to the fact that the girl did not have enough energy, and she could not soften the fall, which is why they hurt themselves. His energy began to emanate from the guy, and he could barely control his body because it was almost impossible to endure such loads in such short periods. They barely stayed alive and almost choked on the water into which they fell straight, knowing that this would happen. Finally, they were able to barely get out, but Granny's assistant was not with them and they began to worry about him because they didn't know where he was now. The assistant was nearby and said that this was very unlike him because he had never worried about him before. It was very surprising that the guy began to somehow take care of him and generally feel like he was a close person. After all, before that they almost killed each other. The guy and the girl looked back and saw that everything was fine with him, which meant very good consequences. But something worried them. But suddenly they asked who this man was and the girl began to be indignant that the guy decided to bravely go into battle without thinking about the risks that were possible. They said that they needed to find Grandma because, knowing her abilities, she would probably be able to easily deal with these monsters. But suddenly they noticed a foot approaching them. Granny was able to escape this evil spirit, and calmly dealt with it, watching as these three discussed her salvation. Hong Chon looked back and saw his granny, which made him very happy, but he didn't understand how she was able to get away from the monsters so quickly. Dumei was also in shock and her mind simply could not accept the fact that you had dealt with such powerful monsters alone. Granny was able to get out through this evil spirit without being affected at all, but she had to sweat a lot to stay in this form, and she could barely do it. Granny really suffered a lot. After such a battle, she liked it. And it was as if she had returned to that very youth that she was missing. She neighed at these in your hand. She liked the fact that she was able to calmly deal with so much sea evil as before. Granny sat down on a tree stump and said that it was very tiring, and they ran up to Grandma because they wanted to find out something as quickly as possible. The guy said that Grandma should be brought to Munka as soon as possible, but she said that first she needed to report something to him. She explained that where only memories of the dead remained, she witnessed the aspirations of this monster. Granny understood that what he wanted was to evolve to a higher level in order to become stronger, namely to become an invincible black. Something began to dawn on the guy, or the very color of the hair that was on the monster really shocked him. Granny's assistant said that this was quite unexpected, and the girl asked if the black level was possible, and how strong it could be. Granny understood that they did not know a lot of information, and they would have to listen to it too, because the information that she knew could shock them. The grandmother said that the guy was also very involved in this story, and it would be important for him to listen to this too. After all, this was the reason that his mother knew about her before. She explained that this story concerns his mother, who was now not in the most pleasant place for herself. The guy was very surprised and understood that now he would get a solution that he could not understand all these months while he was fighting these evil spirits. Granny explained that before, she was not a researcher, but a hunter, and hunters are developing ways to use energy, and have been fighting sea evil for generations. She spent her whole life protecting her family, and training the younger generation so that everyone could fight against these creatures. She had to kill quite a lot of people, but she also lost a lot of people that she couldn't save. But the most painful thing is that she lost her closest people, and it was all because of a black monster that was able to evolve. She explained that after that she remained an investigator, and went to travel throughout all regions to find a place where this monster could be located. Well, finally, after a long search from China, she was able to find the region where she pinned the monster. When she was young, Granny went to a family of hunters from this region to ask for help, but she was in for a very unpleasant surprise. The hunters said that what was happening in this region was her concern, so they could not provide her with any documents or information about these creatures. They closed the door in front of her, and said that they could handle it themselves and no one would interfere with them. After all, they had everything under control. This situation hurt my grandmother. Then someone told her that it was very useless, and that no one at all could get help from these people whom she asked. The same woman who was the mother of this guy turned to her, and held him behind her back. Granny immediately noticed something strong in this child. His mother said that she was talking about this place. After all, they will not give her what she is looking for. The guy's mother said this very confidently, as if she had gone through this. Granny asked her who she was and she replied that she was one of the members of this family who just went out for a walk. Granny noticed that she had a very strange hair color and asked what region she was from, but she said that she was born here and her hair color was too weak because she had bad energy. It is because of this that she is treated very poorly here. And then the same Han Chong, who was very young, began to speak behind her back. Granny asked how old the baby was and his mom replied that he was a little over 100 days old, and had just been born. His mother said that in general, if they do anything else, they can go towards the ocean, because recently some problems have arisen there. Granny said that she was very kind and praised her for this. You understand that perhaps they will never become friends. Oh, Han Chun's mom said that such words really warmed her soul. But suddenly she noticed something started to happen and did not have time to finish the sentence. Granny and his mother did not understand what was happening and stood alone, watching all the miracle that had just appeared right before their eyes. The same monster of the black level that was able to evolve and was ready to take people's lives. This monster didn't care who they were or whether they had children. He only needed to feed on the energy that any person possessed. After all, everyone had a liver. People from this village did not understand what was happening, but then they were able to understand that they were attacked because there were a bunch of corpses in front of the entrance to their territory. People from this village said that they could not let him leave because it would be a shame for their people, which they protected and continued the family line. One of them said that you need to think positively and began to take out his blade, which was similar to the one that Hong Chang's mother handed to him. They thought that the prey had come to them and began to fight against one monster who owned black energy and became one of the most powerful. This creature didn't care at all about what was happening, and he calmly repelled the attacks of these people who thought that, as usual, it would be easy for them with him. This guy's grandmother and mother didn't understand what was happening because they were standing behind another part of this temple, where the guards were located. Granny began to realize that she was very familiar with this feeling and that same monster had returned and was ready to fight in order to take revenge. She finally realized that this was the same monster she knew very well. Realizing that the battle would be very difficult, she had to make a good and correct choice. She looked at the mother and the child, who began to scream because he felt like a monster was nearby. They clearly needed help immediately. Granny knew that he would not stop at killing everyone and would even kill a child who was innocent of anything. She grabbed them and rushed down from the very mountain where their village was located, in which they lived all their lives. Granny understood that first it was necessary to deliver them to a safer place, and then fight that monster. The guy's mother understood that she wanted to help them, but she was very surprised that she decided to do it so quickly without thinking that the monster would be on their tail. They were able to land down from that very mountain, and thanks to the strength that was in the veins of the granny. This was all thanks to the fact that Grandma was a fighter against evil spirits. They began to land on the ground and she lost sight of them because Pahoda jumped out of her hands, and therefore it was necessary to catch them so that they would survive. Granny immediately used all her skills to correctly calculate the flight speed and landing speed at which the mother and child were falling. They landed on the ground with the help of her power, and along the way everyone was able to survive because she did everything right, because she had experience. When they were able to land, Granny asked if they were okay and if they felt safe. The mother replied that everything was fine. The child continued to whine because he was small. While the granny was examining them and hoping that they were not hurt, the very devil who needed her landed on the ground. He held in his hands a property that he had without cartridges but was very prickly and long due to the fact that he had reached the black level. He didn't seem to be resisting and was ready to kill the granny who wanted to hide the child from him, and did it in a very insidious way. Granny shouted for them to run straight, and not even think about looking back because the child's life was the most important aspect in this situation. Granny grabbed along with her and understood that she had some matters that needed to be resolved as soon as possible, and take care of the dangerous monster. Granny continued to fight this creature, although she no longer had any strength to do it with dignity, because she spent a lot of energy on delivering people safe and sound. The monster also received well, because she was still able to inflict at least some damage on him. It was not for nothing that she was a monster hunter. Granny made sounds no more. It seemed to her that the monster could not hit her, but everything was the other way around and she got a decent amount from him. Due to the fact that the monster was very strong because it reached the black level, Grandma could not stand it and fell to the floor because she felt very weak. She barely held on alive but said that she could not even imagine that a monster like him would hunt people from ordinary villages to get their livers. She could not at all imagine that at the level at which this monster was, he needed to extract even more and more energy. It was very rude and irrational to kill entire families of hunters who wanted to put an end to these scum. Granny was barely holding on alive, but she understood that she couldn't stand it for long because this monster was completely different. Granny said that she would not allow him to do this, because otherwise she would not be a hunter of sea creatures and would simply give up her title if she did not defeat him. She picked up her staff and continued to fight so that he could not attack people and kill them just for fun. The death of people was the worst thing that could ever happen, and absolutely nothing would go as he planned. Grandma really hoped for this. While this guy's mother ran away from there, she couldn't understand where all the other members of her family, in which she was considered an outcast, had gone. When suddenly she stopped and noticed something, at least she asked her not to stop and move forward. Before her eyes lay absolutely everyone dead who had ever been in her family. This meant that this and the creature needed to destroy absolutely everyone who had the same power. This guy's mother didn't understand how absolutely all the wars could have been lost, even by the bosses of this evil spirit. Suddenly she began to remember something, and she remembered what those people said to Grandma, namely that what was happening in this region was their concern, but they knew that something was coming. Hong Chang's mother watched as a big explosion occurred and someone was still able to win the battle between Grandma and the very monster who had the evolution of the black level. She understood that the battle was getting closer and the monster was driving the grandmother into those places in order to get to her son and kill him. Suddenly she tripped over a gun that was lying on the floor. She still stopped and could not continue to go further, despite the fact that she was asked. She looked at this gun, and a good thought came to her with the help of which she could bring at least some benefit to this bat. Meanwhile, the granny's strength became less and less because the master was much stronger because he had an evolution that few people had reached. But she did not give up, even though the monster threw her far and away so that she could not stop him from killing that same baby from that woman. Granny had never met this type of monster before, and it was hard for her to fight against it, although she already had enough experience even at that time. Granny noticed that this monster must have had a serious battle before because it looks very unstable because Granny knew how to count it. She understood that if she couldn't do this now, it was unlikely that she would ever be able to defeat him because the monster only had a few bad moments in the battle. She knew that she needed to use them because otherwise she would never be alive again because he would not forgive her for such machinations. Suddenly, another strong collision occurred, which created a very large flash that no one expected. Granny was able to hit him, but he managed to substitute his blade and cut a small part of her body. It became very painful for her, and her shoulder began to bleed like never before because the blade of that monster was sharpened very strongly. She knew that she needed to get to exactly the point where his liver was located, with the help of which he fed and became stronger, because all the strength came from it. She understood that she needed to do this through pain, even though she had already begun to bleed all over, and that very soon she would completely not be able to control herself and her body, and would faint. Granny grabbed the rod. I understand that if she can't do this now, the monster will kill absolutely everyone, and therefore she needs to sacrifice even herself. She took it and raised her body, knowing that she was ready for more and that this was not the end of her life, and maybe even the end. But she would save a lot of other lives. She knew that she couldn't lose so mediocrely and had to fight back this creature because she was from a family of hunters. But she understood that the energy of her family allows her to influence the enemy with an indefinable force, which most likely referred to the force of gravity. She peered into his eyes and understood that she needed to act immediately while the monsters were still completely stupid and did not understand that they needed to finish her off. She understood that she needed to do this and that even if she died, she must completely neutralize this creature that had already killed one village. She was wondering how it would all end, and the monster had already swung his blade to kill her, and she was leading this very place where she needed to go, when suddenly someone held a gun in their hands and aimed at that monster who was about to kill the granny. She was able to fire a shot, and the monster began to feel pain. After all, she hit him exactly in the place where he was vulnerable, because all the energy accumulated in her. Granny didn't understand what was happening, but she definitely liked it. After all, it was much easier for her to fight this monster. It was a mother holding a child behind her back and a shotgun in her hands, and she shouted at her to hurry up and reload. She didn't know how to reload it. Granny grabbed her staff and tried to use absolutely all the energy she had left to kill the creature as quickly as possible. Her power became more powerful, and the monster was bleeding because he was hit in a sore spot that couldn't even be stabbed with a knife. Granny understood that she couldn't because she had exhausted all her reserves earlier, but she had to concentrate so hard to get even a small part of the energy. She grabbed hers and hit the floor because she knew that she had the power that was ready to kill absolutely anyone. And the monster felt that he was about to become very ill because he continued to bleed. The granny gained energy and was ready to kill him. Friend behind the monster, a small group of people from this village appeared and thrust all their blades into his back, and he became completely small. People shouted that he was just a pathetic monster who was incapable of anything other than eating his liver. The monster began to die and absolutely everything collapsed, because the energy that the two rivals had was able to reach that very peak. The waves began to rise. Jaeger, on whom everyone was sitting, began to flood, because any moment now all the evil spirits could die. The grandmother almost died, but some people from this village were able to save her. Because of this she was able to sit normally and not get into a fight with this creature. The mother who had the baby on her back could not control the situation, because under her she began to fall through and they were about to fall down deep into the water. Part of this rock was able to collapse and fall deep down, and because the energy reached the peak, it could become very destructive. Granny had just almost said goodbye to this life and was enjoying that moment when she was just lying on the floor because everything had already been planted. But suddenly she was let down and heard someone screaming, and it was the same mother and child who helped her not to die. Suddenly she noticed that something had happened to her child, and he began to bleed. Apparently, this creature was able to touch the child before it left. Mom didn't understand what to do. After all, this child was absolutely all she could have left, because all her relatives died against the fight with the monster. She said that she couldn't lose him, and then a granny came up with blood all over her hands and was able to touch this child who was barely alive. She took him in her arms and told her to calm down and then follow her. After all, they need to go to the village and find researchers. Granny told Mom to pull herself together because her child was still with her, which meant that everything was already over and everything fell into place. And Grandma explained that she herself had once lost absolutely everything she had and she would not allow her to suffer the same misfortune. From such a story, Oh Han Chong could barely keep his mind adequate because he couldn't imagine that this could really ever happen and that if it weren't for his granny, he would be dead, and if it weren't for his mom, Grandma would be there. They continued to sit on the stones that had formed in this small alley where the water flowed. They all listened to the story that the grandmother told them and they felt uneasy. The girl was very surprised and she just didn't know that everything would be so serious and that the guy was very involved here. Oh Han Chong could not understand at all how this could happen, because absolutely the whole story is connected with his mother, who is now in the hands of that devil who will do whatever he wants with her. He couldn't believe that this could really happen like that with the snap of a finger, and that Grandma really hadn't made up the whole story. The grandmother added that after that the researchers tried with all their might to do this, and fortunately they succeeded. They were able to barely save a small baby who had suffered greatly from a monster who was at the black level of evolution, and this is not destined even for an ordinary warrior. Granny was later able to discover nearby a fragment of the corpse of a black monster, which for some reason had passed out after the fight. Because of what happened, their family was completely destroyed. So his mother began to work with his grandmother, and they had a very good relationship. But no one could have expected that this could happen. The dishes were often because his mother was very exhausted and felt confused about the monster. His mother often said that the money had not yet run out and that he should not go to bed so quickly. She was afraid every night that the monster could kidnap you. But at the moment when Grandma decided to talk to her about her condition in order to resolve all the issues that they had, it was already too late. By that time, she left a note and said that she was very sorry. She just turned around and walked away from harm. Granny said that at that time she had too many questions about Kiev for her mother, but now she almost completely understood everything. But now I remember all this, my grandmother was able to understand that his mother made a really very good choice and with the help of which she tried to delay this moment. The monster and the pressure that she put on her was much greater than you can only imagine. Granny explained that sea monsters can create copies. This is just her guess about everything possible in this world, because she has already fought a lot with these creatures. Granny began to think that if the two red monsters that attacked the village are connected with the black one from the past, and for some reason his mother knows about it all the time. The guy stood in shock, and Granny suggested that maybe his mother was expecting such a development of events, and that this could have happened even earlier if she had not been so careful. But suddenly the guy began to understand something, that this could be the very reason why they had to do what he didn't like the most. He understood that this was the reason why they moved from place to place, and this means his mother knows that this master is planning that the village will fall. His mother knew that the residents would die, and it was very unsettling for him to know that it was possible and could happen again. The guy tried to somehow explain all this to himself, but he could not contain it all, realizing that such bad events happened because his mother did not want to inform everyone about the tragedy. Granny said that she wasn't trying to blame his mother at all. Granny just wanted to know how she managed to find out when the monsters would attack. The guy said that this was simply amazing and began to completely assemble the whole picture for each puzzle from his life. He folded his hands and understood that she knew that she would be kidnapped, and she also knew when all these kidnappings would happen. Granny couldn't understand why she didn't tell her all this, because in this way they could destroy almost all the sea creatures and life would be as before without problems and worries. The guy said that now he has gone very far and therefore he is not going to stop. Even though he found out the whole truth, that hurt him. But the grandmother did not want this to happen and her look said something completely different. The guy could not control himself normally and could barely keep himself in a normal state, although he squeezed his hands as best he could so as not to show that he was having a hard time. He said that he would be very decisive and that at the meeting he would have a lot of questions for her. After all, he wanted to tell absolutely the whole truth. The guy was very interested in why she didn't do anything if she knew about everything in advance. And the granny looked at him and understood that he was feeling bad, and the truth only made it worse for him. The granny's assistant looked at him and understood that the guy needed to calm down for at least some period of time, otherwise he would simply commit suicide. Dumais understood that the guy needed support, and a strong shoulder of support, because he, too, like everyone else, was a person who needed it more than ever. Granny understood everything and knew that everything needed to be very wisely distributed in its place, and said that everything would be fine, but we needed to act. She explained that they must move on and that it would not be easy and dangerous at all, because the goal of this creature is to evolve and he will do everything to achieve this. Granny said that from now on an attack could be expected at any moment, so there was no time to waste. And she said that her idea is that they are located in approximately one of the small sections of this cave in which a large amount of water accumulates. She said that she thought that there was not much time left to the destination, and therefore I would not be able to reach it very soon. Granny's assistant, since this is the case, he should probably go on reconnaissance to find out everything better. The girl said that there was such a strange smell that would be very dangerous. Granny entered the water and the girl said that it was not a sea smell at all, so it was impossible to go there alone. At that moment, they all left that state of depression, and they flew up because some creature was able to attack them again, and they had to act in seconds. This monster managed to throw them up, and the water that was below made huge waves under which it would have been difficult to get out. Granny understood that the monster decided not to delay and attack them immediately, and she shouted for everyone to move back because they would die. The monster continued to attack them and expanded in numbers. It became bigger and bigger, and its long stems developed. This creature was able to attack them from below, and from this they flew up and not down as they had originally intended. This monster will be able to cook a huge hole that sucked absolutely everyone down, and then grind it into small pieces. They understood that this would be another battle in which they would need to put an end to these creatures. But once again he attacks them from behind. The guy felt that it was that same murderous energy that beckoned him to learn more and more about it. After all, he was ready for anything. The guy realized that he needed to act and that these were the two Reds who were able to attack them when he and his mother were completely alone and did not know about these energies at all. The girl was angry that he went alone and did not tell the team to act with him because it was a stupid decision. Granny told her to calm down and that they could go together. After all, they already had to hide since they were noticed and would never have saved themselves. Granny understood that it would no longer be possible to avoid danger, and that she had to fight to the end, and to the last drop of blood. Someone could again fall into those hands that were simply impossible to fall into, and the man did not understand where this had taken him. He was tied to some kind of pyramid like all other people, because they had one fate awaiting them, with the help of which they would give up their liver and die from its lack. The man didn't understand what kind of place this was. He was becoming more and more scared every second, and he was afraid of absolutely everything that was here. The place he ended up in was the worst on earth. The main monster was able to place his staff on his head, burying it in the floor. The man could do absolutely nothing because that monster was much stronger, and he was about to reach the black level, which meant his peak. He could easily kill this man who came to him at the most unfortunate moment. This man fell into pieces right before his eyes. But the most important thing is that the liver remained. The red monster was able to make a huge pyramid where there were hundreds of people, or even thousands, whom he wanted to grind in order to become a different level. With each person he stopped, he felt this power that came to him after he killed one after another. Then, as the monster ran, my mother watched all this and she was afraid that she was about to turn into a corpse. The stranger also noticed that your boyfriend's mother was exactly where she needed to be and that she would soon be rescued. But this woman continued to suffer because she had the weakest energy, and that she miraculously managed to raise such a beautiful son. This was the worst moment in her life, and she understood that the very end was about to come. The guy's mom was barely staying afloat, and she was about to almost be sucked in thanks to a monster who had a strong influence. She felt that the truth was getting worse and worse, and the video showed how this monster was watching her to take something that was very important to him. He jumped on her and extended his staff to take out the most important part of her body, because the liver of an unusual person was very important. She understood that she was about to lose her reason like all the other people who ended up in these places, and she spent her whole life trying to avoid this. The monster kicked her hard and pierced her through to take away the coveted item that was vital for him. She felt severe pain and excitement because she understood that she was about to lose her life altogether because the monster was becoming stronger. She continued to be sucked in like all the other people who were caught at that time while this creature attacked them. They couldn't say anything at all. The monster felt stronger and increased its mass with the help of all the living ones, which were absorbed more and more every second. The guy's mother understands that she is about to die because she was very familiar with this feeling. But unfortunately, she did not say exactly when she knew this. The monster continued to grow and people died before his eyes. They became ordinary corpses and could not do anything. Not a single person who was sucked in by this creature could move, and apparently he also could not let them go, but the cycle had not yet ended. Everyone's liver, why did it recover less and less? Or rather it didn't exist at all, because he gnawed it out of everyone. In the end, everything worked out as the monster planned and he felt divine because he understood that he was about to become a black level. The guy's mother felt terrible because she was deprived of her liver, and she was bleeding, realizing that she was about to simply die. She became more and more emotional every second, because the monster was so strong that she could not expect this. She began to remember how she saved her little child who almost died from those creatures that came to their territory to take their energy. She understood that the guy was in safe hands and nothing happened to him because she gave him to Grandma Uran, who was the most reliable person. She understood that she could not even see how he would have children, or his first love. She suffered from the fact that this was the end of her life. She would not be able to say goodbye to him normally. Meanwhile, flying down to save his mother, the monster continued to run away from them and did not even resist, because their strength would be many times greater than his. The guy knew that he needed to act as quickly as possible because his mother's life was just in the balance, and she was about to die. He rushed down faster, realizing that there was no time to waste, because with every second the monster became stronger because evolution was finishing its cycle. The girl screamed so that the idiot should not rush alone because he could die himself. And Granny ensured me or you at the very last. Granny knew that she had to act quickly, but then someone contacted her using her information transmitter, which was on her neck. It was her assistant who approached her, who helped her all the time, but now he was studying for a more important mission to help people. Granny asked him if he had found the way and he said that he was just going through it now to save the rest of the people who were at risk. Granny's assistant said that to save all those people they need more researchers. So we need to be well prepared for this. While they were rushing, Grandma knew that if they stopped communicating, they would have to act very decisively and not fight for their lives. Granny told him in the program that they should take everyone they could and go because otherwise absolutely everyone would die, not just the three of them. The assistant calmly said that everything was accepted and knew that he had to act faster, and you understand that he might not see his grandmother again. He began to remember those moments when he saved you two with the help of his rope when they rushed towards their death. He was very pleased to remember those children as an older brother who helped them in the most difficult moments they found themselves in. These teenagers were able to make him worry, and he even enjoyed working with them because the guy was very brave and the girl had a peculiar strong character. The girl asked her grandmother about her conversation with this assistant, and did not understand that this battle could be their last in life. Granny said that she simply assumed the worst-case scenario that could happen to them, because everything is possible. She said that it is very likely that the level there is still red. But if it is already black, then she cannot guarantee the safety of her life. And if everything turns out exactly as she expects, you will have to remain dead in this dim place where you are not now. She knew that the first thing she would do was just grab them and let them go, because that was the main thing, and the guy had to understand that she couldn't sacrifice him. The guy agreed with her, understanding that such a scenario could really happen, because in this cave there was already everything that could be. Granny began to remember those difficult events when she could barely control herself because his mother left her. Her whole problem was that the reason she didn't ask anyone for help was only so that her child could live in normal conditions and be ordinary. His mother knew that this would be better for everyone, and after all, the child's ordinary life would be a much better option than him fighting against the sea evil spirits like everyone else. Granny thought about it, and realized that she tried to stop this guy even then, but she couldn't do it because he was as stubborn as his mother, and the guy was able to become much stronger, so she will not be able to challenge her fate, which she tried to avoid all the time, for which she paid. Granny said that she cannot guarantee good consequences of this decision. But what has been done has already been done, and there is no point in discussing it. That she can do absolutely everything to look after her child. If suddenly she does not survive because of the black monster that squeezed her. Meanwhile, they were approaching and were very close to the very local that he needed to get to in order to get that monster. The guy realized that this creature was over there, and so he shouted for them to move faster because this monster was starting to hide. They flew there as quickly as possible, but suddenly something very strange appeared in front of them, which stopped them for a second, but something had to be done. He understood that if he didn't do this now, they would be cut into pieces by these sharp blades that met them right before the entrance to the cave. Granny activated her power because she knew that in this situation everyone relied only on her because she had already dealt with this creature. She was able to break through the place where the entrance to the cave was, and they fell into it with the help of the Granny's power. They were very determined and did it without thinking anything. They were able to break through the wall through which there was an entrance to the cave, and the monster was able to lead them to the right place where they needed to go. Granny asked if everything was okay or not, and he said that if it weren't for her, he would already be dead, but they were not happy with the conversations and they were ready to fight. But they didn't notice how the very monster who owned a huge pyramid of human corpses, as well as living ones whose livers had just been taken away, stood in front of them. The monster felt much stronger and absorbed this energy. He completely dropped all his armor to build up new black armor. He looked like a centaur, and had a body up to the legs of a horse. He stood almost completely naked and was not afraid to meet them. The guy said that judging by what he sees, they arrived at a very important time in exactly the right place. He stood very bravely and understood that now there would be the same battle that he had been counting on all this time and for which he had come here. The guy knew that his mother had always been an emotionless person who never showed herself as he was inside. Even when he cried, they didn't always have to continue walking, and his mother didn't give a damn about how he felt now. Well, when Mom finally had to faint, something happened that he was very afraid of and didn't want to see. His mother never showed her fatigue. She simply went back to doing her part of the work that she had to do in order to feed him. Since he watched and grew up watching this, he also had to hide his fatigue so as not to show his weaknesses. Unfortunately, some passed without much conversation. He could not discuss anything with his mother for a long time. He knew that if he communicated with her more, maybe things would really turn out differently for them and he would feel like he was in a good family. He could also understand that if he spent more time with her, he could learn something and change events for the better. But it was already very late, and the guy was fighting against that demon who had just almost reached his peak of black evolution. People began to feel much worse and died because they had a deficiency of one of the most important organs of the system. It was much more difficult for each person every minute. After all, they were completely bleeding because the monster didn't bother with them surviving. He realized that this place worried him very much, because he understood that her mother was very close. And this was the last battle in which it was necessary to take the strongest step. He felt that they were approaching him and that he was about to be attacked. But Granny was able to put her staff on him so that he would not do any harm. A bunch of minions who were in a fighting stance came to the defense of this monster who was busy improving himself to kill them. The monster had a huge army that was ready to fight to the end just to save the process of improving its master. Granny told these two to listen to her very carefully because this is the last task after which they will all enjoy life if they don't die. After all, they have almost reached the end with the help of which he will completely become a black level, and then it will be almost impossible to defeat him. Granny said that the fact that he quit meant only one thing. He needed to fight to the end to fully obtain the energy of even these three. This monster began to attack them even though they stood motionless. He knew that the process was almost completed, so he had to kill them. He went at these three to eliminate them, but they didn't expect him to start a battle so quickly. After all, they hadn't even prepared yet. There was a strong clash, and the Granny was able to use her yellow energy to repulse such a strong blow that the monster wanted to deliver. Granny knew and was already experienced, and this task was not the easiest for her joints because she was already old. But the grandmother did not give up, and she realized that he was not just trying to gain some time, but to do something else. The guy thought about the fact that Grandma had been attacked earlier, and she was left with a large wound that was not cured. After all, they did not go to Dr. Munka. Granny told him to concentrate because this was a very important mission that couldn't just be given away. This was the very end that decided everything. She knew that this place could become the very home that would be their last. Because if they don't do everything right, they will die. Meanwhile, his horde began to attack. It's not that Tsar's business to go into battle on his own against 3 people, and therefore he'd better focus on evolving. The guy didn't know what to do, although he was very focused. It was difficult for him to understand this situation. In the meantime, the granny's assistant was able to come to where he thought the senior in rank was because he was a rope maker, and the granny was the head who managed everything. The assistant said that everyone had arrived, and upon his transmission he began to make some very strange sound which surprised him very much. It was the doctor who began to communicate with him. After all, they are their own or each other on the same frequency. Although the assistant wanted to contact others, but the doctor really wanted to get in touch because the guy didn't answer his call, which really started to worry him, because he hoped that everything was fine with them. The doctor said that he tried to place her head, which he used on Oh Han Young, in the sea monsters that were already neutralized. But suddenly something interesting happened, namely something that he could not predict because the monsters began to behave strangely. Granny's assistant said that the guy is now busy fighting against the main monster. After all, they have already planned to go there a long time ago. The doctor said that if this is so, then he should quickly go to him because he really needs him to do something. The doctor said that he had something to tell because it was not too late, and this could be a good help in the battle for people. Granny's assistant said that he didn't even know that on the campaign he found himself another job and was glad that he could bring a huge debt to the team. The guy hoped that they would all survive and very gently went into battle against the huge number of minions that the monster launched into while he was improving. He said that before he had a chance to approach them, he would need to do something and they would need to help him a lot. The girl didn't understand where they were all coming from. There was simply no end to it. It seemed as if these creatures were becoming more and more numerous every second. After all, they were protecting their master, the guy, because he decided to overcome them in numbers because there were only 3 of them and there was a whole horde of monsters that was ready to gnaw them out. Then Granny said something to the girl so that she would make the same reception that they had agreed on earlier. After all, they already had a plan on how to defeat him. The girl realized that she needed to act and began to gather all her strength into her fist as she knew how to do in order to blast all the monsters away, and the guy was able to end up in the right place. The power accumulated as quickly as possible because they had no time at all because the minions surrounded them from all sides, so they had no choice but to act immediately. She took it and hit the floor with all her strength with her fist to gain time and launched some trick that they came up with on the way there. The main monster didn't understand that they didn't start this, because he had to do everything so that they wouldn't interfere with his evolution, because that was the main goal. But suddenly something very strange began to happen and the force increased all the time, and created some kind of hurricane that sucked in all the creatures. This was able to give the guy the moment to hit this monster because it was a distracting action with which they were able to gain some time. He knew that thanks to the chances that Duma got, he couldn't just screw up in front of everyone, because not only his grandmother and his girlfriend were counting on him, but also his mother, who made him a strong man. But the monster knew that this would happen and therefore put out his weapon to repel his blow, realizing that he was very much in trouble with his defense, which could now harm him. There was a strong collision. It looked like the most epic moment of the battle that could ever happen, because the guy who was fighting for his mother fought with a monster. Their blades crossed and no one wanted to give up because it was a battle to the death that the monster could not lose because otherwise the whole evolution would not have worked out. The monster didn't understand what this guy was doing, but perhaps it finally dawned on him that he wanted to cut him down, but he didn't understand what kind of guy he was. The strength of this guy was much greater, and he realized that he was not the Blue Three as usual. He was used to killing them because for him it was as easy as shelling pears. The guy said that if he wants to stay alive, then he must move away. After all, he has a reason to care about one very important person. He remembered his mother, who worked day after day so that he could eat normally and be in the social circle of adequate people and not to see evil spirits, and all those who only wanted to kill. His mother was behind this monster, and he ordered him to move away immediately, otherwise he would do absolutely everything he could to him. The guy's energy exploded throughout the entire cave.